back and clicking buttons, honey. What's good with it? What's good with it? What's good with it? Hey, Dorothy Vaughn and the other 20 people that's holding on in the bushes or looking in the window. Depending on if I like you, you're looking in the window. I don't like you. What? In the bushes. Hey, DBY, what's good with it? What's good with it? Y'all, honey, they done got Donald Trump. We'll get to that later. One way or the other, they going to make sure something stick to this man. Because they probably thinking that he's going to be like Teflon, right? But God damn. They coming up with a plan, baby, a plan to get his ass. And, and I'm not a Donald Trump supporter. I'm not. But this is excessive, okay? This is excessive. I just wanted to touch bases with y'all because, I won't probably get a chance to holler at y'all till next week based on my schedule. Wow. But, y'all, did y'all see where Martell couldn't even pay for Sheree's dinner or whatever? They say he was asking people to chip in on the $1,500 meal and shit. Yeah, honey, he's been clowned for that. Meanwhile, Melody, his ex, when he did wrong, she announced that she is co-owner of BTV or something like that, Black Television Network or something like that, which is it Black Nubian Network? Something anyway. And she is doing some some joint ventures with with dropping clothing, and her daughters she's dropping a whole bunch of little products and stuff like that or whatever. Now listen, I believe in multiple stream of income, right? But can you be spread it too thin? I think sometimes you can. Reason why I say that is because you can be spread it so thin and just say yes to every venture, everything that comes your way. You don't have enough time. Let me get that goddamn doo doo off because I can't take that. You don't have enough time with, you don't have enough time cultivating each one of them, right? You know, understand what I'm saying? Unless you know, make some kind of make some kind of flow chart or something that will allow you to spend X amount of time here, X amount of time here, whatever. But the problem is when a problem arises or when you got to deviate from that flow chart, where would you find the time? So is there a certain such thing as what having too many streams of income? Okay, and I'm not talking about like having a job and then having streams of income where you are just an investor, right? You just are investment accounts or whatever. I'm not talking about just that. I'm talking about streams of income where you actually have to put in some time, okay? Because there's only 24 hours in a day, all right? And trust me, I'm telling you, I'm about to kill. Well, I ain't gonna say. My daughter say stop saying working to death or kill myself to death. Whatever she say, stop saying it. So I will. I'm saying I'm putting it in wherever I can fit in, wherever I can grab some hours and it's gonna benefit me. I'm putting it in, and I got, like I told you, I think in my mind that if I just do it, a whole bunch right now, whatever. When I say I'm retired again, like Jordan, I can stay retired. Okay, I don't have to come back out. I be wanting to make sure, honey, that shit I be all the way good. Hey, Lady T. Hey, Sovereign. Hey, Red. So, um, yeah. So I mean, that's about all I think that's going on, and that's I'm worth me talking about. That's going on in the reality TV world, and it's kind of slow out there. It's kind of slow out there. Um, so I got a recording, right? I don't know if y'all remember the Daryl Brooks trial. You know, the crazy ass man that ran over them people in Wisconsin, right? And you know how he took that judge and the people through it, trying to represent himself and all of that. And I was listening to one of the addresses that the judge did to Daryl Brooks. And it's something I've said, remember when I be trying to employ Levi to get familiar with the different rules and procedures and things of that nature. That way, so you can better understand how to help your cousin, right? Or if what's going to work, what's not going to work. Like, and again, I just give up on all of y'all because I'm not gonna waste a whole bunch of time on shit that can't help work. You know what I'm saying? I'm not like, for instance, right? I remember one time where Miss Winbush was saying, had a video saying, Azriel, go to the people and tell them that you lied or tell them that you whatever, right? Okay. Now, if she went to them and said that she lied with respect to the elements, right? With respect to his charged conduct, the behavior that they charged him with, okay? And she had evidence that disproved his charged behavior, his conduct, his charged conduct, those elements, then they would simply probably treat that as new evidence on the appeal on a 2255 and proceed that way, right? That's not a guarantee, but that's what would have to happen. But this is what she would have to have. But look at the indictment. You got to go look at the indictment. It's always got to go. You always got to deal with those elements. There's nothing. There's no way around it. Nothing else. Okay. I don't care what evidence you come up with now or whatever. You always have to deal with those elements. So you always have to have that indictment in front of you. And if y'all ain't going there, whatever, I'm not taking y'all serious. I'm not having these arguments, and you definitely ain't gonna tell me I'm wrong when you don't even know what the fuck it is you're talking about. That's not going to happen. We're gonna have a problem every time. Okay? Because I told you, unless you got something in black and white to disprove what I'm saying, therefore you wrong. You don't want to know what you're talking about. Okay? Because I'm going by what I'm seeing and what I'm reading. I'm not making this up. And I got the rules and regulations somewhat in my head. And I got some of the rules, or I know where to go to get them. That's just plain and simple. If you ain't got that, I can't fuck with you, right? I'm not arguing with you back and forth for another 2 years. That ain't gonna work out for me. I got other shit to do. I got to make y'all believers soon. Here soon, 2024. Anyway, so um, so so what would have to happen is, just say with regards to Jane Doe number 5, she would have to have some kind of evidence that he did not expose her to her. I didn't say give. I said expose. That would mean that there was probably evidence that would show that he never slept with her. Now I don't care what the conspiracy people try to say or what the crazy people try to say, whatever. We know at least they got down at some point. Whether before 18 or after 18, that don't even matter. They got down at some point. So you have to disprove that they got down. So she would have to come up with evidence that they never got down. Okay. And then the what it is, the counts that they just relied on her testimony as evidence, that can go 50-50, right? Because if she's changing her testimony or whatever, then that can go 50-50. But as far as stuff like the herpes type shit, whatever, you got to prove that he didn't expose her to it. How would you prove that he didn't expose her to it? By proving that they never slept together. Can you prove that? Moving on. You know, it's just like that. It's just that like that. But I told, hey, Purple, hey, my Queen Kate. So I told him, and you're gonna hear this judge tell Daryl Brooks the same thing I told Levi. But let me play it real quick.
You can step down if you would like, or you can stay. It's up to you. Mr. Brooks, I referenced this earlier, but you have a statute book, section 908.01 is the start of the statutes that deal with hearsay. It provides a definition of what it is. It goes through statements which are not hearsay, and it has a whole host of exceptions that are referenced in 908.03. So I just direct your attention to that because many of your hearsay objections, they're not hearsay at all, sir. And I hope you're not just saying them just to interpose an objection. But it would be very helpful if you were to familiarize yourself with that.
For the record, Your Honor, how do I know that the prosecution isn't objecting to anything based on the same assumptions?
I don't understand what you're saying.
A lot of
You have
times,
that statute book, so if you'd like to read the hearsay statute, start with 908.01, continue with 908.02, the rule, and 908.03 are all the exceptions. Continues with 908.04. I realize you are not a lawyer, Mr. Brooks, but you still should have a good faith basis to make the objection and then not argue with me when I rule on the objection. All right. The state will give its one word or statement. If it's self-evident to the court, I don't need the parties to even say much at all. But that's primarily why your objections based on hearsay. There was one I sustained because it was in fact calling for hearsay. When a witness has knowledge, hold on, when a witness is not asked to say what another person has said, assuming there's no exception that applies or it's just not hearsay under the rule, and they have otherwise personal knowledge about something, they can provide that answer. So I'm hoping that's helpful to you as you formulate your objections. Of course, I'll keep ruling on them. I just ask that when I rule on them, you not interpose the same objection before the witness has answered. And I say it's overruled, person may answer. Your objection stands. It's noted. It doesn't need to be said again.
I'm not informed. I don't understand how someone can testify to things being told in the hospital. They're not a family member, a parent, or anything. So how would they know what injuries someone would have, how would that information be disclosed to someone without being a parent or a direct relative? That would be hearsay.
So again, people can testify based on personal knowledge. What's hearsay is when it comes into court and they say, so and so told me. They say, I was told. Or again, I think you're confusing personal knowledge with hearsay. So you can question people on how they knew that information, but you do that at your peril, because if you open the door for them to tell you how they know, then potentially hearsay is going to come in. So with that, I just wanted to give you that information. I can't obviously further explain to you, sir, other than to say ignorance of the law is not something you can use as a valid kind of defense, or you keep saying, I don't understand.
I don't.
You did this of your own free will. You waived your right to an attorney, and the ignorance that you claim is not valid at this point, sir. So
I also
with that,
altered that contract, Your Honor. You accepted the contract in the way that I sent it back to you. Now let's
sir,
be
we don't have
fair.
a contract together. The contract
We do
was
not.
being
You're right.
misapplied in this circumstance. All right, we are in recess. I'll see everyone. Let's be back at 1:30. Thank you, everyone.
So I played that. So you can understand what she was trying to tell him. Okay? She was trying to tell him several things. One, you need to read the statute book. There's rules, and I told y'all with the rules, there's exceptions and exclusions and shit, right? You have to know that. You can't go off all willy nilly and shit and thinking that, oh, you can do this, you can do this, you can do this, whatever. Because there are rules, there are laws and things that prohibits you to do a lot of shit. If they weren't in place, then the law would probably be unfair to either side, right? Or it could be unfair to both sides. So you just can't march someone in and sit them on the stand and just ask them every question you want to ask them in an effort to raise reasonable doubt. You can't even get every kind of character witness you want in an effort to make the court see you in a different light. They have to be testifying to specific things, right? So a lot of times people say, well, he only had 5 people or whatever. Yeah, because most likely probably other people didn't have nothing to say with regards to the elements and things of that nature. They didn't have anything to do with that. So they wouldn't be considered evidence. Testimony is evidence. And then for character witness, which is evidence, just evidence of your character, they have to speak to certain things. They just can't get up there and say, yeah, that's a good person. No. So, so it's not as easy as some people would have you believe it is. It's just not that easy. And just like she told Mr. Brooks, who's representing himself, to get familiar with the law, read the books. The same thing I told Levi. You got to read the motherfucking rules and regulations, and then you'll see what the parents can say and what they can't say, and if they can even be a witness at all, and if so, as to what. And then if you get them up there, will you be opening the door? Because you do know that, yeah, they may be up there talking about just whatever, just say whatever you think you can get them on the stand to talk about. You're doing all the prosecution is going to go up there because you open the door and question them and ask them questions that will make the jury also think, huh, in favor of their side. They're going to first explore why they are even up there talking to somebody's parents, which is going to confirm something that's written in one of those goddamn charges is that the person was a minor. So that's why I be like, listen, get to the shit, the real shit, or move the fuck on. Move on. That's what I'm saying. I didn't know that this particular shit here was going to bring about so many I don't know. I don't know. So I say so much confusion. So many scholars of the streets, scholars of the law, scholars of this, scholars of that. I didn't know that. And that's fine because we need all of that in this world, right? I think the world works best when we have everybody represent, right? This works best. It's like a census, right? You gather information, it, it be demographics or what have you, and they say they implement programs and can do case studies and research and all that stuff based on that information, right? That's um, gained from census, right? So just in my hey shorty, just in my belief system that you need all of that. You need it all, okay? Because if we run this world based on two or three sets of ideals from two or three types of people and their personalities and shit, we in big trouble. All right, that's just my opinion. So we need it all. I didn't know it was going to take this kind of shape, you know. And I'm never saying that you aren't allowed to disagree. That's not what I'm saying. But sometimes you got to understand when you disagreeing with the person or with the actual fucking reference, right? If a person is referencing the law, then you disagreeing with the reference, not the person. If I'm referencing something that happened in sports, you disagreeing with something that happened in sports, not with the person. Why you got to shoot the motherfucking person? Go out there and shoot the reference, right? That's all I'm saying. So I don't know why. So I'm never gonna move off my position. I'm never going to agree the way you want me to agree. I'm never going to say it the way you want me to say it. I'm going to say it the way I think it's right. That's it. I'm not going to agree with no name calling. I'm going to agree with saying it the way I think it should be said, the way that it is, not the way that you want it to be, the way that it is. And if it goes against me, then it does. But I'm going to say the way that it is. That's not only how I was raised, but that's what I believe in. Say the way that it is. I don't say shit. Just don't say shit. You know? But I get it. I get it. And with men, it's so difficult. Oh my God. I feel like, woo, woo. Because you have some men that maybe have been in some circles where they are the smartest purple. Oh, thank you, Purple Purple. You always help me make that $100 a month, child, to get a YouTube check. But listen, you have some men that men are, and I'm not saying women aren't, but we're just talking about men right now, right? Bash their ass. You have men that are so um, ego driven and strong in their belief and this, that, and the third, whatever. And they believe, baby, they shit don't stink. And you can't tell them shit. And especially if you a motherfucking woman, because you got some men and some women that believe that you are I guess sub to a man. You understand what I'm saying? You are beneath them or whatever. I wasn't raised like that. Now I understand the Bible have some references that would say that, suggest that, and I get that. But you do also know that, yeah, I mean, everybody don't agree with everything in the Bible. So so I think I'm able to pick and choose with what I agree with. Okay. And I'm sorry, Lord, if that's something you put out. But listen, I'm sorry, don't get me. Because you know my heart is pure. I just believe in just being a good person, and whether you're a man or woman, whatever. Just being a good person, having the right idea, and being, having the correct ideas and shit like stuff like that. I believe that, listen, that should be okay. Lord have mercy. But though, and then you get in a lot of trouble with these guys. Some of them anyway. That have that whole thing, and I'm kind of wondering, because some of them go about it so strong. Some of them go as far as building, cultivating them cults and shit, and then some of them, cults of servants and shit like that. Whatever. That one is it inferiority complex? Because some people don't even take your information if you're a woman. What kind of shit is that? That's why any chance I get, and he said I can. And the see the thing about it, women, I can. And you got to understand, you can too. If you know you smarter than their ass and they want to come at you with that anger, wear their motherfucking ass out. Make their ass think they on a motherfucking round of Jeopardy. A motherfucker. Yeah. Yeah. Tell them, show them just how dumb they are. You might be able to beat my ass in an arm wrestle, motherfucker, but you can't beat me on this goddamn test. How about that? Yeah. Wear they motherfucking ass out and let them know that at no motherfucking time will I ever serve your motherfucking ass, motherfucker. Yeah, fuck them and the motherfucking thoughts they have of that stupid shit. You got me fucked up. I'd be the dummy if I follow your dumb ass idea. I'd be the dummy. How about that? Oh, I had to come back to myself. I got to come back. Yes. Forget that. Put that in the motherfucking air. How about that? I'm gonna make sure you know you're a goddamn dummy. When I get finished your motherfucking ass, you'll be looking up motherfucking little known facts and shit to come at my motherfucking ass with just to prove me motherfucking wrong. I'm gonna wear your motherfucking ass out. And don't know nothing about sports. I'm gonna motherfucking take your goddamn manhood. That's the fuck I'm gonna do. Cause you coming with me with some stupid shit. That's the fuck I'm gonna do. That's what the fuck I'm gonna do. I don't give a fuck who don't like it. Got to put up with your dumb ass. My goddamn fault. Shit. Pay attention and goddamn when the people teach you. Hell. And when what they don't teach you, goddamn go find out. Hell. Got to go through all that just because your ass one gender and you another. What kind of shit is that? I don't like no dummy in any gender. I like the most people I get along with, whatever. We be like, okay. Let's put our heads together and figure it out. We figure it out and we get the fuck on. And I'm trying to tell you, I find that more dealing with black men. Because white men, I'm talking about, because I deal with white men on jobs, whatever. I think I've had 3 black men that was over me. And that was kind of short lived because I, you know, went on to other positions. But I think 3 women, no, 4. Edgar, James, Michael I said that man's name. And not the agent y'all think about, another agent. And I didn't have those issues with them. I say that. I didn't have those issues with them. Mr. Adrian, it kind of got, sometimes you couldn't tell him something or whatever. He want to figure it out himself, all that bullshit, whatever, waste time. I don't know, you go ahead and waste time. When the white people come and knock on your motherfucking door, you go right ahead. You keep figuring it out. I'm be out somewhere. I'm going to lunch about 2 hours and a half. So, but other than that, they'll be like, you know, gathering whatever. But let me tell you, and the fake ass girlfriend could tell you this because we worked together for a good bit of the time when I was we were doing corporate management, right, which encompassed legal and this and that and whatever. From legal all the way down to fulfillment, to be actually honest. And those white people, I'm trying to tell you, like Buick, Air Miles, Zephyr Hills, Reebok, especially Reebok. Reebok was my dedicated split. So that was my first main priority. And the rest of them were like up under. Um, those white people, let me tell you something. Those white men, especially Buick, when Buick would come on their visits, all men. And I never forget, Mr. Isaac said when we was going to that meeting, he said, Angie, don't go in there and say nothing to them people. I said, I'm not. So I'm not gonna say nothing. And they asked the question. And I just raised my hand and I started talking. And I was just telling them, hey, kind of like you paying us a whole lot of money, and I don't know what you get, what the service you get, to be honest, because how you have it structured is that when those people, you know, call in or whatever, they're calling in because they are ready to buy. And the specs you have, and you got the so the legal notice is okay, and this is okay, whatever. But I'm talking about the specs you have and all that. It's a whole bunch of stuff I was telling, whatever. And when I tell you moving back out there to that floor, when I tell you that white power, I was telling them stuff on in real time. Boom, boom, boom. There's relaying it up to their team, and they were changing it based on what I was saying. Then it would filter through the tech support would have it ran through to our company, and then it instantly be on my computer, on our computer, all our computer where I can see it. And that white man says, "This what you were talking about?" They was changing it just like that. And if you want to know where that term white wheat bread come from, it come from Jacksonville. Uh-huh. Stop playing with me. Whatever fuck with me. So anyway, I mean, of course Buick ain't nothing to do with no white wheat bread, but I'm just saying, when you see breads with the word white wheat on it, it came from Jacksonville off Bay Meadows Road in a think tank. Uh-huh. So anyway, I'm just saying. So I could never, ever play second fiddle when it comes to no thinking shit or just because I'm a female to no goddamn body. That the ideal ain't better than mine or don't have the solution to the goddamn problem. So I think sometimes it comes from some them men build those egos and all that other bullshit from insecurities and an inferiority complex. I really do. All my aunties are strong and they shoot at people and all of that. So I was never taught that. So that's you have the wrong one if you think that I'm gonna be your sub. You're not take you're not talking me into killing nobody. You're not talking me into doing none of that. None of it. Doing nothing fucked up and all that old crazy shit. You're not I'm not following you. Not doing that. I ain't signed up to be no follower. I really ain't signed up to be no leader. But I definitely ain't signed up to be no motherfucking follower. None of that. So um yes. Oh, it did. Oh, okay. I know. Um, Miss Denise. Hey, Miss V. Hey, Stephanie. Hey, Lady Tech. Hey, Karen J. But yeah, but I still love me something Levi now. Don't get it twisted now. Don't get it goddamn twisted. Don't get it twisted. I love me some Levi, but his motherfucking ass is strong minded. Can't tell him shit. There's a lot of you can't tell shit. He ain't the only one. But I'm just saying when it comes to me, mm-mm. When I put on them 6, 7, or 8s, I'm almost as tall as your motherfucking ass. Not ass, but I'm almost. And however, on the flip side, you have a lot of guys, and I've only pretty much have only worked with guys at when you get up beyond the level, okay? Work with guys and whatever. And they tell you that we have you here because of what your head, your brain. We have you here because you're an asset. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of these motherfucking dudes that be thinking all crazy, be thinking and shit, they a motherfucking liability. It ain't my fault that your ass ain't careful or more whatever. You know. And a lot of times, sometimes I leave something fucked up, or I make something fucked up just to make you like a fool because I know you're gonna bite on it. What's up, new black? I'm probably not talking your language, but hey, it is what it is. You ain't got to deal with my ass. But yeah, mm mm. Because here's the thing, right? I'm smart enough to like if somebody else got the answer, whatever. I'm smart enough to let them give me the goddamn answer. I'm gonna let you show me whatever it is to resolve this motherfucker. I don't know where they get that shit from. This is, I don't know. I ain't about got time for that. I be like, you go ahead on and deal with your man issues and shit. Deal with them motherfuckers. Because I don't have them issues. I don't have woman issues. The fuck? Got to sit here all day and shit while you work out your man shit. Huh? Ain't about got time for that. So just know, y'all, if y'all might see me, y'all don't know where y'all might see me at. But just know, any of these goddamn men come at me any kind of motherfucking way on that I am man, I am superior, I am all things, I am God, whatever, I'm gonna wear their ass out. Okay? Because I'm gonna let them know a problem must be you wasn't good enough. Because he created a woman. How about that? Must be you wasn't getting the job done. Because he created a woman. Uh-huh. I'm gonna wear your motherfucking ass out. And a lot of times, right, I be on him, be trying to hold back because I know we got a lot of people with a lot of shit going on. I'm not trying to hurt nobody's feelings. We got a lot of insecure women. We got a lot of all kinds of bullshit. I just be quiet. But I'm gonna stop being quiet. I used to be like, let go on and say it and let you have it, whatever. But over the years, I've learned how to, you know, bite my tongue and shit and be fucking quiet because how somebody's feelings are is more important than what I want to say. Cause let's like like that call I had with my daughter. She was like, "You were hurt. The shit you say, the stuff you say. Maybe that ain't on the call, but she have said you. I mean, we be in tears. And I'm not laughing, but this is how she said it. We be in tears. To be so harsh. I used to be real harsh like that. I really did, but probably like in the last 6 or 7 years, I've learned how to bring it in because other people's feelings are more important on me just letting you know how I feel. But fuck that. Now around here I'm changing back now. Don't get mad at me. I'm just changing back. Cause you have to be stern with these motherfuckers. Cause if not, uh-uh. They're trying kind of goddamn thing. You know what I'm saying? Mm-mm. Can't trust these motherfuckers. You can't trust them. Oh, look, new back, you gonna have to learn how to. I ain't said the judge did nothing to no damn Dana and Levi. I played a recording about what I was trying to tell Levi to get familiar with the rules and regulations and stuff like that of the law, so he can understand. So when he argued his point, he would have more information and to know what is allowed and what's not. You understand what I'm saying? And especially, and I don't understand the point now anyway, where we're here in another quarter, in the what, first in the second quarter, and the shit he's talking about is not gonna help. And I'm trying to show him where it probably wouldn't even help because it wouldn't even been allowed. And then the points that he's trying to argue with me on, he trying to tell me I'm wrong. He's 100% wrong. I can go down the line. That's all I'm just trying to just say. But I played a recording where the lady was telling her a defendant in court. He's Daryl Brooks. He represented himself for what I don't know why, but he represented himself, and she was telling him that he is going to have to get familiar with the rule, the statutory law and stuff like that, right? In other words, the rules and regulations of what govern the whole legal process. There's just reasons why you can't do this and you can't do that and all of that, right? Just can't. And then with now, let me talk about. Let me see. Was that all I had to say? I can go round and round. And so, and with Dana, I was saying Dana did it because passionate fine. I don't know what she talking about. She wanted to take a laugh about that man, honey, who said, "Baby, when I tell you what that man named all viral access, hon, I don't know what he heard about Dana. Baby, maybe he seen some footage where Dana can have 10 full-fledged beefs going at one time. I don't give a fuck. It don't even look like he's sleeping. He be on your ass." That man's like, "I don't want no problems. Dana, I don't want no problems with you. I ain't trying." I'm talking about, and took the whole lot and lied down. God damn. So now it's all for nothing. The man got to the big stage to tell his story. Ain't nobody was in there but the people from this sector anyway. But at least if it was up, it would have gotten a lot of views. You know what I'm saying? Outside this sector, which I would think that would be the whole point, because the people in this sector already know the story. Now the light is down. I can't see all of it, and it's like it never happened. The fuck? That's some bullshit. Blaming on Dana, Hurricane Dana, coming through the chat. I'm serious. That man sounded, I have no problem. Like, God, like Dana had a gun on his ass. Because now Dana was up there on that panel looking crazy. Said, look, I'm about to go live. Then I'm about to go live. That man was like, fuck that shit. That man was like, fuck that shit. That man got 165,000 subscribers. That man said, fuck that shit. He don't want no problems with Dana. He must have not seen Dana's work. What? The Beef King? Oh my God. Hey, Sandra. Honey, he was crazy. I can't no, I don't no, Levi wasn't just a Debo and DJ. I don't know when you came in with it or whatever, but when Levi came out, Levi was talking, just talking about the case. He wasn't fucking with nobody. He was turned to the side talking about the case in his kitchen. He wasn't fucking with nobody. And um I don't know if the Dollar for the King came before Debo Nim's rallies. Let me see. I think so. Yeah, it did. Dollar for the King. Levi came out with Dollar for the King, and Dana joined that effort, right? And then they started talking about, Debo and them started talking about the Dollar for the King and whatever, or trying to figure out if it was legit or whatever kind of bullshit, whatever. By that time, Dana had done fell out with some of the close people to R. Kelly, whatever, some of the people that went up there to visit him or whatever went on in Chicago. I ain't trying to rehash that because I wasn't there and I don't know. And so by that time they were mad at Dana. So if Dan and Levi or have joined up to do some work or whatever to raise money, of course the motherfuckers that don't like you, guess what they're gonna do? Talk about your ass. That's how it works around here. Whether it's legit or not, whether it's right to talk about your ass or not, they're gonna do it. So then that's what happened. So then the spawn went back and forth with them. But no, Levi was he was talking to the goddamn side of his talking to the camera. He wasn't fucking nobody. And that's what happened, right? So they just start going back and forth. And y'all got to know that whether y'all like whether who you like or whatever, you do know the people you do like start shit. You might only see the response as being, fucked up or whatever, but you do know the people that you like start shit. And if you look introspectively into these people, right, you will see where they are more likely to start shit because they have a history or life of being a misfit. Okay. Normally misfits and people like that fuck with others. Okay. That's just what it is. You have to do your history. I heard, what's up, Star Rub? My Star Rub. Star. Oh, my starer. But yes, I love seeing my star around so much. I love seeing my star around. But so that's just what I mean. Now you can go check the timeline. But so like for instance, I heard, and I mean, I was looking at this video, and I heard something I didn't hear, or whatever. And I ain't starting no shit, whatever. And I think it's what this lady said. She said that me and well, she said that Boom Boom and myself and I were bullies. Hmm? How the fuck I'm gonna be a bully when I'm responding to a motherfucker that come fucking with me? And just because my response was maybe worse or whatever, that don't make me a bully. The motherfucker who started with me, you should consider them the bully. Huh? Like somebody is running around these streets fucking with people. No. That's never been in my DNA, and it never will be. If you fuck with me, I might decide to fuck with you back. Now, how I do it, I mean, it just depends. I don't get it. And then, and if you like all the people that's fucking with me or whatever, then of course you gonna feel that way. But that ain't that way. It's like I ain't never said shit about your ass. But you can join and amen all that shit about me. Now, if I start on your motherfucking ass, any of you motherfuckers, you ain't gonna like it. Because it's gonna be embarrassing. I will do it. I will send your motherfucking feelings to the motherfucking graveyard before you get there. But I'm a woman. And I know about sad bitches like you. One thing about it, even with, let me tell you something. With when I was ganging, I told you how the girl, okay, the three kids I saved, their mother, how she jumped on one of the girl that was hanging with us. She wasn't in our gang, but she was hanging with us. How she jumped on her because she let this girl punk her ass and we was at the pool. She's that girl, her mama slapped the shit out of that girl. Told me, don't you, and was shaking her. Don't you ever let nobody talk to you that way and do that shit, whatever. And then they had to go on a high speed chase. But don't you ever do that. We don't tolerate no kind of motherfucking weakness or no sad bitch shit. We don't do that. You can't fuck with us. That's in my ganging culture or my normal people culture. I don't fuck with you. The saddest motherfucker I dealt with, and that's probably because I known I fucked with her since I was a child. Y'all know what I'm finna say. Yvette. Yvette. Okay? And I wouldn't even allow her to be motherfucking weak. I would cuss her motherfucking ass out. Okay? Till she said, one time told me, I mean, this was way after it was too late, that I gave her, made her feel insecure. I gave her an insecurity complex or some shit like that. That was the beginning of the end, baby. Because I would tell her how she let these men do her and whatever. It's going to be a repeated shit with these motherfuckers. Nobody do you like that. Fuck them. But she always rolled with my motherfucking ass, and whatever groups she wanted to be part of or know whatever, I let her. Okay, they would know her from hanging around me or whatever. I met some of her friends or whatever, but then when I met them, they um most of them, half of them ended up wanting to ditch her and hang with me. I was like, oh hell no, crazy shit. But I just I can't. You can't fuck. I can't roll with you weak. I can't. I can't do it. I can't roll with you being a hoe. Mm-mm. Cause that group, that man and his group of friends, he gonna think we all hoes. Can't do that. No, no, Miss V. Listen, Dana. Listen, Dana is one person. He has carried on beefs with strong individuals at one time. Okay, ain't nothing sad or pathetic about that. When you can do that, you can handle your motherfucking own. You best believe that. And I ain't just saying it because I done had battles with the motherfucker. Okay, I'm just telling you from what I goddamn observe. I know strong from weak. And I'm trying to tell you, they be on shit. They be forming motherfucking goddamn all-star teams to get my ass. Hey, and I would feel, listen, I feel real bad if they didn't. Shit, you better goddamn strengthen up. Hell, you better goddamn get some what shit, that bullshit. Yeah, that shit out of him. But not you, Miss V. I'm just saying. I'm right now. I'm thinking about somebody goddamn blocking the ball and shit. Get that shit out of here. That's what they be saying on the court. Get that shit out of here. You know. But yeah, mm-mm. That's what they be saying. There be some strong ass in the business. It takes a strong one to stand on what they believe in and fuck having friends and all of that. Fuck having these motherfucking sometime and ass friends on this goddamn on these YouTube streets. That's crazy. They just like the motherfucking wind. Whatever the wind blow, that's who they are okay with. Side with them. I need some people in the chat. I need some people to take my side. I need some people to support me. Whatever they need. Yeah. I'll never be like that. Fuck that. They were talking about, you got into it, everybody. I ain't get into it, every motherfucking body. You come with some fuck shit. And I feel like it's fuck shit. And I feel like telling you as such, that's what it is. Now, if you don't like it, you can go wherever you want to go. It's not a paid service. Even if it was. Listen, goddamn well I don't give a fuck about no fucked up ass people, friends and shit on YouTube if I don't left real money on the motherfucking table. Because the deal wasn't right. Give a fuck. That's money. You crazy? Are you crazy? I'm just not like that. And thank God. And I like to find like-minded people who are about the principles. Who don't do fuck shit for fucked up ass reasons. I don't give a fuck who it's for. It got to be a better way. And when you don't think first about that better way and you go to the second way or the fucked up way or gender or whatever it is, I got a problem with that. I already know you fucked up. You're a fucked up individual. I ain't gonna per se do nothing to you, whatever, or whatever. I know that you belong where you are. I don't fuck with people like that. Mm-mm. I don't got to. We can be cool. We cool and everything. All that type of shit. I ain't got to. And a lot of people think that when I say or when somebody say, I don't fuck with you like that or whatever, that means that you got to be beefing with that person or mad or whatever. No. Hey, whatever, cool, ride or whatever. Mm-mm. But I don't get caught up in your life and your lifestyle. I don't get caught up in that because I know you're not about principles. You're not about what's right. You could be about what's right now and could be about other bullshit or whatever. It's just not like that. Now, some people change. Well, when people change, it'll be evidence of that change, and I'll be the first one to notice it. Other than that, I mean, you think I'm gonna be in a argument, whatever, with people and all kinds of beefs and shit, then we be okay. Then we go out. Well, I go over to your house. You offer me something to drink or eat, and I take it. No, I take it. None of that. You best believe. Everybody know where I am. Everybody. Every motherfucking body know where my motherfucking ass is. I don't play them type of games. I ain't that stupid. I just look that way. What's good? What's good with it, Tank Head Killer? What's good with it? Yeah. So, but anyway, what I was saying. But yeah. Oh. So anyway, so I mean, uh-uh, you have to have a mind of your own, and I'm telling you, and this is what I know for sure. You might not think so or whatever, but I know that as long, I know y'all get tired of me saying this, as long as you are a good person, you're more likely to make the right choices, the smart choices, and you normally stay out of the way of bullshit. You normally won't fall that far from grace. If you do, people know that you're good people, and some people will pick your ass up because you don't be out there with that fuck shit. No, you don't do people wrong. 9 out of 10 times, wrong won't be done to you. Cause notice, you know how them rappers and stuff be out here and be with the shooting and all of that shit, whatever. How do they most likely die? End up getting shot. Cause they in that type of life. You understand what I'm saying? I like peace, happiness, joy, and to see everybody, whatever. I've never been a jealous person of nothing or nobody. Are you fucking kidding me? See, a lot of times, some people like think that enjoyment is being a millionaire and having this, having that, whatever. And a person like me is in enjoyment is just having what I enjoy. You know what I'm saying? What I enjoy might be worth just $10. And if I never gone without that, enjoyment, I've enjoyed, y'all understand what I'm saying? So, so it's whatever you enjoy. I'm very simple, complex, but very simple. But yeah, mm-mm. That's just, I've never been a dumb person. Uh, Naive in some situations, yeah. Uh-uh. And I've never been naive on these motherfucking streets. I can see bullshit when it's coming. Because I'm going to look at from which it comes. I'm going to always, I'm never going to abandon it. How I was, the teachings I got from how I was raised, in school, on the job, wherever. I don't give a fuck what y'all think or whatever. I know what it is. And nobody gives a fuck about people that's not genuine. You understand what I'm saying? So what the fuck I'm gonna give a fuck about? I don't give a fuck. Fuck you gonna do? You ain't gonna make my dreams motherfucking come true by getting close enough so you can do something about it. You don't make my dreams come true. So what the fuck? You know? Mm-mm. You better know about goddamn enjoying your goddamn self. Oh, DB, you love me. Oh, I love you too. Oh, DB always loves me. Mm-hmm. But yes, honey, you got to be. I'm telling you, you got to understand. You can't find your joy in others, baby. You got to find your joy in yourself. If not, you don't think that? People will let you down every goddamn time they get a chance. And anytime you got the option to do the right thing, and you pick the wrong thing all the goddamn time, child, your ass ain't fit for consumption. I'm trying to tell you. Y'all better get y'all shit together in y'all head. Hold on. Let me handle something. Yeah. Anyway, motherfuckers, goddamn stupid motherfuckers. God damn. If what I'm saying, you know, is whatever, then it is whatever. The fuck? These people really think that there ain't no men around in your life or whatever. What? You can handle that. Like, stop fucking with me on stupid shit, straight up. God damn. Listen, if you're a female and you feel a way about what I've said tonight, fuck you. You're a male. You feel a way what about I said tonight, fuck you too. The fuck you gonna do? Get to that part. Cut all the other shit out and get to that part. Or get to the part where you just do it on YouTube. Get to that part. God damn. Lord have mercy. Oh Lord, let me get the trunk before I go fucking off. I mean, what kill me? People do shit to your motherfucking ass. And they just it's supposed to be like they just do shit to your motherfucking ass and it stops there. No, it don't. Unless the other person wants it to stop there. Because I'm the type of person, if I do some shit to somebody, I know that most likely they're gonna do some shit to me. It might be over and over again, but I started it. Ah, god damn. Hold on. Okay. Anyway, so wait a new black panther happy has always been fucked up. The area, whole area around it. So anyway, listen. So anyway, what I'm saying is this: just try your best to be a good person, and I'm telling you, you're most likely to make the best decisions, and you'll fare a lot better than in this world. When you're a motherfucker that wake up, because you got some evil motherfuckers that wake up, and their whole plan is how to fuck over somebody, how to do wrong. And they usually end up in that kind of predicament, right? You have like with cheaters and shit. Just take for instance a lot of people that be cheating and shit. Sometimes they end up with some hot grits on their ass, shot up or fucked up, or some of them women get some of them diseases and shit and whatever. There's a whole bunch of shit be going on. You just got to end up trying to be a good goddamn person. Like, and so that brings me to my next person who I really want to talk about, that goddamn Donald Trump. 4 indictments. Now, I do believe, and everybody believes, that this is what politically motivated. This is an overkill. But when I look at some of the things that he's been charged with, I don't see how he's going to be able to get out of certain things, right? So, which is going to mean that he most likely would be convicted of something. It might not be the most serious of crimes, but it's going to be of something. And that, I don't know if I want to say, okay, I can say it's fair because, hey, they would charge anybody when you break a crime. So why should he be excluded? Then I can say it's not fair because I know that this is politically motivated. It's just they gunning for him, And I need to look at something real quick because I need to see. Hold on, let me look at this up. Okay. So listen, there are no legal obstacles to running for president as a convicted felon or even from behind bars. Let me see. Can he? Wait a minute. Sure, yeah, he can still be the president. So now this is again gonna be all for nothing. God damn. Do they think that maybe they'll drain his pockets? But the people, the candidates run, raise money all the time. So let me read this to y'all. Let me read just a brief synopsis of his 4 indictments, right? It says, for the first 234 years of the nation's history, no American president or former president had ever been indicted. That changed this year. Former President Donald Trump has been charged in 4 criminal cases over 4.5 months in span. In, a, in I'm sorry, 4 criminal cases over a 4.5 month span. In New York, he faces 34 felony counts in connection with hush money payments to a porn star. In Florida, he faces 40 felony counts for hoarding classified documents and impeding efforts to retrieve them. In Washington, D.C., he faces 4 felony counts for his efforts to overturn the 2020 election. And in Georgia, he faces 13 felony counts for his election interference in that state. And here is another another example. Don't do shit and then don't expect, so you won't expect shit in return. That's what I'm saying. A lot of people do all kinds of bullshit and they expect it to be smooth sailing and nobody to either say nothing or come and motherfucking re- return on your motherfucking ass. That's just not how it is. And then when you return on their motherfucking ass, and they come at your ass. You're like, but you the one started it. Like, I don't understand none of that. What they say, don't start, now won't be nothing. Choose another choice. Now he got 4 motherfucking indictments. And with others. The fuck? So, as far as his January 6th insurrection case, they say the strength of that case is that Trump's effort to subvert the election were extensive, well documented, and largely in public view. He and his allies spread lies about voter fraud and stoked the protest that led to the January 6th attack, right? So that's the strength of that case, meaning that it was all in the open. They got it on tape. Okay, they're gonna march those tapes of him, what it was said, what the people that was in the insurrection said, and all of that. They're gonna march that in court to support their case. So it's gonna be kind of hard to get around it. Also, many of the top aides in Trump administration testified to the grand jury, giving investigators remarkable insight to what was happening privately in Trump's orbit during the critical 2-month period and perhaps providing important evidence about Trump's state of mind. Pence, who resisted Trump's pressure to try to annul the election results on January 6th, was the most notable witness. Others included Trump's former chief of staff, Mark Meadows, his White House counsel, Pat Cipollone, his national security advisor, Robert O'Brien, and his senior policy advisor, Stephen Miller. The weakness of that case is that Trump may argue that his statements about the 2020 election was protected by the First Amendment, or that in challenging the election, he was merely relying on the advice of lawyers. Okay. And that way he's pretty much denying, like, ignorance of the law, right? Well, I just played the clip where they said ignorance of the law is not a defense, but he can make that impassioned statement in front of a jury, right? And in that case, maybe reasonable doubt about his intent would be a factor there. And it says a president seeking to impede the peaceful transfer of power is unprecedented in American history, and the attempt to hold him legally accountable is similarly unprecedented. Some of the legal theories that prosecutors may rely on, like applying the conspiracy against rights statute to the context here, may raise novel issues that have rarely been tested in court. So when there are certain when it's stated like that, a lot of times when like old laws and you know old issues, and I should say antiquated issues and things like that, sometimes when they play into court, because of the unfamiliarity to those laws and issues and things of that nature, most times the jury don't even understand it, and they don't understand, they've never heard of it before and all of that, and it's a lot. It creates more work for the prosecutors to do to make it um a big enough issue that the jury would say, well, okay, that would they say, oh, this is something that is that's bad for America, bad for Americans. He did such a bad thing here. You know what I'm saying? That he should be found guilty and so on and so forth, whatever. It could play in the jury's mind that, you know what, this ain't even, worth even goddamn deciding. You know what I'm saying? So that's going away from the jury instructions, but still, that's what they're trying to convey here. When it comes to the Georgia election interference case, the strengths of that case is Trump's efforts to undo the Georgia results were based on blatant falsehoods and were largely conducted out in the open. His phone call to Spurger was recorded, right? Which means that, again, this was played out in the open, all right? So they have all of that evidence. Plus, that phone call he was on with that man was recorded, and they put that out. Also, 8 Republican activists who falsely claimed to be the state's presidential electors for Trump have taken immunity deals and have agreed to cooperate with Willis. So I guess Willis is the let me see who Willis is. Was Willis the DA? The prosecution is Jack Smith. Who is Willis? I don't know who Willis is. But so if they're talking about people or cooperating, that's bad. Okay, that means that they have people that are probably gonna testify against you or have already offered up some type of evidence against your motherfucking ass. Okay. Of course, that's bad. It says the weakness of the case is a local prosecutor charging a former president with election interference is unprecedented in American history. Trump may claim he is immune from being prosecuted for actions he took while he was still president. Okay, so we know that presidents have certain protections. I don't know exactly what they are right off the top of my head, and I ain't look up, and I'm not looking them up, but he could claim that, right? Don't know if that would be a legal defense, but he can claim it. And if he can, if let me see, would that defense be okay? Um, probably, probably. It says also another weakness is Trump might argue that his statements about the Georgia results are protected by the First Amendment amendments, or that he lacked criminal intent because he genuinely believed he won the election. Okay, so remember on the first one, I was saying that was me saying, about the intent. Here they put it in this Georgia case. I'm reading off of something, and they said that his intent. So again, when you're defending someone, just like the prosecutors can argue intent or what have you, as a defense attorney, you can also talk about your client's intent. Now, you can kind of string along the fact that he don't know the law and this, that, and the third, because he's not an attorney or whatever. He didn't um talk to his attorney, his attorneys about this before whatever took place or whatever. So his intent wouldn't have been supported by knowledge, as well as he just didn't know what he was doing. Okay. He didn't know, he just thought that he can do this, that, whatever, and he wasn't breaking the law. And I don't know with those particular charges in Chicago if let me see, let me look at them real quick. Solicitation. Yeah, intent was going to come into play somewhere in his charges. I'm looking at them. This is the one. This is the RICO solicitation of a violation of oath by public officer. Yeah, intent is going to be this conspiracy, forgery in the first. Yeah, intent gonna be on false statements. Filing false documents. Yeah, intent gonna be all through there. So I haven't looked at the indictment yet, but intent is going to play in the background. Okay, now this is the case What is this one? This is the case out of Florida. The documents, the classified documents. Let's see. The strengths of this case is that most legal experts, including conservatives, have described Smith's indictment as laying out an exceptionally persuasive case. It contains evidence from Trump's own statements, including one caught on tape, that he knew he was not authorized to retain classified material, but did so anyway. And we know about persuading briefs and things of that nature because you've been over here with me. So you know about that. It says evidence of obstruction, including obstructing his aides to move boxes around or destroy security footage, and apparently suggesting to his lawyer that he concealed documents from the FBI is similarly compelling. Also, Trump also seems to have publicly admitted that he knowingly held onto the documents after he left the White House. During a CNN town hall in May 2023, Trump said he took the documents because he was allowed to. In fact, the Presidential Records Act makes clear that presidential documents are property of the federal government, not an outgoing president, and multiple federal laws tightly control how classified documents can be viewed and stored. The weakness of the case, it says, while he was president, Trump had broad authority to declassify documents. If Trump could show that he declassified the records at issue before he left the White House, he may be able to undermine the charges. To date, however, there is no evidence that Trump did so. Well, says the prosecution may have received an unlucky break when the case was assigned to Judge Aileen Cannon, a Trump appointee who has a history of issuing rulings that are highly favorable to Trump. She will have broad authority over both the pace of the proceedings and a slew of pretrial litigation, such as potential disputes over whether information obtained from Trump's lawyers can be admitted into evidence. Well, whatever's admissible, she has to admit. Whatever inadmissible, she can't admit. So I guess he'll get, they're saying he might can get a break there. And let's see, the last one is the hush money case. The strengths of this case is that Cohen, the man who arranged the hush money payments, has turned against Trump. He is likely to testify for the prosecution. Also, prosecutors have evidence of other hush money payments that Trump arranged over to cover up damaging stories in the run up to the 2016 election. That suggests a coordinated effort to help his campaign rather than merely to avoid personal embarrassment. A key issue that could determine whether the Daniels payoff violated election law. Weakness of the case: elevating the business records charges into felonies by linking them to an underlying federal election violation would be a novel legal theory that would test the interaction of state and federal laws. Also, another weakness that Trump's legal team may portray the Daniel payoff as a private matter and the charges themselves as technical bookkeeping violations, too insubstantial to justify criminal charges against a former president. So that's kind of like what I said earlier, right? That wasn't read there. That's what I added there, is that when laws and issues and matters that's put on the records of the court comes into play, a lot of people be like, huh? You know, I know what the jury charge says, but you know what? This is bullshit. I'm gonna drop the link. Yeah, so let me just drop this link real quick. Um, yeah, yeah, Karen. They are scared and shit. I mean, hell, I won't be. I don't blame them. Cause listen, just to be honest, Biden didn't do a good job. I'm still waiting to find out what did he do. I know he tried to do, something here or there, but that shit got shot down. I mean, and then I don't know. And then his son. I mean, of course, he's not responsible for what his son did, but he tried to act like his son didn't do anything, which wasn't cool. Because we do know that his son did something. He accepted responsibility for it, right? I just don't know. Okay. I don't know. But yeah, so we got an open panel. Y'all can talk about anything. I don't care. I don't care. But see, that's an example I'm talking about. Like Trump, right? He had an option in a lot of these situations he's done been in. Now these are the ones that we know that rises to the criminal level. So they say, right? But we know he's been in other bullshit. And where he had the chance to be a good person, do what's right, not do all this shit. You know what I'm saying? He did total opposite. And now look where we at with some bullshit. You understand what I'm saying? Look where we at. Do I think he will go to jail? Star is kind of unless they cut him a break and say, I believe he's gonna be found guilty on some of this stuff because I got all four indictments, all four of them, not four, four, and it's kind of hard to see just the okay, the Georgia one alone. I'm gonna tell you, the Georgia one is the RICO. With that, what makes that especially difficult is because unlike the Kale situation, with this one, it's other people indicted with him. Let me put this up here. It's other people indicted with his ass. When you got other people indicted with you, you're responsible in a RICO. You're responsible for what they did. Yeah. Let me see if this is. Yeah, you're responsible for what they did. And the connections are there and all of that. You understand what I'm saying? So it's kind of hard. We're in a RICO, and you talk, dealing with conspiracy and all of that. It's kind of hard to find one guilty and not find all you guilty, because you got to really show that other one, other people, the other persons didn't have anything to do with the alleged behavior. And with the RICO, you may have performed one of the duties that you didn't even know that was illegal, but because you performed it, your ass getting got too. Appreciate y'all hanging on in there with me. Yeah, so he had got the violation of the Georgia's RICO Act. They got solicitation of violation of oath by public officer. Like what is that solicitation? Got false statements and writings. Got that twice. Another solicitation of violation of oath officers. Got that a few times. Impersonating a public officer. Lord. Conspiracy to commit impersonating a public officer. Forgery in the first degree. Conspiracy to commit forgery in the first degree. Solicitation of violation of oath by public officer. Filing false documents. Influencing witnesses. Conspiracy to commit computer invasion of privacy. Oh, that's a good one. Conspiracy to defraud the state. Oh, conspiracy to commit computer trespass. Oh, conspiracy to commit computer theft. Conspiracy to commit election fraud. Influencing witnesses. Perjury. And so you look at and you look at the charges, and the elements aren't going to be that difficult to prove. Hold on, I want to see something. Damn, but to go to jail though, and it's like, mm, are they trying to run his pockets? I don't know what they're trying to do. Mess up his character. Maybe they're trying to. Oh, you know what? Let me think. Let me say this. Like the Stormy Daniels thing, that's a smear campaign because that includes what you were cheating on one of them wives or something. That can be out or whatever, just based on the time or whatever. That looks bad. Being a whatever he gets convicted of, whether it be a thief or whatever, that looks bad. Maybe it's just to, fuck up his character and stuff like that. Because the thing says he can still run and be elected. I'm trying to get some. Engineer, okay, what to say, accused of individual persons concerned. Critical law care of. I'm trying to see the crimes that were committed that had something to do with the computer. You charged with okay, accused individual as a person concerned in the commission of a crime and together with the unindicted co-conspirator in the county of Fulton and state of Georgia on between the first day unlawfully conspired to use a computer with knowledge that such was without authority and with the intention of taking and appropriating information, data, and software, the property of the manual voting system. Oh, so they was putting shit, sending shit different places. Instead of taking a Okay, what's the other one? Ooh, see, new black, following these old goddamn men. Following these goddamn men. See what happened? Now they looking misty. Her ass in trouble. Following Trump ass. You gonna lead me to the goddamn water. Tell me to drink it, I'm gonna drink it. Like Jim Jones. I'm gonna say, no, Mr. President. I'm looking at these charges real quick. Wait, mm, so this is going to be different. Unindicted. And so there's unindicted co-conspirators in this shit too. See, some of these charges, especially in here, the Georgia one, it's gonna be hard to get them up under. It's especially the charges that's dealing with the computer, right? Some of that is regarding taking stuff from the computer and without permission. So that's easily be proven. Did you take it with the permission from the person that you're supposed to get permission from? They gotta prove yes or no. If it's no, your ass in trouble. And the damn the elements are just that easy. Yeah, possibly no. What's up, Sam Miguel? Hey, Jay Bennett. What's up, Karen J? You thought Robert Blakely wrote the RICO law? Stan pointed it out last night. Real quick, they had no deals with Trump. Oh, y'all ain't having major goddamn political conversation. Yes, honey, I get the good people over him. Y'all can carry the check. 'Cause I can't scroll up to see what y'all talking about. Jump in it. Mm-mm. So, like I said, I'm not a Trump supporter. I'm not. Do I think that, to me, this is kind of cheating in the. I don't like that. If he did wrong, yes, I get that. And they say that I don't have I can't think outside of the legal realm. Yes, I can. I can think as a outside of all of that. I can. I'm doing it now. I do it all the time. I think that yeah, 2 acts in 10 years. But I see. But here's the thing, right? If they're just trying to block him from becoming a president, I think that's cheating. You know what I'm saying? I think that's cheating. Now I know they would have to do it. I think they have to do it before he is elected president. I think that. I don't think that. Wait a minute. No, you can be elected. Wait a minute. You he can't become president then get can it? Well, hold on. I don't remember that. Now I am looking this up. You ever heard people talk about the case with me? Hold on. Wait a minute. I'm trying to get the answer. Let me see. Oh, it says the Supreme Court has never held that a president is what is it? Supreme Court has never held that a president is immune from criminal prosecution. It's the Department of Justice that says that. And because the Department of Justice controls the federal prosecutors, it means that no federal prosecutor, including new special counsel, can prosecute a sitting president. The Office of Legal Counsel in the Department of Justice thinks there's such a rule that rule in the Constitution because it believes criminal indictment and prosecution and of course punishment would effectively incapacitate the presidency. And they further believe it's unconstitutional to incapacitate the sitting president. And that only means by which you can legally incapacitate the president are impeachment, which removes the president from office, or the 25th Amendment, which sidelines an incapacitated president. Does not believe that a state prosecutor or even a federal prosecutor should be able to prosecute the president and eventually put him or her in jail because they don't think the Constitution would allow a local or federal prosecutor to incapacitate the chief executive. Why they wrote that incapacitate so many times? Who wrote this shit? Um. So, what's up, Demetra? I don't think that Oh, thank you, DB. You know, I don't think that he can do that. And then if it comes to the Supreme Court, the Supreme Court is heavily in favor of Trump. So I don't this shit might backfire. This shit might backfire because Trump say every time he gets indicted, his numbers go up. This shit may backfire. Because here's the thing, right? This is what some people don't understand. People that already don't like you, they already don't like you. You know, that number really don't change. If people like you and you If people genuinely like you, and you know Trump had a lot of genuine supporters, okay, that genuine like his ass. I don't think him being indicted and what comes out from these indictments are going to really change too much. Because listen, and we can check that because over the next couple of months, the indictments will have been read and and spoke about all over the news, all over the goddamn internet, and we'll see if his numbers go down. And if his numbers don't go down, then we'll know this is another thing that's all for nothing. Because if people already don't like your motherfucking ass, shit, okay, man, yeah, I don't think they will. This is all for nothing. All for goddamn nothing. Like what the fuck? Mm-mm. I'm just saying, he had an opportunity to do the right thing in so many instances, and apparently he keep doing the wrong shit. And tell you, put in your face that he did it. Yeah, I did it. And huh? I can't. Oh my goodness. Yeah, so this I don't know. A lot of this shit, I just don't see how you can get out of it because it's too easy to prove. See, another thing where they get you, all right, with a lot of these laws are written broad, and the elements are written so simplistic that there is easy to prove. You understand what I'm saying? Just like that herpes thing, right? They don't say, that man wasn't charged with giving someone herpes. He was charged with exposure. Okay, well, exposure to it. All right. First they substantiate that you got it. You got somebody on there that said they didn't, they weren't told that you had a disease. And then you'll have proof that you slept together. That's all you need. And then the story that goes with that. Bam, check that off the list. It's not that hard. That part of it, Um, so like the actions of Demetrius Smith, right, with the forgery shit. Okay, they said they forged the documents or whatever. However, it went down with the public official and stuff like that. All right, you got the public official saying, I think they were given the $500, something like that. Okay, you got that person. You got the documents. You got the person that married him. And it was something else. Boom, check that off the list. It's not that that part of it isn't that hard. It's just convincing the jury, right? And making sure that you have bona fide and certified evidence to support your story. Now, here's the thing, I'm not saying that the evidence is factual or whatever. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm saying if you got some to support your story, because your evidence can be completely false. But do you have it to support your story, your side of the story? You got it, then run with it. That's what they're gonna do. As the mentor told your vote, just as Congress does when they try to pass a law. Oh yeah, in parties where it not debate over BS, but no damn well it doesn't take much to do right. Right, sir, get right. Um, they, my God, they only care to do the right thing for rich people. And I'm saying, yeah. And you got to think about this, right? A lot of what people formulate in their minds, what they think is right, what they think is good, whatever, whatever. A lot of it really mean they're really saying what's good for them, that they think what's good for them should be good for everybody else, and that's not necessarily true. That's why you need somebody who think if they're in that type of capacity, right? Like your managers, this and that, whatever. They need to think about what's good for blank and not themselves, not themselves first. Because when it's one sided like that, uh-uh, it works out for them. It increases their bottom line, whatever their bottom line is. And by your bottom line don't always have to be money. It increases their bottom line. Don't do shit back for yours. A lot of times it adds more work. Like I remember when I had to move around and go over there and help clean up FEMA, right? This one girl said, this one girl Mary. Now Mary was the one that trained me on the area of FEMA, right? Hold on. Trained me in the area. And okay, she trained me in a certain part of it, right? She trained me on the part, just the what which what which ones are the flood zones and this, that, and the third, whatever. I had the legal part of it. She just trained me on the flood zones and stuff like that because I don't know about no goddamn flood zones and this, that, and the third, right? So she was still supposed to do one part of it. I was just supposed to do the legal part of it and the part that uh, affects the people money. So then and this is so crazy to me at that time, because I was thinking it's just more work. But when the cases come in, right? It came in through the mail room. It go to her first. If it's a part in there that she can do without legal, she'll do it. If it's not, then she'll send it all to me. She came and said we had a meeting, whatever, because she felt like that, hey, it should all go to me. And I should do it all because I can do it all anyway. My argument was that's not the only thing I do in here. So why you just can't do your part and then send it on? So, and I guess it was 50-50. Now that I'm just thinking about it, because she's trying to get out because she had other duties to do. She's trying to get out that part of it. And I'm saying, it would be more work on me, but in my capacity, I can kind of tell them, hey, well, I ain't gonna be able to do this and whatever. So push that other work that I was doing off, but I was just gonna, pretty much have a big load with FEMA. So, but she was thinking about herself in that in that instance. What is good for her? She wasn't giving a damn about efficiency or effectiveness in a at the job. She wasn't thinking about none of that. She was thinking about how she can get from up under some of this work. So when people make decisions, sometimes some of them decisions come what's best for them. It's not what's best for all. And a lot of times it fucks you up. Like they making this big old do up about trying to stop this man from being president. But is that best for just the people they empower now, or is that best for America? Now I don't want him as a president, and I'm gonna take his only reason why I think he's off. Think he's off his rocker. I think he's too egocentric. It's a lot, you know what I'm saying? And I think he makes decisions that's best for his ego and all that bullshit and all of that and he want to be in control and in charge and he's very petty, very petty. It's just he's just fucked up individual, and a little crazy. Um, so that's my problem with him. And when you are a ruler of America, you kind of ruler of the world. And I don't want nobody else crazy with the damn codes and shit. You just got to make sound decisions and forge sound relationships. I mean, I think NATO and all. I think all that shit is a good thing to be in. All that type of stuff, whatever. He want to be friends with Putin and shit like that. And Putin may tell that motherfucker to give us some goddamn Jim Jones juice and shit. You know, they kill motherfuckers over there in Russia that don't line up with their uh process. You know what I'm saying? With their political process. Nope. That's my only problem with Trump is that I think he a little off. Yeah, that's my only problem with him. And I need somebody to just do it, just be a little more rational. And then also I think he does anything to forge his agenda, right? I think that he was only appealing to black people, not because he cared, because he needed to vote. And he wanted to be seen as somebody who did something for black, more for black people, whatever. That's why he gave us the shit or whatever. Gave them whatever that he gave them. Shit, I still don't forgot what it was, but he gave them something. Gave them something. He put money. He did put a little bit more money in your pocket. Did that. But I would rather have a safer world, especially a safer America, rather than a couple dollars. Because if America isn't safe, the couple dollars won't matter anyway. Uh he did so much on the border, causing all that havoc on the border and shit, all that old crazy shit. And I believe that racism was emboldened. These people was doing some shit under him that they weren't doing as much of prior to him. Like when Barack was president, yeah, racism got up there, but motherfuckers weren't fucking with you like that. When Trump took over, he was doing all that dog whistling and shit. Them white people heard that call. They was like, I got you. I got you, Trump. You ain't got to spell it out. Biden is old. Biden is real old. Biden is old. Trump is crazy, but Biden is old. But I don't like Biden either, honey. But I didn't really have a choice. Let me tell you. And I was a Hillary girl. Ooh, sorry for smacking. Lord, I put some in my mouth. I couldn't tell certain members of my family that I was in Hillary's camp and not Barack's camp. I surely was. I don't give a fuck. But I love me some Clintons. Yes, honey. What? And then when she lost to Barack, I was like, oh well. I got to come on over here to the Barack camp. I ain't have a choice. I really didn't. So I think, and I was like, and then I wanted her, I was like, at least, Lord have mercy, Barack, please at least make her your VP or something. God damn. You know what I'm saying? Oh man, because I thought she fought hard. Mm-hmm. So, honey, yes. I oh, so ooh, I want to build me one of them wilderness. No, I don't. I don't want to stand no damn wilderness because that some areas around here the houses are too far apart anyway. That's when motherfuckers come up on them goddamn company and kill your ass and people don't find your ass till you nothing but bones. Um, because that some areas around here the houses are too far apart anyway. That's
Oh no, I got
when
it.
motherfuckers come up on them goddamn
I
company and
got
kill your ass and people don't
I
find your
got an
ass till
echo.
you nothing but right. You got me on the background.
Hold on. I mean, I'm in here working, trying to figure this shit out over here. Hold on, give me a second.
Some areas around here the houses are too far apart anyway.
Oh, no, I got it.
Come up on them goddamn
I
company and
got
kill your ass and people don't
I
find your
got an
ass
echo.
till you nothing but right.
Is that better?
Let me see. Uh-uh.
It still
Hold on,
can't
wait a
hear me.
minute.
Wait a minute, it
Wait, it
might be
might be
me.
me. Might be
No,
me.
no, no, it might be me. Hold on, because I'm in this. I'm over here working, trying to figure this. Hold on, it might be me. Yes, it's me. It's me.
Mm-hmm.
That better.
Hello, hello. Yeah, you got it.
Uh, okay. Interesting topic that you have here. When you speak on politics,
Mm-hmm.
you speaking on politics on what your belief system is. Am I correct on that?
Yeah, mainly, yeah. Oh, wait a minute, it's still
Okay.
echoing a little bit.
Oh wow. Let me see. Do
Wait a
I have
minute, it
it?
might be me. It might be me. Hold on. Might be me.
And what's also interesting, this shit is still coming up under damn another damn profile. This is crazy.
You on your phone?
No,
Now it's not echoing. It's not echoing now.
I'm actually on my computer because that's what I'm trying to work on.
But I'm talking about you in here under. Oh, wait a
What
minute. That
what
might be
okay,
your
what am
name.
I under?
hold on. Let me tell you. You are signing under. Speak on it.
That's weird. That's weird. That's weird because okay, I'm gonna have to figure that out. I'm gonna have to figure
Yeah,
that
that's
out.
what I was telling you. Remember, I saying you're gonna have to log out of speaking on your phone.
I'm not. I'm actually not on my phone. I'm actually on the computer because that's why I'm over here trying to figure this out.
You on your computer and you logged in to speak on it. If you came up here on your, did you come up here on your computer?
Yeah, yeah. I'm on my computer because
You on speak on it. You don't have to log out.
okay. Okay. Well, I'm gonna do that at a lot of time.
Right. That's what I'm saying.
It's interesting that you brought up politics in this situation. I mean, I don't think we understand how politics actually works in today's society. I know how we were indoctrinated on how politics actually worked back in the day, but politics works on a whole different facet now because it's something that was interesting that you brought up that he can still run for president even if he's in jail,
Hmm.
convicted. In order for him to be incarcerated, he would have to be convicted, right?
Right. I
But
mean,
he's
well, he
still
can convict him, and he could be sentenced to something. I mean, whatever if the statute don't carry incarceration, and but yeah.
okay. Okay, do explain that. Would you what do you actually mean when the statute does not carry, etc., etc.?
Just say he could be sent. Just say the statute may say from 0 months to 240 months for a particular charge, one of his charges. If the statute don't carry any time, the judge can elect to sentence him to no time or to probation or something like that. Or even if it does carry some type of time, because the sentencing guidelines, I know the federal guidelines are advisory. I don't know if each state guidelines are advisory. If
Well,
they are,
what I'm mainly my main concerns is if conviction, conviction. Well, let's focus on the word conviction without guidelines because we know guidelines apply. Because I seen a quote from him. Even if I'm convicted, I'm gonna still run. I don't
hmm,
know if a lot of people seen that quote from him.
I didn't see that.
Or of course it wasn't from him, it was his representatives because they understand this system. He absolutely had a quote saying, even if I'm convicted, I'm gonna still run for your next elected official, which would mean the presidency.
Hmm.
Now, see, it's very tricky where I'm trying to go here with you guys to make you understand this system and how it's put together and how it works. How could the leader of the free world, as they call it, be convicted on whatever they are charging them with? Because I don't even look at what they're charging them with. And it's a logical reason why I'm not looking at that and not really paying it any mind. I'm looking at the overall come out behind it. Let me ask you a question.
Hmm.
If we was brought up on any charges for stealing a piece of bubble gum, what do you think our percentage would be as being elected as the next what controller of the free world, let alone being a nominee?
0.
Okay. So with that having been said, I want people to really start thinking. If he's able to do this, not only able to do this, the law affords him to do so. This Constitution affords him to do so. What are we living in?
That's crazy.
When it comes to the point of public opinion, public persuasion, what are we living in? That's a question. That's just not a statement. That is a question I'm asking you guys. And it's something else I want to strike on that you said.
I heard your person. I'm coming running to pop you up. Oh, that was Sir Miguel. Um, what's up, Sir Miguel? You know
Good evening,
well.
Angie, brother
Hey,
JoJo.
How you doing, brother? Man, I'm still learning, bro. You know how we do it. You know what I'm saying?
As
well,
we all should be.
they say that the politics are made for them and not us, and them and us have changed over the years, right? It used to be for them, used to be for the white people. Us used to be meaning black people. Now it's for them, meaning white and privileged, and us meaning non-white and poor. You know what I'm saying? So
Okay,
it,
that's it. Okay, I'm sorry.
Mhm.
Was you
No,
finished?
go ahead, go ahead.
Well, that's interesting that you brought that up. You brought up us and them. See, we have to somewhere kind of draw the line on who are them. You
Right.
see, that's a broad statement to say them. And as I stated before, it's not color barrier.
Mm-mm.
This is not color barrier. And I want to attack something. When I say attack it, it's just about addressing it. When you said Obama, but I come back to that. See,
Yeah.
white is not a color. White is an attitude when you're looking at it in a structure. It's not a color. Color is what we was taught. Structure is something we don't understand. The structure is the power structure, the system that I've always spoke on. If you don't understand the system, you're going to be confused. Now, we're setting, and better yet, the system is setting something precedents here about an elected or I want to be elected official that's running for what? The highest court, as they would call it, in America. When have that ever been done?
They said it was done one other well, not to run, but they said this they said he could run, he could follow the playbook of the socialist firebrand Eugene V. Debs, who in 1920 received nearly 1 million votes while behind bars.
Hmm.
That's interesting because see here, and not to change the conversation. Well, they said Dick Gregory won the election due to what?
Election.
The presidential election. Did anyone in this chat, by the sound of my voice, even knew that?
Yep.
Mm-mm.
Well, I know you, nigga. I
I
know,
know.
I know you know.
Oh, Miguel knew. Oh, okay. 'Cause
See,
I ain't know.
see, the problem is that most people don't really understand. And as JoJo say, the system. There's actually three systems that's in place. One is the legal the legal system in terms of using and take advantage of the laws that's already in place.
Mhm.
The second part of it is taking those same laws and using it to your advantage to get around the system that says you can legally do something, but you can miss a small portion of it that may be illegal, and they'll come back and get you later.
Absolutely.
The
Mhm.
third part of it is the system or the rules of law that we're supposed to follow by every day, but they say we commit damn near 3 felonies a day that
Mhm.
we don't even know nothing about.
That governs the land, as they say.
Okay. So when you look at the president, he's just a symbol.
That's all
He's
he
he,
is.
he's the illusion of the so-called power or free world, but he's really only running America because he ain't running Russia, he ain't running China, he ain't running South America, he ain't running Great Britain. At the end of the day, it gives us the illusion that the president is for the people, but the president is about business and allies.
Absolutely.
Mhm.
That's what I said a
Right.
long time ago.
So
There's go ahead, my
when you
brother.
take that and you take the lobbyists who are actually people that are actually attorneys
Hmm.
and
I was going to ask you to break
Congress,
that down. Please tell them what lobbyist is.
they're really attorneys. They're
Mhm.
people who are in the best interest of, oh, I don't want that. Or let me give you an example. Let's take tobacco for example.
Hmm.
When they making cigarettes, they're telling you, oh, the Surgeon General says this is not really good for your health, blah, blah, blah. That same corporation goes to Congress and say, hey, if you allow me to do X, Y, and Z in this state with this tobacco, I'll help you with X amount of dollars. So they do what they call a for and against on both sides of the fence.
Mhm.
1 minute they'll say, oh, we don't want to do that, but if you do this, we'll do this. The lobbyists play both sides of the fence to get not only what they want, but to give you the illusion that they're supporting something, but at the same time, they're against it.
That's exactly what I
Mhm.
was saying when I said in politics, there's
So,
such thing as a permanent enemy. It's about permanent interest. I be saying this, and this is not
but
very
see,
popular.
Jojo, you got to keep in mind, everybody's not going to get what you're saying. Everybody ain't interested in really looking into the layers, whether it's politics, whether it's the contract that you sign with your job through HR saying you're allowed to do this, this, this. If they paying you $49 an hour, you're gonna be like, well, fuck that, I'll sign anywhere. But
Absolutely.
then once you fuck up, then you go, oh shit, I didn't read that. Well, it's too late then.
Absolutely.
So unless you become a student of the business, see, people say game, but it's a business. Everything is a business. So until you become a student of the business, whether it's music, whether it's law, whether it's a doctor, whether it's a fucking truck driver, whether it's a beautician, until you understand the business of how things work, what you can do legally, what you can't do illegally, then you're always going to be on the side of the fence saying you're going to be bitching and complaining, but you don't want to get over the fence to really see what's going on. You're only going to see through the fence just a little bit because you're either trying to protect yourself or you don't really want to understand that, hey, there's some bullshit going on out here and I need to say something. See, we only want to do enough just to get by through the day. But keep in mind, these laws are not just for the next 10 or 15 years, they're for the next 100 years and then some.
Right. Right.
So when you allow yourself to understand what it is and what ain't, then you're able to see that, you know what, it's always been business since the beginning of time.
It has.
You may not want to believe this, But even God has a way of doing business with us and the enemy. You understand what I'm saying?
How he communicate through you. It's
so,
that to you.
so, so at the end of the day,
You can ignore if
until
you want to.
yeah, that's just my 2 cents. But
And
you ain't
and
got to believe me
you
at the
know,
end of the day.
hey, you just spoke on the broom. That's a caveat to what I was saying. When I say you can run the red light, but please read the street signs, I'm telling you exactly. Because see, I deal with things from a functional level, how it's put
Hmm.
together.
Hmm.
I'm not just looking at the car or whatever apparatus that might be. I'm looking at how it's put together. Until
Hmm.
we get that fundamental base and understanding that, we are doomed. And the ones that put it together understands this. I keep saying this over and over. And it's going to take collective minds getting together and talking about this as such as what we're doing right now. We are talking about how it's actually put together. We might not come out saying this, but if you sit back and you think, I keep saying this, they control 9 areas of people activity. This is not color based. I promise you, this is not color based. But what they come out as is, we're going to make you think this is colorism. And that's when you are through booking, when they get you in that mindset. Because again, they study everything. We study one another. Now, we'll sit back right now. If one of our own come out right now and have some derogatory to say about us, we know exactly how to attack them. We know what to say to trigger them. Why? Because we have studied them. That is the only way we are able to do that. Now you look at that same situation and you put it on a grand scale on what really means something. And you can see how they push this right under our noses without us even looking at it. And they got so many subversive ways of doing it. They will have you looking at Real Housewives of Atlanta, Real Housewives of whatever city, when they are creating public policy right under your nose with under that guideline that they showing you. That's how tricky this game is. But if you don't have a trained eye, you will fall victim to this. And it's I don't care who it is. If you don't understand what you're looking at, you're gonna fall for whatever they tell you what you're looking at. And they control it. I mean, y'all, Hitler told you the most powerful tool at that point being broadcasted to you was radio. And then it went to television. I ain't making this shit up. It's right there in your face. Don't believe me. Just as Sir Miguel said, you ain't gotta believe me. Many a call, few answer the call. It's right
And
there in your face.
and that is very true. But what I also want people to understand too is, where do you think they learned it? Where did you think they learned it from? We gave them the information.
Absolutely.
What they did was, we created the science, the laws, so forth and so on. The problem was, we fell asleep at the wheel.
Mm.
And what I mean by that is, we were too giving. So when anytime you find a weak link in the chain, and you're able to break it methodically over time, then guess what? You give the appearance that you created something that you stole. The only difference was you came in as a savage, took it, and dominated your way through every landmass across the the earth.
Yeah.
So
Mm-hmm.
now, so now that your time is almost up, you're doing everything you can to hold on to it because you've been caught in your bullshit, and people are starting to wake up and understand that guess what? We've been lied to the whole time, whether it's in politics, whether it's religion, whether
Say,
it's
say,
social responsibility,
say,
whether it's self-care and so forth on.
yeah,
So guess what?
politics, religion, all of that. Those 9 areas that I keep speaking of, they dominate
So
and control it.
and
It
if you look at what Andrew is reading in terms of what's happening with Trump and anybody else, and I had I was listening to a dude the other day, and he was saying, think about this. He said, why they always tell you to find a good attorney? So he can help you understand
their
what's
law.
written in the law and in that contract before you sign it, so you won't get screwed.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely. That's what I keep saying. That's what I keep
But
saying.
at
That's
the
one of
end
the
of the day,
law.
everybody is not going to get it because most people would rather do their day-to-day shit, go to work, come home, pay bills, whatever. I'm not saying everybody, but some. Then you have some who will do their due diligence to understand X, Y, and Z. Then you have some that just don't give a damn.
Mm-hmm.
And that's
But at
interesting
the
you said that because see what you just explained is what I've been echoing and sentiment for the last 4 years since I've been on here, gathering with different groups. That is your comfortable safe haven at the bottom of the ship. Give me my safe haven here because I know I'm down here. Give me somewhere that I can just feel comfortable. I know it's very uncomfortable here, but if I, as you just stated, that individuality, if I can be comfortable, I'm good.
Mm-hmm.
and, and think about what you just said. We've gotten away from group economics to individual economics.
Mm.
That's why Claude Anderson is on the way.
See, so and I'm not saying that that's a bad thing, but keep in mind, in order for you to get something from the system that's creating the laws and giving you these different codes and all this other kind of shit, you have to be able to come something with something at the table. Once you present that information to the table, you can say you either can take it or we're gonna go somewhere else and create your own table. It happens every single day, whether it's business, whether it's school, whether it's whatever it is, people are negotiating. But what we're doing is we're doing non-negotiation by being emotional negotiators.
Exactly.
And I'm gonna repeat that again. We are emotional negotiators versus being negotiators.
And what's so crazy about what you just said, and this is fundamental. This is nothing JoJo is coming up with. Emotions should lead you to logic. Logic was here before any law was created, any law came into domain. Fire will burn your ass, water is wet. We have left those fundamental practices based on what? What they taught us. That's what. And too many people will feel when I say they are not anything magical. They are ones that study. They study how to dominate and control whomever they feel suit. And it's not color based. I keep saying this, and I'm going to keep on saying that. It's not color based. They use colors to confuse you. If I can confuse you, I can dominate you based on that principle alone. So, all the rest of the 9 areas of people activity, you are through booking because you don't understand the basics, how it's put together. And it's simple if you sit back and think about it. But they got you in such a rat race right now, as Sir Miguel spoke on. You're worrying about individuality. And that is a common practice when you're in today's society. Why? Because that's the way it should be? No, that's the way it's been constructed. And we are creatures of what?
Habit.
Bam.
Because sometimes
Okay,
change.
Panther, I'm looking at that. I would love for you, because I would love to have a conversation with you, brother. I would love for you to hit that link, man. I want to converse with you because you have some very interesting points that I listen to periodically. But go ahead, Miguel.
The problem is we don't want to be uncomfortable in terms of change. You have to be uncomfortable in order to change. And I've said this since I was in high school. One of the greatest mistakes that we made was integration. Big mistake. But see, a part of history that most people don't want to talk about, there were melanated people, black people, that was against the whole movement because they understood what would happen once you integrate. You lose a self of the community that you had to put together because you had black owned businesses and so forth and so on. Sure, we may not have the luxury as so-called Caucasians, but guess what? You allowed them in to take what you already had. You lose yourself, your sense of community. Then you integrate in their community, and guess what? They're watching you. You've taken your eyes off the prize, and they turn around and go, well, we're gonna move further out. Then they see shit go left. We're gonna come back in slowly but surely and start gentrification.
Yeah, they come up with all kind of different facets on how to do this.
So at the end of the day, you can't be mad at somebody for doing something to take advantage over you when you're not paying attention. I don't give a damn who they are. Because at the end of the day, it's all about the green money. Green.
Keep saying
that's what it all boils down to.
Equality.
It's about green. And at the end of the day,
it's still afforded to you. But go ahead, bro.
At the end of the day, you may think you have equality, but nothing will never be equal. See, I can sell you false hope by making it look good.
Right.
That's gonna keep you coming. But if I told you the truth, that's gonna cut you at the core. You either gonna
Who want to hear that? Who wants to hear that, McGann? I'm gonna play devil's advocate up here with you. Who wants to hear that?
no one really wants to hear the truth because it hurts too much.
Speak on it.
What's up, new black?
So, you know, as they say, pick your poison. Pick what fruit you're gonna pick off the tree.
And don't go to the first low hanging one you see. To see
Because
that's
nine
that
times,
easy method.
9 times out of 10, that's the bad one.
That's that easy method. Oh, I thought I seen New Black up here.
He was up here, but so I guess he fell off. I was
Oh, well,
looking
fuck, I'm
for.
sorry. I'm sorry. We didn't damn near took over your damn channel, man. I'm sorry.
Oh, boy, that's why his name Al. Um, I was looking for on Corey Holcomb's show. One of the guys on the show had spoke about what's his name, Claude Anderson, and they
Hmm.
were saying how people have stolen his stuff or whatever. And I was just trying to find that, so that's why I'm on mute trying to look for that.
Well, we working on me and Miguel working on something, man. We working on
Well, so, let me give everybody a caveat about Dr. Clyde Anson. I think
it. Please
people don't
do.
realize something. See, in the 90s, Dr. Claude Anderson was talking about distribution, and he was trying to come up with if I'm not mistaken, I think it was a factory for distributing fish or something like that. And he was trying to get people to support it. When you have distribution, you can damn near take over any and everything because
Mm-hmm.
you're transporting stuff to meet a need of the people in their nation. And people don't talk about distribution enough. But I gotta find my paperwork because I got it somewhere in my paperwork. But once I get it together, I'll share that information with you. But it's sad that people didn't support him then. So now that his books are becoming more popular, and shout out to Dr. Boyce Watkins, and I know a lot of people don't agree with a lot of stuff he says, but if you look at the financial things that he's teaching, he's giving some of the basic same concepts that Dr. Claude Anderson is speaking of. And again, like I say, go read his book, Powernomics, and so forth and so on. But once I'll go back to my information, see if I can find the information about the distribution he was trying to do, because it's not only very educational, but it shows you what distribution means in terms of import and export.
It was so crazy. When one of JoJo's and I's first serious conversations he talked to me about that guy, Dr. Anderson, because he knew
Mm-hmm.
I wasn't well versed in stuff like that, right? That's it's a back story, it's a joke behind that. And then when I heard you speak about him the first time on his channel, I was like, oh, they've been having a strong connection point. Because I
Well,
done
you know
heard
what?
about
We
that
found that
doctor.
over here. We found that conversation over here. That was so interesting about that. Not to cut you
It
off,
was
but go
over
ahead.
here that y'all.
Absolutely. Yeah, it
Oh,
was
okay.
over
Well,
here.
I
Yeah.
thought it was on your channel. Oh, okay.
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
And you
What's up,
know
New
what's
Black?
something
Go ahead.
what something he brought up interesting was distribution. And I'm gonna switch gears a little bit, but I'm gonna stay in the same lane. Why do you think a situation occurred with some of these black CEO over some of these music companies? And I'm not gonna start naming names, but I want y'all to understand this. See, that's why he last said, Miguel, man, you ain't shit. Keep it in. But they were brought about charges. All of a sudden, mysterious charges came to them because they wanted to create not only a distribution company, they wanted to create a what was it? A kind of like a union
Mm-hmm.
for
Yeah.
rappers. You see, you have to understand this fundamentally. If you don't, you're gonna be lost. And it's not that being lost is a bad thing. It's when you don't want to look at the key map because see, nowadays key maps are what? Outdated. You know why it's outdated? Because they taught you to what? Look at GPSs. GPSs lead you exactly where they say the location is. Versus a key map, you can't make that shit up. You can't make it up.
Let me add this one question to anybody. How many people still have a Thomas guide just in their house or in their car?
Well, you got to explain to them what a Thomas guide is.
I'm
Straight up. We
just gonna
keep
I'm just
that
gonna I'm
ass.
just gonna throw it out there. But I just want to say, new Black Panther, thank you for
Oh, what's
coming up
up?
on the panel, brother.
Oh, what's up, New Black? Speak on it, man.
What's happening? What's happening? Peace to everybody on the chat.
What's
Can
up,
y'all hear
brother?
me pretty good, or is my
Absolutely.
Yeah,
bad?
you good, new black. You
I
you
can
you
hear
good,
you.
new black.
I can hear
Okay,
you.
okay. Jojo, you know how rock with you and everything, but I heard you say it's not about color. I heard you probably say that before on another show a while back. And I was saying like this. I mean, am I hearing this right? Like, okay, my standpoint, my viewpoint is it's always about color. It don't matter if on a social platform, economic platform. You're always gonna find a white socialist on the back and on the front, and a black socialist on the bottom. Religious platform, white religious platform on the front, and a black religious on the back. It's always it don't matter whatever field you're on. You're always gonna have a white and a black, and you always have a white in the front, and it's gonna be a black on the lower standpoint. That's the only thing I was saying when I said that before. It's always,
He breaking up. He breaking up. I want to hear that too. You breaking up. Hey, could you repeat that, brother? Because you was breaking up a little bit. That last statement you made.
He said that you always
saying
gonna have.
was
Go ahead.
white socialists or black socialists, whatever platform you're on, socialist, economic or religious or whatever, it's always gonna be white in the back, and white gonna be in the front, or be the so-called, have more of the best, and we always gonna have the least on the black socialists or the economic platform or religious platform. We always gonna be at the lowest. They always gonna be at the highest. So we can't try to intellectualize this thing. You know what I mean? Being in America, we see the grounds. We see what we living in, what we dealt. You know what I mean? So whatever platform you're on, we always gonna be at the bottom against the whites on the top platform. That's all I want to say.
Okay. That's a fair assessment. Well, let me ask you this: is there a such thing as white and non-white?
Yeah, it is. Yeah, yeah. For the non-whites, it'll be okay. If I'm starting with the whites, it's mostly the Japanese or Koreans or European whites, and on a non-black whites, it's gonna be us. Whether it's Jamaicans, whether it's American niggas, or what I mean, it's always gonna be a white and a black on every spectrum of the coin.
You know what? I respect what you're saying because see, when you're looking at it socially,
Okay.
white and non-white, what color would you call a Japanese?
Worldwide standards, I would say worldwide standards. I would say they're on the white side. You know what I mean? They're on the white
You're
side.
talking socially. You're talking socially, but what skin tone would they be classified as? Because see,
Okay, well,
we're dealing with classification
I
because
would
this
say the
is the way
skin.
they drew it up.
Okay, if that break it down like that, the skin tone, I would say they are on our side, the black side, because the
Absolutely.
same dog that bit them, Hiroshima, they bit us too. That no good cracker, they bit him, the Japanese man, and they bit us too. You
Okay,
know,
so if I'm listening to you correctly, that
Hmm.
would be considered what? Non-white, right?
Yes, non-white. Yes.
That's exactly where I'm going with this. See, this is what I mean by the confusion side of it. You're either dealing with white or non-white. Everything under that umbrella falls what? Under the umbrella. Because
True.
see, I was listening to Carl Nelson show. It was a guy from Mozambique, Africa, that region. And they classified him as being white. I'm going to give you another example. A man pure as y'all would call it, the snow. He was classified when he came to America as an African American when he got his citizenship paper. And he was classified as such. But they labeled him as African American. And he was so confused where he seen people of our color. See, listen to what I'm saying because this is where it gets tricky at. He said, "My name is Jonathan. I'm from Zimbabwe. I came here to America. I got my citizenship papers, and now I'm considered as African American." Listen to those words. See, this is what I mean how tricky these things get. And it only gets tricky like that for what? For what? I'm going to ask that question because I'm not going to get an answer in this quiz because there's
Well,
a
I
lot
would say
of reasons. There's a
I
lot
For
was.
of reasons
confusion,
why.
for confusion.
Absolutely. If I can confuse you, I can dominate you. Here you have a purebred, for a skin tone, white individual that comes from that region of that country. And he comes here, he get his citizenship papers in New York, and he considered as a African American. But what they taught us here, as we are African Americans, we never seen, I mean, god damn it, let's give this shit the truth. 98% of the people that fills out that little block on an application or whatever document you might be checking off haven't never seen one part of Africa. But you would consider yourself an African American. Now, I say that to say this. Look at the confusion of the pure white man coming here from Africa, grew up in Africa. He's white as snow. He get his citizenship papers, and he considered what? An African American right now. On that flip side of the coin, that brother that's probably blacker than me and you, they labeled him something totally different. They labeled him a Caucasian. Now you tell me fundamentally how they put that together and who can put it together. That makes it stick. I don't want to hear nobody walking around here saying, I'm a black nationalist, I'm Hebrew, I'm XYZ, because when it comes down to the power structure, you can say whatever you want to be. You can walk around here and pump your fist in the air all day. But when they label you as such, that's going to stick. And it takes what? Power to do that. I ain't making this up.
I
That's
believe you. I, I believe you, and I heard of something like that. You
I
know,
know you heard it.
yeah, because right now in South Africa, there is a whites only town in South Africa. And I said, how in the fuck did they pull
You
this
see how
off?
they do this? You see,
Yes,
man?
but like they say, if you don't know history, you're surely doomed to repeat it. So if they don't know history over there, the Africans don't know history of this white man, they coming to steal them people land. If they don't get them the fuck up out of Africa, they coming to steal them land. They land. They gonna try to put them back in
They've
slavery all
already
over
stolen.
again.
They've already stolen.
Yeah, well, it's gonna get worse because
Just what's so crazy? New Black Panther. It was given to them, and here's why it was given to them: because they had their own culture, their way of being in the first place. What happened is they was offered something new. And what
yeah,
I've learned from our descent, we always looking for something new.
yeah, yeah,
You see how it works?
yeah. So they
But
in
see,
trouble. Go ahead, bro.
no, go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
No, I'm just saying they are in trouble because they're about to repeat history all over again. Next, I mean, like you said, they got their land. Next, thing you know, they're coming to take over the people. They're coming to enslave them. I said I gotta take a trip to South Africa. Me and my Panther comrades, we gotta go. I'm trying to get us to unite and go to South Africa and warn them about what's to come. You know what I mean? So far it's like four of us that's willing to go down here, but it's like okay, we got other things to take care of in South Africa because they got guns down there too. So it's like okay, what we gonna do
Absolutely.
about this because they got their guns down there, so we can't go down there naked. But I'm
Like,
also knowing we can't get on no plane.
how many
So,
times you been there? How many times you been there?
so what now?
How many times you been to Africa?
Three times. Three times. But I haven't been to South Africa yet.
How beautiful it is in Africa.
I ain't hear what you say.
How beautiful it is in Africa.
Man, shit, it's beautiful. It's way 100 times beautiful in America. I'm not talking about as far as the culture itself is beautiful because you only got beautiful. I'm not gonna sound black, but you got beautiful people, African descent people look like us, me and you. That's down there. They not shooting at each other. They not getting pulled over by the police. They don't got to get on their hands and pull their drawers down. None of that. You know what I mean? It's like beautiful. The police even down there is beautiful. The police don't need to give them a hard time like the police will give us here.
Okay, and with that same statement, when we're
Mm.
looking at it regional wise, and for us countries, there are white people that are considered African Americans.
Yes, they are. And like I've been telling the brothers down there because I've been seeing a lot of stuff I wasn't okay with. Like I want to say the second time I went, I saw two white boys in Ghana, and they spoke to me. I said, "Cracker, don't speak to me." You know what I'm saying? You know where the hell you at? He's like, "Excuse me, y'all got me. Y'all might got us by the balls in America, but now you on our turf. I could rally up every African right here. They will hang your white ass. You need to get the fuck out of my face because you don't know who you're dealing with." And the white boys got the fuck away real quick. You know what I mean? Because you on my turf now. You on our turf now. You know what I mean? But if we was America, you might get away with a lot of shit. But like I've been telling the brothers, y'all need to get these white folks up out of y'all country because they coming to take over. Y'all already got this white Jesus in y'all cars and everything in y'all home. I'm like, they come over here first with the missionaries, trying to control you through religion or whatever. After that, they get you to pray to their God and their Jesus. Next thing you know, they got you that way. It's over with now. You know what I mean? So you gotta realize the devil come to steal, kill, and destroy. And the white man is a goddamn devil. Ain't no way around that shit. You know. But I'm not gonna get into my rant because this makes me, you know what I'm saying, get all excited. So I'm not going to that rant tonight because I go all night. But yeah, it's beautiful though. To answer your question, it's beautiful. Only thing I don't like about Africa is filled with white folks that's coming over there starting businesses and they're coming over there making our people work for pennies on a dollar. So I was like, damn, they don't know what trouble they in because because you know already Africa don't have a lot of jobs. the next slavery. So they're to try to take over my people. And I got to move down here permanently so I can rally the troops. You know.
Well, that's no more than
I hope I'm not
colonialism.
going. I hope I'm not going in and out.
Yeah, you
Colonialism, right?
were.
Colonialism, yeah.
Yeah, that's what it is. That's exactly what it is. And that
Next would be
is
imperialism and everything else.
absolutely, absolutely. And that's systematic. That is something that was created. That's my argument here, man. Because if we're looking at this far as the creator, there was no child born with that ideology. So we got to look at it from a systematic standpoint if we're following logic. And that's all I've always tried to follow was logic. No child was born into racism. Racism was taught to that child. Because if you're looking at it from a scientific standpoint, there's no child scientifically, and they might come up with it later that said, oh, this child was born a racist, or this child was born and they've already said and coming up with all kind of different ass ideology that children was born gay, sexually confused. I mean, these people, when I keep trying to tell you, the ones that create this shit up in our head, and we fall for it wholesale. So we're telling ourselves indirectly that the creator made a mistake. But on the flip
Well,
side of that coin, we'll say that there is no other greater entity but the creator. So you think the creator created confusion? That's the question I'm asking.
You said JoJo, did the creator create confusion?
Absolutely.
Yes, he did.
In order to do what?
Keep in mind, the author of confusion is the devil, so he was created by God himself.
I
So
knew
when
you.
pride got in the way, guess what? You got confusion, you got pride, you got envy, you got jealousy. Boom. There you go.
So
So,
what distinguished us from not being a part of confusion? Because I knew you was coming. I was waiting on that, bro. Come on, talk to us.
well, in order for you to not be confused by what's being presented, you have to understand what's in front of you, which means you need to break down the layers of what is what to get to the root of the problem. As I've always said, there's a solution to everything. The only time it becomes a problem is because you're not trying to solve it. It's no different than when you're doing research. Most people would take a sound bite of something and say, "Oh, it's true," but you won't look or go find where the sound bite came in order to look at it from a whole lens.
Hmm.
The problem is we don't want to do the homework. As you said earlier, low hanging fruit. Most people will grab the low hanging fruit because it's easier to reach.
Keep speaking, brother. Keep
So
speaking.
at the end of the day, it's no different than you having a math problem. X plus y plus 2 times 3 times xy plus whatever. Where you gonna start at? Do you start with the multiplication or do you start with addition? Most people gonna start with addition because it looks easy, but you got to start with multiplication first,
Absolutely.
then do the addition
Because
because
absolutely
there is the unknown that you need to find.
right.
Most people don't want to find the unknown
Hmm.
because you're scared to look within deep of the layers that you can't see. So if I can't see it, well, I don't want to touch it.
And that's interesting you said that because when they put labels on things like algebra, trigonometry, they all come back to the same fundamentals:
Mhm.
add, multiply, divide, subtract. Because why? They fall under that umbrella. All multiplication equations are solved with those same fundamental bases.
And guess what?
And you can't change that.
Life is also explained in those same variables: subtraction, division, addition, and multiplication.
Well, see, you know what? I ain't gonna even ask you to put that with my grandma, but it's that
Oh,
simple.
Miguel. Have you
It's that
heard me
simple.
say that life is broken down into broken down based on math and science?
Yes, ma'am.
Absolutely.
Yes, yes. You
You
can't get
you
around it.
You
I
can't
can't
get
you
find
around it.
nothing that does
There's
not
nothing you can get
have
around it.
math and science in it. It's just not.
That's
Not
now
what
not
I mean
it's
by
not
the
in science.
basics. That's
let
what
me
I
throw
mean
it.
by the basics. But go ahead,
w-
Miguel. Speak on it.
Let me throw another nugget at you. Well, you got your XY chromosomes. You got so many that's gonna add up to XYZ, right?
Hmm.
Same. Your whole body is a number system.
Yes.
Some things will be added to it. Some things will be divided. Some things will be taken away. Some things will be multiplied, and some things will be subtracted.
Right. Right. Exactly right.
So it's
Exactly
no different than what I said earlier. Yes, God created the author of confusion. The problem was he was the right hand man next to God, but he wanted to be like God. So what did God do? Kick his ass out of heaven and kick the third of the angels with him. He subtracted what was fucking up heaven because guess what? If he had kept Satan where he was, God wouldn't be who he is.
right.
Very
Now, I'll
Mm.
I'll let y'all let that sink in for a
That's very well put.
for a later day.
That's
That's
very
been,
well put.
woo.
But you ain't got to believe me. You don't.
Woo.
Shit. What we
And I
talking
don't
about?
and I don't pretend to know everything. But what I do observe is if you go look in the mirror, you can see the presence of God or the image of his likeness in your face. Because there is a Y between your nose and your eyelids.
Mm. Go ahead
And if you
on.
know what the Y represents, then you'll understand where I'm coming from.
Okay, Wednesday night service. I don't know,
Man,
but go ahead.
you're gonna have to pick
You
that up.
don't have to expound on that because
Hey,
there's a different crew over here.
hey, Miss
I ain't,
Walker.
we ain't woke. This ain't the woke crew over here in the
Hey,
country.
Miss
So
Walker. Y'all gonna have to
hey,
pick that up.
maybe two of them went to the HBCU or whatever. That's one at a time, man. One at a time, man.
You know what's so crazy? Y'all gonna have to pick that up on. Hey, what's your channel, man? Drop that channel, man.
All
Yeah,
right,
drop that.
I'll put it in there. I'll do it right now.
What we do?
And look
Shit.
at James. This is too deep. James, you should know. Okay.
Oh, James up on it, man. James up on it. James up on it, man. James, can you see me? First of all, let me ask you, can you see me?
Oh
Not up
Lord.
on the
Oh,
damn panel.
Negro. Can you see? I don't know, Jay. Jay, you did it, Joe. I ain't did nothing. Oh Lord.
Man, I got some serious technical difficulties going on, and I'm gonna holler at you, Miguel, on some shit. But
Okay.
it's crazy. And I'm like, God damn, I didn't troubleshoot shot this shit.
No, well.
Yeah, and you say, and I'm looking at, you see that? Watch this. This is weird, man. It's all your fault,
All
man.
right. I just dropped the link in. I just dropped the link in your chat, Angie.
It's
Okay.
all your
All
damn
right.
fault.
Y'all see that link?
I didn't try to pull this icon up. This is
But
speak on that icon.
right. I'm
And
telling you, I
and and to Miss Bennett. I see what you're saying. I'm not saying God is the author of confusion. What I'm saying is the angel himself, Lucifer,
You see that, Andrew?
the angel himself, Lucifer, was created by God. He is the author of confusion. I'm not saying God is, but he was created by God. It's no different. When he was speaking to Job, when he was talking to Satan about Job, when Job was talking, when Satan was talking about Job to God, he had to get permission. God and Satan talk all the time about any and everything because he can only do things by permission of God himself. So the author of confusion resides within the earth through people, things, politics, and everything else. But I'll say that conversation for another day.
Yeah, we don't speak on
Yeah,
it.
y'all go subscribe to Sir Miguel's channel, and
Absolutely.
I also will post it on my community. So, but
Mhm.
JoJo, so that's
You
why
see
I
what?
asked
You
you.
see what's up there? You see what's up
Right,
there
I
now?
see with you because I asked you to log out or speak on it, and you still logged
I,
in.
I no, I logged out of that,
No,
man.
no,
I ain't
no. I see you logged in to speak on it, dude. I just checked it. You
no,
still logged in.
well, help.
Yeah, you still logged in to speak on it. That's why
Man,
it popped up.
I'm finna call my big bro. These motherfuckers tapped into my shit, man.
Oh my god! Everybody is
I'm finna
bringing
call Slim again,
shit.
big bro. These motherfuckers
Mm.
tapped into my shit.
You still logged in to. You still logged in to speak on it. That's what I'm
Hey,
saying.
man,
That's the only
I don't
way
know,
it
man. Shit
can
is
point
wild.
to. That's the only
DV,
thing.
the shit is wild, man. I'm telling you.
What? What? Yeah. Yeah. That's the only way it can point to it because
I don't know because
um
I'm sure finna call Miguel, what the fuck is going on in my world?
that's crazy. But
Yeah,
yeah. It's so with this I mean, I like I said, I'm not a Trump supporter at all, but I do believe that this is a bunch of BS. And if to me, if I'm gonna beat somebody, I'm gonna beat them fair and square. Like a lot of these people around here like to cheat on the beefs and shit. That's why I'm saying I don't like beefing with their asses.
hey, you know what?
Like
You know what you just
I
said,
want to
Miss
beat your ass
Walker.
up
You
fat
know
and
what you just
square.
said. You
Yeah.
know what you just said, Miss Walker.
Mm,
It's something sentimental that my brother said. You gonna beat me fair and square.
right.
And y'all
but
Right.
already know I'm with that. You know what I'm
but
saying?
but you see, JoJo, what they're doing is, and we all know this, they use the law in certain instances
I keep
to
saying
to get
that, brother.
to get around shit, right?
Keep saying
But
that, man.
when it sounds good and it feels good to your constituents, you can get them to ride the train all day because they're not gonna get off of it.
Man,
You see what I'm saying? But
man, keep
see,
thinking, man.
Mm-hmm.
Keep thinking. Because y'all know I'm an avid Trump supporter. Y'all already
the
know this. And Miss
the
Walker, we're talking about some hot sauce about Hillary Clinton and all this shit on the Breakfast Club. What the fuck?
I
but
ain't
see
said nothing about no hot sauce, nothing like that. Shit, I
but
ain't said
see,
nothing like
I think the problem is what people don't understand is
Shit.
Trump has a little bit of truth, a little bit of arrogance, a little bit of pride, and he's a little crazy at the same time too.
that. Yeah.
He's using the same system that allows him to do his taxes in a certain way where he don't
Absolutely.
have to report his taxes because guess what is legal.
It's legal because the system afforded him to do such
Do
a
it.
thing.
So
God
when
damn.
you don't understand the system that allows shit to happen legally, you get mad and say, "Oh, he cheating."
Right.
No, He's doing it the right way. You just don't understand it because you don't understand the tax loopholes. Ask yourself, every year they create new laws every January 1st and July 3rd or 15th or something like that.
Mhm.
The reason why
Never paid
most people
attention to that. We
the
never paid
reason why the reason why most people can't keep up with it because you're not paying attention to what's going on.
attention.
There's the federal rules of law, there's the state rules of law, and then there's your local rules of law.
Shit,
Most people don't even understand the local rules of law.
Mm-mm.
You don't even understand the change and the power that you have on the local level, so you really can't even compete at the federal level. Yet alone, you can't even compete at the state level because some of those same people are feeding you the bullshit from the federal level because guess what? They know you're not going to understand, nor are you going to do your homework. When they send that thick ass pamphlet out, how many of you actually go
went
in and
through that
read those
shit, man.
pamphlets?
Get away,
You
man.
throw the shit in the trash can.
Let alone have an accountant to do it and go through it for you. You
You
know,
have to understand what they're presenting to you in terms of you to understand how to vote. If you don't understand it, don't vote for it. If you agree with it, okay, cool. And even if you disagree with it, don't vote just to be voting for the shit.
hey, you've been
For the count.
indoctrinated. Vote
The
Democrat.
count.
That's most black people. Vote Democrat.
Congress and those people withhold their votes even when they're passing law because they don't agree with shit. So
Yep.
don't sit there and tell people, oh, if you don't vote, then you don't have a say. Yes, the fuck you do.
A lot of
You don't
people
have
that's
to
them. Go ahead.
you don't have to vote on everything that come up down the fucking pipe.
And I think that's why a lot of confusion comes in because
Yeah.
when you go into those ballots, it gives you because most people mind, okay, I'm voting XYZ. And they'll go to not vote their interest, they'll go down the line and vote straight down the line, whatever they came in there thinking they're gonna vote for. But your interest is somewhere else on another policy. You see how it works? This is the confusion I be talking about.
But see, I be working with the campaigns, right? I didn't work for the this one, but I be working for the campaigns. I just worked at the polls. Um, when they have people that tell you to vote anyway, and they also have people who have little slips of paper to tell you what to vote on. They go if you
Hmm.
Right,
black
right.
or Democrat,
Absolutely
whatever,
right.
they give you a little slip of paper and tell you, okay, vote this, that, third, whatever. So because they've already done the homework for you. Some of those amendments and all and all them other things, whatever that you don't know what the hell's is going on because you didn't do your homework before you got there. They
Right.
already got it written down. They already got it pre-printed up for you in a little slip of paper. They slide it on to you and you keep it moving. You
Okay,
understand what I'm
so
saying?
with that
So
having been said, with that
you
having
know,
been said, because
and
I want you to expound on that. With that having been said, just by them sliding you that piece of paper, it's about somebody else's interests because your interest could be
mhm,
something totally different.
right, right.
So they're
But they know, that especially people of color, we did not do
oh,
our homework to look into those amendments, look into those people that's running for whatever other little positions or whatever. We ain't do our homework. They know that. So they did it for us. And we're gonna rely on that. And I
Exactly. And see,
go on there
and
and put them there,
and
push the button.
and to your and to
shit.
your point, Angie, it is no different than when people sit there and go, oh, you didn't vote. Like if you don't vote, then you just somehow some bad fucking person.
Oh
Get the
yeah,
fuck out of here. Because
yeah.
at
We
the
got
end of
some
the
people.
day,
I know some people will
these
cuss your
these
ass out.
same these same people that's creating these laws and shit, Do they really have your best interest?
Right. Or do they
Because
have your best
they'll
friend?
sit there and debate in Congress about some shit, and the minute it come up to vote, oh no, it'll matter of fact, C-SPAN used to be. I used to love watching C-SPAN because when they would sit down and tell you
That
who
was your
voted yes, who voted no, and who didn't vote,
Mm-hmm.
C-SPAN my shit.
it'll tell you.
I like
So don't
C-SPAN.
sit here and tell me, oh, if I don't vote, then I don't have no say. You have every right and every say because you know why? Because your money is there, and anything else you paying taxes in this country the whole 9 yards. But you do have a right to hold your vote. I don't care where it is, where it's at, because they do the same thing. They just don't tell you that. But you go back and look at some of them old C-SPAN's debate, and you will see exactly. They'll tell you how many did vote, how many didn't, who said yes, who said no.
Right. And you actually are, when you withhold your vote, you actually, if you are consciously withholding your vote, you are actually saying something, and you are actually standing for
Right.
something when you withhold your
Right.
vote.
Exactly. But see,
Exactly.
they want to make you feel guilty when you don't. Don't fall for that
And
bullshit.
that's the whole catch.
Hey,
What I was
what's
I,
up,
was- I was
Dana?
asking you I
Hurricane
was
Dana.
asking you
What's going on, Andrew?
to explain, Sir Miguel, because see, you know how we get. I actually, when people are confused about certain things, I say put it where my grandmother can understand it, so it won't be no confusion within conveying these conversation over because this is it's real. A lot of people don't understand that this is real.
What's good,
Dana.
Dana?
What's going on, Miguel? And what's up, JoJo?
What's the deal? What's the deal?
Yeah, y'all having a good conversation. Y'all sound like my neck of the woods now. Now we can talk about some real stuff.
Look at you, you with your Trump shit. So, how do
You
you?
already know. You already know, Edgy. I'm sitting here licking my chops because after looking at this 98-page indictment that's full of bullcrap, Fannie Willis pretty much stuck her foot in her mouth.
Why you say that?
And yeah, because if you look at it, Trump been talking about um and the cheating and everything that's going on. Fannie Willis already know that Trump have all of the proof to show the election fraud and all that. And the
But
thing that got me was I didn't give Trump as much credit as I should have from the beginning. And because when you look at this is a mastermind setup to the point where if he would have just came out and put it in mainstream public or mainstream media, it would have got suppressed. It would have got, ridiculed. But but what other way is best to put proof out there than to do it in court in front of everybody in front of the world? And you can't suppress that.
Dana, do you know when he was asked for the evidence to prove that he didn't do it, this, and the third, and what he produced wasn't evidence that showed that.
No, no, if you look at the documents, right?
Mm-hmm.
Then I put it up there today. And somebody came in my chat and told me, "Oh, Data, are you going to jail because you showed, but that you was working at the voter polls?" Well, look, if I'm going to jail and for showing that, then okay. But I showed a whole lot worse than that. But my thing is this: it's not that what he showed wasn't proof. Um, it is what he put out there at first, but a little bit that he did put out there, and the judge here in Georgia, it was a conflict, and because the judge and refused and to look at the evidence, and he left it there on the side, and it's like down here in Georgia is one of the OCGA. Matter of fact, it's one of the OCGA statutories that if a judge don't look at evidence and within a certain amount of time, for that whole case become dead docket. So what Trump did was, and before it was able to be dead docket, and he couldn't put it into evidence when he needed it again, what he did was he put he put a letter of recusal to the point where he just squashed the case. And that was between Fannie Wells himself and Roethlisberger. This was, I believe, it was in July of 2023. Um, so now that Fannie had put this new thing into play called the indictment of Trump, what she's now saying is that Trump was wrong and for having electors. And anybody that know about voting, every big person that's running have electors. It's up to that person if they want to execute their electors or not. Trump chose to execute his electors, and they all put in paperwork showing what they saw. And now Fannie Wells is being instructed by Jack Smith, that's being instructed by George Soros, and to make sure that Trump don't get back in office. But it's not working because the more you indict him and the stronger he get and the more people see in the mass corruption of what's going on.
Mm. Hey, y'all, I hate to interrupt this conversation, but this is the R. sector, and we got a paperwork drop. Do you want me to read it? Do you want me to read it?
Oh, something dropped, man.
Yeah, just drop. Ain't gonna be able to read it till next week. That's this. This is Jennifer Bon James' response to the response to her.
Let me run over here to the computer and get this.
So what y'all want me to do?
I'm gonna drop off for a minute, Angie. If you still on, I'm gonna come back. I need to take care of something real quick.
Okay.
Okay.
I ain't run y'all away for did I run your way?
Oh,
Y'all want me to
no, none at all.
Okay.
Want me back.
I do the business. I'm in the business of chaos. Oh Lord. Okay. Let's see. Where we at? Okay. Where's the paperwork? There we go. She must be when was her date to get it in? She must have about 30 days to get it in. Thank you, Red Bunny.
I ain't know nothing top today.
No, I just did.
Okay. But Jojo, what you think about that while we waiting on Angie?
You know, it's tricky, man. You know, I really haven't really put a lot of time and effort into it. Like I said, I deal with things from a functional level, and I know the way they construct it. And the interesting part about it, what I seen him put in, I don't know, you know, his handlers saying he gonna run if he's convicted. That's telling people something within itself.
Yeah,
You know,
yeah, you're
personally,
right.
this shit is gonna be thrown out. It's formalities. It is also said the president owns a certain aspect of the way they're accusing him,
Right,
things they're accusing him of.
right.
Man, this man we talking big shit, man. I don't like
My,
to speak on a lot of shit that I'm not very abraced on, but
okay.
It's not.
I understand it from the fundamental aspect of it. There's no way he's gonna be when you boil down to it. Because I asked this question earlier. Who have you seen stand 10 toes on what he said his beliefs is within what he's been accused of, and also saying he's going to run for the highest office?
But the last person that we seen do that is no longer here, and that was John F. Kennedy.
Well, you know what they did to him.
Yeah,
No.
and what got me about that was I didn't know that I didn't know that his but they saying that he got shot from a distance. I didn't know the person that unalived him and was sitting in his front passenger seat.
Absolutely.
I didn't know none of that until I looked at the whole Trump released the D class on him and Malcolm X. And I was like, man, this is crazy, bro.
And it was not only him. I mean, Martin Luther King. I mean, shit. They play so many games with y'all on that. How do you
Man,
get a picture of point up? I mean, what the fuck is this shit about? Yeah, like,
man.
god damn, man. And he was lifted up off the ground. But they are pointing up. What is that about? So they all at one point say, we're gonna take this picture, and this is the picture in time. But you
Mm-hmm.
all of you guys point up.
Mm-hmm.
The fuck is that? The killing has already allegedly happened. So what are you pointing up in unison about? This shit is crazy, man.
Watch this. All for people to realize that Martin Luther King ain't died from a gunshot wound. They smothered him in the hospital.
They smothered them in a fucking. Well, I'm surprised you know that.
Man, come on, man. It's me.
I'm
This
surprised
me.
you know that.
Hurricane Dana.
It's me. Just like Malcolm X. They talked about, oh yeah, he got shot from the stage. If that's possible, how come it wasn't no gunshot wounds in his chest, but it was two to the head? So that means it came from above.
Absolutely. I'm surprised you know that about Martin Luther King.
Man, look, don't let
I
this internet fool you, bro.
want to know
I'm not about this bullshit that be out there. It's big things, man.
you
The gentleman
slanging
that
it
just
and
left
landing.
here. We
You
know some
slanging
shit.
it and landing.
As
Just
far as
slanging it and
not
landing.
just what they tell us, we understand. We follow logic, man, and that's the most key component I can tell anyone. You just follow logic, man. Come
Right.
on first. Not
Then
too many people know he was smothered. And he wasn't who y'all think he was. That's all I'm gonna say.
no, well, I'm gonna say this.
That is Martin Luther King, and I'm gonna
Girl,
leave that
you like
alone
the
before
girl.
they fucking unsubscribe to my channel for saying what I know.
Oh
Hey
no.
Jojo, and we had to open up an open dialogue about that because if I get to talking about that, people will be like, "Dana hate Martin Luther King." No, I'm telling the truth.
you know, it's real shit.
I'm finna start reading, folks.
Okay,
Okay,
going on mute.
Y'all ready? Okay. We want to know
okay, I'm gonna
about
jump off. I'm
Kevin.
jump off.
He already dead. Okay. All right. So this is Jennifer Bond James, aka J Bo's response to the government. And this is to New York. Okay. I'm gonna start with her argument. Some of this should be repetitive, but it is what it is. I'm gonna read it as she wrote it. It says argument. The government failed to prove defendant guilty of racketeering where the record is devoid of evidence of an enterprise comprised of members who shared a common illegal or fraudulent purpose, and where the defendant and the alleged enterprise were indistinct. Says the government largely concedes that it did not prove beyond a reasonable doubt that defendants' inner circle shared a common purpose to engage in a fraudulent or illegal course of conduct. Instead, the government makes a frivolous waiver argument and insists that it was never required to prove a common purpose of illicit conduct in the first place, even though the indictment charged it. The government now seeks to constructively amend the indictment to remove an essential element of its enterprise theory to circumvent its proof problems. Right. So she's saying that somewhere in the response, and I do remember this, that the government, remember I told you they can hide behind, hey, we were only supposed to prove this, that, and the third. We don't have to prove your theory. Okay. The law is as it states. This is what we have to prove under the law. We ain't got to say nothing about what you're talking about. What you're doing is making your argument a persuasive one at that. It doesn't make it factual. And again, all we have to prove is what we said. Now, and Jennifer, she is wonderful with that pen. So she put the part in there about the government now seeks to constructively amend the indictment to remove essential element of its enterprise theory to circumvent its proof problems. And I believe she's talking about the story behind the enterprise. The government can tell the story, can tell a story. All right. Every part of the story is not in the elements and is not under the law. So they don't have to prove that part. This is just their story that the government told. Okay. It says the government makes virtually no effort to address defendant's separate contention that evidence of an enterprise was insufficient where defendant and the alleged enterprise were indistinct. The government's evidence at its best shows only that defendant used his status and authority to engage his employees in routine, sometimes odd, tasks that unwittingly facilitated his private sexual what happened to the thing? Oh Lord, his private sexual activities. All right. And remember, in order to prove on the RICO and the enterprise and and all of that, they have to show where the enterprise what is the enterprise is one, and then the um then the RICO person is one, and then the RICO enterprise is different. They have to be distinct in order to prove on a RICO or prove the parts of a RICO. And it says that the government suspects that some of defendants' employees turned a blind eye or knew more than they let on is not sufficient evidence that the members of the so-called enterprise shared a common purpose of promoting defendants' illegal sexual conduct, a necessary element to the charged RICO offense. A. The jury instructions were not deficient. The evidence was. Preliminarily, the government did not argue below that defendant's Rule 29 challenge to the government's evidence of an enterprise was misplaced, and that his objection was actually to the court's jury instructions. More importantly, the district court concluded that the question of whether an enterprise was proven beyond a reasonable doubt was a proper Rule 29 claim. The government's attempt to recast this sufficiency of the evidence challenge as a defective jury instruction issue is specious. Specious. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Hold on. What's she trying to say? Because I don't remember none of this. Preliminary, the government did not argue. And it's not 100 pages, y'all. It's 27 pages. Preliminary, and some of it is the table contents. Preliminary, the government did not argue below that defendant's Rule 29 challenge to the government's evidence of an enterprise was misplaced, and that his objection was actually to the court's jury instructions. More importantly, the district court concluded that the question of whether an enterprise was proven beyond a reasonable doubt was a proper 29 claim. The government attempt to recast this sufficiency of the evidence challenge as a defective jury instruction issue is specious. Having proposed the jury instructions, the government knows that they accurately stated the law, that they included that government's theory of an illicit common purpose, and more importantly, that they told the jury that the government was required to prove an enterprise as charged in the indictment The problem is not with the instructions, it is with the proofs. Oh shit. Oh shit. Wait a minute now. Wait a minute. Let me put on my bonnet. Hold on. Hold on now. She getting a little deep now. This is where you need a appellate attorney. Shit. Let me get somebody else. Okay, wait a minute. I think Jennifer just hit him with one. Hold on. Let me tell you what. Now she's getting into the technicalities. Let me see. This is common purpose, and more importantly, they told the jury that the government was required to prove the presence charging indictment. The problem is not with the instruction, it's when it's proved. So she said, I don't remember none of this was what I read. I didn't remember nothing about the prosecution saying that it was an improper jury instruction. She's saying it's with this proof. Let's read a little bit more. I'm trying to see what she's trying to say. Critically, the government fails to acknowledge that the jury instructions incorporated language from the third superseding indictment, including the government's claim that the common purpose of the enterprise was to engage in an illegal common purpose. In the instruction setting forth the existence of an enterprise, the jury was expressly instructed that the indictment alleged that the purposes of the enterprise was to promote R. Kelly's music and the R. Kelly brand, to recruit women and girls to engage in illegal sexual activity with Kelly, and to produce pornography, including child pornography. Jennifer, girl, I know you want to listen to us on my back channel when we was talking about this. Girl, let me keep reading. The instruction also told the jury that although the government is not required to prove each and every allegation about the enterprise proved must be essentially the one alleged in the indictment. In other words, the government conceded that it was required to prove that the defendant's employees or so-called inner circle shared a common purpose to engage in illegal or illicit conduct, namely to recruit women and girls to engage in illegal sexual activity with Kelly and to produce pornography, including child pornography. Oh, y'all know I'm getting deep in the throat. Wait a minute. The government pretends that it never charged an illegal common purpose, pompously declaring the parties' proposed instructions adopted by the district court set a benchmark for the government to meet. The government met the mark, and Kelly now objects that the government did not instruct sufficient evidence for the jury to find another previously unspecified required was met. She must have meant requirement was met. Wait a minute. Defendant agrees that the jury instructions set a benchmark for the government to meet. One of those benchmarks was to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the common purpose of the enterprise was to promote defendant's illegal sexual activity. This is the conversation we was having. Me and Kelly, and I don't know who else was on the panel, about the indictment stay in. Remember how it was worded what the enterprises job was to do this, that, and third, whatever. I think this is what she's talking about. This is where she's going. Now again, and I don't have time to go through it now. It's about what's part of the story, what's part of the charge conduct. Okay. Now, which is which, how the indictment is laid out, I don't have that photograph. But she could have a point, because if if this is even listed or if it's listed as the facts in the case, she's supposed to have evidence to support those facts. No, she might have something. I don't know. I don't have time to break it down right now, but just remember that you got to have that evidence to support those facts. If not, then the evidence would be insufficient. Okay, the government failed to meet that benchmark. Defendant did not introduce a unspecified requirement. Rather, the illicit common purpose element was charged, set forth in the jury instructions, and the jury was instructed that the government was required to prove the enterprise as charged. The government simply failed to prove the enterprise theory. So that's what I just said, y'all. Uh oh. Shit. Team Kales, you might have one. Oh shit. Jojo, you still there? I guess everybody done gone.
No, no, I'm on mute. I just went on
Okay.
mute.
Okay. Everybody on Hall Boogie. Oh shit. See what I just said, y'all? And of course, again, if I read it, they'll say it more elaborately, right? So the government simply failed to prove the charged enterprise theory. So I said story, but that's the theory, okay? Same thing. Oh shit, I don't know. By arguing that it was never required to prove a common purpose of the illegality as the indictment charged, the government is attempting to constructively amend the indictment on appeal to remove that essential element of the RICO enterprise theory. Okay, remember I told y'all you can't amend an indictment after someone's been charged and shit like that because it would render that indictment uh, illegal, right? That after somebody's been charged. A constructive amendment occurs when the evidence presented at trials alter the essential elements of the charges specified in the indictment. The indictment here alleged that a common purpose of the enterprise was to promote defendants' illegal sexual conduct. That the government now claims that it was never required to prove the illegal common purpose is nothing more than an unconstitutional constructive amendment to the indictment. I told you it's unconstitutional. It's illegal. Can't do that. Oh shit. Hold on. The government alternatively argues that even if Kelly's brief of challenging the sufficiency of the evidence were interpreted to challenge the jury instructions, the error is not plain error. Remember, I told you, a plain error is one that 9 out of 10 times has to be, that means it has to be reversed. Okay, if it's a plain error. Okay. There is no error in the jury instructions, plain or otherwise. The jury was expressly told that the government was duty bound to prove its charged theory of an enterprise, which included a theory that the common purpose of the enterprise was to promote illegal sexual conduct, not merely promote defendants' music. The government failed to prove its theory of an enterprise, and the conviction must now be reversed because it's a plain error, she's stating. The government can cite to no authority that allows it to amend the indictment on appeal to fundamentally alter its theory of the purpose of the enterprise. Okay? Whoa, that's deep. She came back, baby, like a motherfucker. I thought she was, kind of dead in the water, but she came back like a fighting fish, girl, John Catfish, y'all. Says B, an enterprise requires a shared purpose or fraudulent or illegally illegality, as the government charged in its indictment. Excuse me. The government contends that it was not required to prove a shared illegal or fraudulent course of conduct. This position by the government represents a profound change of heart, where it charged defendant with an enterprise that had a common purpose of an illegal course of conduct, and then instructed the jury that it was required to prove that illegal common purpose. As argued above, the government was required to prove its theory of a common purpose as pled in the indictment and as set forth in the jury instructions. Let me tell you what I think what happened here. Okay? Because this could have been um concluded in her initial brief, right? I think either Jennifer held this back to come in and hit their ass in the back and ass, or two, she done went and got somebody that is proficient in Rico, and they went and she went their ass out. Okay, I'm just telling you, either one. And y'all can go look and see if somebody done got on the team. Or I don't know, but something done happened because this here I can just tell. I can tell when it's a different I can just tell. It says recognizing that its proof of a common purpose as pled in the indictment was insufficient. The government repeatedly attempts to recast defendants' argument as a challenge to the structure of the organization. Defendants' RICO challenge has nothing to do with the structure of defendants' organization. It is well established that an enterprise can have either a legal or illegal structure, but an enterprise cannot exist without its members sharing a common purpose to engage in a particular course of fraudulent or illegal conduct, as the government knows having pledged such a purpose in the indictment. To hold otherwise would mean that any rogue bad actor operating in a legal organization could be prosecuted under RICO. This scenario stretches the RICO statute beyond and contrary to its purpose. There's somebody else right now. The government attempts to distinguish defendant's authority, but repeatedly succeeds at proving defendant's point. For example, the government argues that in First Capital Asset Management versus Satinwood, the alleged common purpose was one grounded in fraud to conceal assets from creditors and the bankruptcy court, and thus this court necessarily analyzed whether such a common purpose had been adequately alleged. The government seems to forget that it too alleged that the common purpose of the enterprise in this case was to promote the defendant and his illegal sexual conduct. Remember we was talking about that, Keller, if you still here? Consistent with the government's own argument, this court should necessarily analyze whether such a common purpose has been adequately proved. Ooh. The government's attempt to distinguish First Nationwide, man, y'all know I get tired of when I get excited. Gelt Funding Corp. 820 F Supplemental 89 SDNY 1993. Okay, blah blah blah. Okay. Summarily, Southern District, New York, 1987. Summarily failed. In both cases, the complaints allege a common purpose of illegality, just as the government did in this case, having charged a common purpose of illegality amongst the so-called members of the association, in fact, enterprise. The government was required to prove the common purpose of illegality. Remember, the association, in fact, is all the other people uh, associated with him. Okay. Indeed, if the government had not charged a common purpose of illegal conduct in this case, the defendant motion to dismiss the indictment would have prevailed. Okay, indeed, the government had not charged a common purpose of illegal conduct in this case. The defendant motion to dismiss the indictment would have prevailed. Okay, that's pretty straightforward. Meaning, if the government that she's saying, where the government said that they didn't say that all the other people, the associated, in fact, members of the enterprise was doing, illegal stuff. They were actually saying, showing that the jobs that they were doing were legal. But she's saying that if the government had not charged a common purpose of illegal conduct, saying that the government said that there was illegal conduct that occurred, that the defendant's motion to dismiss the indictment would have prevailed. Remember, she put in a motion to dismiss, somebody put in a motion to dismiss several times based on that RICO, based on, I guess she's saying based on them not, the association of fact having illegal conduct. And and she said it would have prevailed, right, if the government wouldn't have had charged illegal conduct in this case, right? When the government is now saying that all of the conduct wasn't um, illegal. And I think that the government can say that in their argument that they're not saying all of the conduct was legal, all of the conduct was illegal. As specified under RICO, it can be both, right? They can say that. It says the government suggests that Satinwood, Nationwide, and Mull are not good law because the cases preceded the Supreme Court's decision in Boyle versus United States, in which the Supreme Court held that an association, in fact, enterprise need only a purpose, relationship among those associated with the enterprise, and longevity sufficient to permit those associated to pursue the enterprise purpose. Boyle does not help the government's case. In Boyle, the defendant was charged with a number of bank thefts that were allegedly conducted by a group of loosely organized individuals operating within a larger structure. As the court observed, the participants in these crimes included a core group along with others who were not reunited, recruited from time to time. Each theft was typically carried out by a group of participants who met beforehand to plan the crime, gather tools, and assign the roles that each participant would play, such as a lookout driver. The participants generally split the proceeds from the thefts. The group was loosely and informally organized. God damn, my reading is terrible tonight. It does not appear to have had a leader or hierarchy. The Supreme Court held that this association, in fact, qualified as an enterprise for RICO purposes, notwithstanding the absence of a clear leader. The court was not presented with the question, nor did it answer, whether the members of an association, in fact, must share a common purpose to carry out an illegal course of conduct, or whether a single bad actor acting within an organization can be guilty of RICO. Somebody that's a specialist of RICO is all up in this paper. I ain't saying she didn't do it, okay? But oh, ooh. Indeed, in Boyle, the association, in fact, entire purpose was to carry out bank robberies, a decidedly criminal purpose. If anything, Boyle derives home defendant's point that the evidence in this case did not show that the members of the defendant's musical collective, whether characterized as formal or informal structure, engaged in conduct demonstrating a shared purpose to carry out an illegal course of conduct. The government purposefully distorts defendants' challenge as one to the structure of the enterprise rather than the purpose of it. If within the context of a legitimate business, as defendant's business was, there does not exist a group of individuals with a shared purpose to engage in a course of fraudulent or illegal conduct, there simply is no RICO enterprise, even if the head of that legitimate business is independently engaging in illegal behavior. Whoa. Okay, remember, it has to be, he got to be engaging in illegal behavior, well, in the behavior and the association of fact. Or you can look for those three B's on behest, the benefit of, and behalf of, right? All right, it says the government points this court to language in United States versus Turkey and Diadrio versus Diadro. for the proposition that an association effect enterprise need to have some sort of illicit, much less fraudulent common purpose. The government did not take this view when it presented its theory of a common purpose to the grand jury or even when it offered its jury instructions. In any event, neither the Turcotte nor Diageo courts were presented with this precise question because there was no dispute about whether the common purpose of the alleged enterprise members were engaged in a criminal or fraudulent course of conduct. As explained in his opening brief, oh, she knocked this out, baby. As explained in his opening brief, apparently overlooked by the government based on footnote 7 of its brief in Turcotte, the court was tasked with deciding whether an enterprise could include an entirely illegitimate enterprise. In its discussion, the court compared various associations in fact that were entirely criminal in nature or were a combination of illegal and legitimate activities. Oh shit. So she's saying that the government is trying to use Turcotte, right, to support their theory. But in Turcotte, that they use all samples and examples of enterprises that had illegal that was doing illegal activity, right? So to she said use that to compare it to you saying an enterprise that either didn't knowingly what let me tell you what she could do. If she okay, if she's going in this direction, an enterprise that if they're comparing an enterprise the government saying that either didn't knowingly know that they were doing illegal activity, or the government didn't prove that the other people see they just simply that they didn't say that the other people was doing this shit illegal. How could they she's saying how could they kind of compare that those particular case laws and the and I'm talking to myself, y'all, and the activity that they were doing, how can they compare it to Kelly's case and try to support their theory and their persuasive argument as such? So being that so it doesn't really kind of compare because they're pointing out a man at the top and that they said they had illegal car activity. And they have people associating the fact that was just carrying out normal day-to-day um, duties, and that is supported because they did not indict anyone else under Kelly, as well as they did not actually say that anyone else was carrying out illegal duties. Bam! Good on the spot. I ain't even on this case. God damn, that bitch is good. Where was I reading at? Where was I? Hold on. Where was I, y'all? Wait a minute. Maybe I was my head and turned. I was somewhere else. What I was reading? Okay, that's what did enterprise in discussion compared social activity. Okay, I'm back. Turcotte did not provide any example of an association in fact where its members shared only a legal purpose. Bam! Ooh, if I'd have kept on reading, I would have got to it. It didn't. It didn't. So she's saying what I'm saying, y'all. You see what I'm saying? Ooh. Says similarly in Diageo, the association fact enterprise had a legitimate structure insofar as its stated purpose was to settle the estate. But as this court observed, the defendant and other members of the enterprise shared a common and unambiguous purpose of carrying out a fraudulent scheme to steal from the estate. These cases stand in stark contrast to the instant one, meaning this one. It says here the evidence at best shows that defendant used unwitting low-level employees to carry out anodyne tasks that facilitate his own criminality. Indeed, the government has failed to cite a single case that suggests, let alone holds, that an enterprise is established when a single bad actor uses status and authority within an organization to enable his private misdeeds. Now, let me make sure, because remember I told y'all, the case law doesn't have to mirror the exact circumstances and situation, whatever, of the instant case, right? Of the cases that they're that the claim they're in, right? Then they don't have to do that. Okay. But she makes a good argument to support saying, hey, to counter their persuading brief. So that's what she's kind of doing now, to counter their persuading argument. Okay. So this is more of a counter. It's not saying she's giving some points, what's a few points what may be right correct under the law, but this is more so what as far as what I read so far is more of a counter to their persuading argument, right? Which she did ask them to what interpret the law. Okay. Shit, what was I? Shit, hold on. I get excited. It says the government also cites United States versus Cianci and United States versus Feldman for the proposition that to establish a RICO enterprise, the government need not show that a corporation has acted with purposeful and or unlawful intent. This argument misses the mark. Defendant has never suggested that the government's enterprise evidence was insufficient because his legitimate business entire entities did not act within an unlawful intent. Defendant argument is simply that the government did not prove that the charge association in fact enterprise shared any illicit common purpose. Neither did Cianci nor Feldman hold that association in fact enterprise can exist without its members sharing an illicit common purpose. Indeed, Cianci says the opposite. There, the court held municipal entities can be party of an unlawful purpose association in fact enterprise as so long as those who control the entities share the purposes of the enterprise. RICO does not require intention or purposeful behavior by corporations charged as members of an association in fact. A RICO enterprise animated by an illicit common purpose can be comprised of an association in fact, municipal entities, and human members when the latter exploits the former to carry out that purpose. The Cianci court expressly acknowledged that the members of the association in fact enterprise must be motivated by an illicit common purpose, even if the municipality itself need not act purposefully. As the court noted, an association in fact enterprise consisting of people and entities can exist when the people use the organization to carry out their shared illicit common purpose. The court did not hold that an association in fact enterprise can consist of people whose only purpose is to carry out a legitimate and legal purpose. Okay. C. The government did not show common purpose of any illegal or illicit conduct as charged. The government concedes, as it must, that its indictment charged that the common purpose of the RICO enterprise was to recruit women and girls to engage in illicit sexual activity with Kelly and to produce pornography, including child pornography. The government generally claims that it proved its illicit common purpose, but almost immediately reverts back to its faulty legal argument, namely that defendant's mere use of his employees for tasks such as driving female guests from one location to another or providing a woman of unknown age defendant's phone number is sufficient to show a common purpose of recruiting women for illegal sexual activity and production of child pornography. The government expressly argues the evidence proved that Kelly used his fame and popularity in the music business, combined with a network of individuals at his disposal, to target, groom, and exploit numerous victims for his own sexual gratification. Even accepting this statement as true, it does not constitute sufficient evidence that the network of individuals shared a common purpose to promote defendants' illegal sexual conduct. The government relies on United States versus Minicone for the proposition that the government was only required to prove that the enterprise's common purpose was to promote defendants' music and brand, not defendants' illegal sexual conduct. The government grossly mischaracterizes the holding of Mincone. She spelled it different. I think it's Mencion, falsely suggesting that Mencion supports its contention that an enterprise need not have an illegal common purpose if a defendant merely uses his underlings to carry out his private misdeeds. Oh, wow. Okay. That's pretty strong. And now she spells it back the other way. In Minicone, Minicone, the defendants were charged for their alleged involvement in a wide ranging criminal enterprise that profited from extortion and loan sharking, illegal gambling, and trafficking in stolen property. So remember what I was saying to myself, that the other people were charged, that normally she could make an argument that other people should have been charged if you going along with the RICO illegal activities, so on and so forth, right? Let me see what she says. The defendants challenged their convictions on the ground that the racketeering activities were not sufficiently related to the RICO enterprise, not that evidence of an RICO not that evidence of an enterprise was insufficient. Contrary to the government's argument, the court did not suggest an enterprise exists when a defendant is enabled to commit the predicate offenses solely by virtue of his position in the enterprise. Rather, the court statement pertained to the vertical nexus required between the RICO enterprise and predicate racketeering acts. It was not a declaration that a RICO enterprise can exist even where the members have no common purpose of carrying out an illegal course of conduct. The government spills unnecessary ink on its argument that the predicate offenses are related to the activities of the enterprise, detailing its evidence of the predicate acts. If the government had proved the enterprise as charged, the government's relatedness claim would be well taken. But as discussed at length, the government failed to prove an enterprise. There are no predicate offenses, just stand-alone charges that are time barred. The government insists that despite the fact that it charged an illicit common purpose, it was not required to prove one. Alternatively, the government claims even if it was required to prove an illicit common purpose, it satisfied its burden because the defendant employees knew he mistreated his girlfriends. The government revives its closing argument, drawing sweeping and unsupported conclusions about the evidence that borders on misrepresenting the record. Cites to the record are noticeably lacking, and the government seems to rely heavily on the PSR, which it replete with hearsay evidence that was never presented to the jury, which PSRs usually are. But even if the government's greatly embellished version of the evidence was true, its evidence showed only that a handful of employees whose employment with the defendant was short lived turned a blind eye to the defendant's occasional mistreatment of his adult girlfriends. The government writes in its statements of facts and later incorporates into its argument that Kelly and his inner circle assisting Kelly in his professional and personal life, also recruiting and maintaining Kelly's female victims, citing um I guess I don't know, just some reference. Indeed, it is not even clear what the government means by recruiting and maintaining Kelly's female victims, but the testimony which the government cites to back up this aggrandized narrative is devoid of facts from which the jury could have fairly concluded that defendants employees shared for a common purpose of promoting his illegal sexual activity. For example, Navarro did not testify to a single fact from which a rational jury could conclude that the recruited or maintained the women. Hold on. For example, Navarro did not testify to a single fact from which a rational jury could conclude that he recruited or maintained defendant's victims. Indeed, the prosecutor did not even question Navarro about defendant's victims, who she never identified in any event. Navarro testified to his general responsibilities as a road manager that included ordering food for defendant's female guests at the studio and driving them home when asked. In a misleading fashion, when questioning his skill. Jojo, you still there?
Yeah, yeah, I'm here. I'm here.
Okay,
I'm here.
for some reason I'm stuck. Wait a minute.
No, I can hear you. I can still hear you. You went out for a minute, but you still are.
Okay, you still hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay, wait a minute. Let me see what happened. Okay, let me see defense. Indeed, the prosecutor didn't. Indeed, the prosecutor did not even question Navarro about defendant's victims, who she never identified in any event. Navarro testified to his general responsibilities as a road manager that included ordering food for defendant's female guests at the studio and driving them home when asked. In a misleading fashion, prosecutors repeatedly referred to defendant's female guests when questioning his former employees, knowing that those former employees would never agree that they knowingly facilitated defendant's sexual misconduct. But here, the government asked this court to just assume that female guests means defendant's victims. This court may not do so. In sum, Navarro did not utter a single word from which any rational juror could conclude that he and others shared a common purpose to ensure defendants sexually abused women and children or produced pornography. The government also cites to Arnold's testimony as support for its common purpose evidence, claiming that Kelly's inner circle also assisted Kelly female guests in arranging air travel and hotel rooms, allowing them to visit Kelly across the United States. A review of the citations provided by the government at A649 shows only that one of Arnold's responsibilities was to make sure Kelly and his team got to their destination. Arnold's testimony, as cited by the government, is devoid of a single reference to Kelly's victims or girlfriends. The government takes enormous liberties with this record that borders on misrepresentations. The government claims that evidence of a common purpose was established because Kelly's inner circle required them to abide by several rules, including signing non-disclosure agreements and getting permission for guests to use the bathroom. The government fails to explain how rules related to non disclosure agreements and obtaining permission to use the bathroom in his studio or house shows the common purpose to promote defendants' alleged sex crime. Ooh, she got down. I don't know what's going on, but she got the fuck down on this. Maybe this is how she get these people out on appeal. Maybe she lulls them in with a half-hearted you know I ain't saying
Miss Walker, Miss Walker.
huh?
Yes, and what's also interesting that we're gonna try to spend some time on is about the approach. The approach. I'm not gonna even speak on it in such an aspect of the strategy. But you
Yeah,
once did a practice. You once did a practice before this trial started. And you said what would be one's main focus when going into this trial, based upon all of the things you heard, etc., etc. And I don't think people really can go back to this and remember this, but I said the jurors. Now, if you are paying close attention to how she's attacking this, it is the instructions that the jurors was given based upon certain aspects of this trial, the way whom the government delivered it. And that's what she's basically attacking at this point. And I can go back to a time mark in this when you was discussing this. She's attacking that head on. And it's
right,
based upon it was given instructions, not only instructions, just aspects of deliberation and what you need to consider as convicting this man based upon if it was said this way, it would mean this, which was evidently was not allowed. Pay close attention. I don't think people really paying close attention to how this is being deliberated on her arguments. And this is
this
when the rubber hits the road. And I think here, right now, this is what Levi was trying to explain to a lot of people. And I'm not going to say he did a poor job at it. He was way above how he was explaining it because the way he was trying to explain it, he was far beyond on what she's saying right now. He was trying to give this to you guys from a street level. And I've always stated this. I said, this is going to have to be deliberated through the court of law because I understand the system. Levi understands the different legalities based in the system. But to try to explain this to the people, he tried to reach you guys from a certain aspect that you, not you particularly, collectively, didn't understand what he was trying to convey over. But as you read this, as you're reading it now, you seeing exactly what he was saying. And I'm not talking
no,
about
hold
any
on, no, I
cherry
don't.
picking. No, no,
Uh-uh.
no. Listen, see, right now,
Hold
right
on,
now.
hold on. Let me tell you this because this ain't nothing about what Levi's talking about. It's not even
Listen,
a question of
see, right now, you're not looking at it in that aspect. I
because it doesn't
said,
compare.
listen to what I'm saying. He was trying to tell you there are fallacies within it. He argued points about the case. The case was over.
Hmm.
I'm going to say that again. He argued points about the case. But when you're dealing with this from a perspective of, as she's arguing this case right now, she's not arguing the case.
She's arguing what I said.
She's arguing
Okay, let me
rights.
tell you what I said. Not to cut you off. I
Go ahead,
said
go ahead, go ahead.
you're
No,
gonna
no, no,
have
go ahead. Because
okay,
I'm good with that. Go ahead.
you're gonna have to find technicalities, violations,
Absolutely.
things that
Technicality and
unconstitutional,
violations.
and all of that. That's what you're gonna have to find.
Absolutely.
We can't deal with
Technicality.
nothing about no text messages, no evidence,
Well,
none of
see,
that.
that's what I'm saying. He was arguing aspects of the case. And I said, we got to get past
Right.
that.
So no. Let me tell you this. Let me tell y'all this. Now this right here. Now, I mean, I know some fancy work, okay, but this right here is a technical beat down right here. This some technical ass
And
work
that's the
right
way
here.
it had to be attacked. I said,
Shit.
you're going to have to argue
I
this. You're
if
going to
this
have
is
to argue this on a different playing field, a battlefield. And it to really understand this, you're going to have to be of their pew, of their pew. And to be of their pew is to understand you've been here and done this before. And you have people that's in your pocket, not so much to say that because they'll take that and run with it. You have legal eagles around you that understand these particular dynamics on how it was judicated and where the flaws lies. Now, the common ear not going to understand this. They're not going to understand what the hell you're saying, even though you're saying it. What they're looking for. We have, and this is unfortunate, but it's true. We have came to a medium where it's for or against, and that's fine. I have no problem with that. But when you dealing with this from a legal aspect and how to attack it, you're going to have to attack this on a playing field that you know what you're playing with and what you're playing against. That's
and
simple.
let, let me say this what I was starting to say. So um now either if this the same team, meaning her and the same team that wrote that appeal, look like to me. She came with her same language, her same, intensity on this shit and set that prosecution up. We already can kind of anticipate they're gonna use much of the same what they use,
Absolutely.
after the trial or whatever, to fight her post conviction motions and shit, right? Same with the language. And then she came and
They
hit
hit
him
them
in
with the
the head with
switcheroo, the
this
rope
shit.
dope. It's a different
The
language
rope
that
right, right.
you're hearing a
Or
different
she
language.
done hired somebody else on the team. Either one.
Well,
I don't know which one
you
it
know what's
is.
so crazy about me, Miss Walker? They was already on the team.
Something happened. I'm
No,
telling
no,
you.
they was already on the team because you don't have a track record the way you have it unless it's based upon something. You never let your left hand know what your right is thinking. You put that out there as a jab. And see, I don't. That's why I don't get into these debates with you guys. And see,
Man,
that's why I understand Levi's argument in so many aspects. I'm not saying that I agree with him everything he says, but
man,
it threw you for a loop.
yeah, I'm like, wait a minute, because I'm
Absolutely.
trying to tell you, this sounds like a different writer. I'm just trying to tell you, but
Well, in
well,
all
let's
fairness,
go.
without me saying too much, I mean, it was already there.
Probably, I
It's
don't
like a
know.
boxing
I ain't
match.
listening. I don't know. Don't come shooting me. Let
Well,
me
it is
finish.
what it is because here again, the prosecution going to have a rebuttal too, and they have a team too.
Yeah, they gonna have an argument. So let me finish this a little
Go
bit,
ahead,
and
go
I
ahead.
ain't got too much longer, y'all. It says the government cites to testimony from Diana Copeland and Mayweather, which established nothing more than they were defendant's personal assistants who arranged travel for some defendant's female guests, and they interacted with defendant's girlfriends, none of whom were underage. Copeland was Copeland never testified that she made travel arrangements for underage girls or that she was promoting defendant's illegal sexual activities or production of child pornography. Mayweather noted that defendant did not want her interacting with his girlfriends. It's unclear how this testimony showed a common purpose to promote defendant's illegal sexual conduct with women and children. Furthermore, that defendant's personal assistants retrieved prescriptions, medications for him, including Valtrex, does not mean that those assistants had any reason to know that defendant was exposing his girlfriends to herpes without their knowledge in states where it is illegal to do so. It certainly does not establish a common purpose to promote defendant's illegal sexual activities. The remainder of the government cited evidence merely shows that defendant imposed rules on his employees that were sometimes harsh and that he sometimes mistreated them. For example, the government makes much of the fact that defendant fined his employees for not abiding by his rules and allegedly requiring them to write letters to admit when they had done something wrong. That defendant was difficult to work for is not evidence that his employees shared a common purpose to promote his illegal sexual conduct. In sum, the government charged defendant under RICO, alleging that the purpose of the enterprise was to promote defendant's illegal sexual conduct. The jury instructions set forth that theory and instructed the jury that the government was required to prove that theory. The government's evidence was insufficient. So, you know what I was just getting ready to say. I'm glad I read it first before I said it because they said it more eloquently. So, what I was saying earlier, right? She's saying that, okay, so you know the jury instructions it tells the jury that they must consider the evidence presented and so on and so forth in that jury instructions. She's going on the technical point, and this is what I'm assuming. She's going on the technical point that they did not prove the evidence that was submitted. It was insufficient. Okay. So it didn't support their story, the facts in the case. She hadn't said anything about the charged conduct, which would be the elements. But I mean, she can't. Well, yes, she did. She kind of said that as well. So she's going that route with it. I believe this is a different writer, but let me keep reading. Defendant and the enterprise are not distinct. The government seems to suggest that the distinctiveness requirement is only applicable in RICO cases involving corporate entities, and that because defendant had an inner circle, that the distinctness requirement was satisfied. Not so. The RICO states mandates that a person who engaged in a pattern of racketeering activity must be employed by or associated with the enterprise. Satinwood, Riverwoods, Chippewa, versus Marine Midland Bank, all this case law. An entity cannot simultaneously be the enterprise and the person who conducts its affairs, permitting that would be tantamount to permitting an entity to associate with itself. In its argument, the government doubles down on its claims that a RICO enterprise exists, even when the defendant simply uses the machinery of his organization to enable his sexual misdeeds. If this is true, the enterprise has no function unrelated to the defendant. They are truly one and the same. In sum, the government theory of a RICO enterprise was flawed from the start. The government's evidence, taken in its best light, showed only that a defendant employed a collective of people over his 25 plus year career who promoted his careers and his music. They did not share an objective to commit sex crimes against women and girls. Accordingly, the government failed to prove an enterprise, and the defendant racketeering conviction must be vacated. Two, the government evidence of intent as to the Mann Act violations related to Jane and Faith were insufficient. Defendant relies largely on the government's contained in his opening brief concerning the sufficiency of the evidence as to the Mann Act violations related to Jane and Faith. However, it bears repeating that the government cannot and did not prove that defendants' motivating purpose in transporting Jane and Faith to California and New York was to expose them to herpes in violation of state public health laws. The district court got it wrong when it held that the intent element is satisfied by a general intent to engage in legal sex that can be criminally prosecuted for reasons unrelated to the travel. Recognizing the district court's flawed analysis, the government attempts to fold the prohibited sexual activity into the real purpose of the travel, arguing that the defendant's motivating purpose for the travel was to engage in unprotected sex in his usual manner, without first informing her that he had contracted herpes and obtaining her consent to sexual intercourse in those circumstances. The government's word game does not save their argument. Defendants' intent in arranging travel for Jane and Faith was not to give them herpes or expose them to an STD. It was to engage them in sexual activity and not necessarily sexual intercourse. The only way to expose them to an STD. Oh, we was talking about this. Okay, let's keep reading. The exposure to herpes was merely incidental to the travel. To hold otherwise would mean that even if defendant never went to Faith's hotel room after arranging for her travel there and never had sex with her, he would still be guilty of violating the Mann Act for intending to expose her to a sexually transmitted disease. This absurd result undermines the government's contention. The government's attempt to avoid its burden of proof by conflating the incidental consequence, exposure to herpes, into the true purpose of the travel, legal sexual activities must be rejected. Y'all, when I have time, we're going to have to break that down a little bit more. 3. Defendant was denied a fair and impartial jury where several of the seated jurors admitted that they prejudged defendant's guilt, and trial counsel provided ineffective assistance of counsel when he failed to move to disqualify patently unqualified jurors. Contrary to the government's argument, defendant is not generally complaining. Oh shit, what happened? Complaining that his trial counsel could have done more during voir dire. Rather, defendant contends that his counsel's performance was objectively unreasonable when he did not object to the seating of multiple jurors who, 1, had seen surviving R. Kelly, 2, were aware of defendant's reputation that he loves little girls, and 3, was familiar with his prior legal troubles, including his criminal prosecution for creating sexually explicit videos with the minor. Had there been even one juror who had seen surviving R. Kelly seated on defendant's jury, his jury could not be deemed impartial. The government minimizes the extraordinary prejudice that defendant suffered as a result of his counsel's deficient performance. The government argues that defendant cannot demonstrate prejudice because he cannot show that any juror had actual bias. This record demonstrates that before stepping into the courtroom, 2 jurors had over 360 minutes of victim testimonies. 2 jurors heard over 360 minutes of victim testimonies, including graphic accounts of urinating on 14-year-old girls. If this type of information does not lead to the inference that a person will not and cannot act with impartiality, it is difficult to imagine what would. A whopping 6 jurors were familiar with allegations that defendant had previously sexually abused minors and had faced legal consequences for such conduct. The government attempts to trivialize the prejudice to defendant but it is simply beyond debate that defendants' jurors suffer from actual bias. Oh, excuse me. Frankly, even if defendant cannot show actual bias, bias should be presumed here. The United States Supreme Court has observed a fair trial in a fair tribunal is a basic requirement of due process. Fairness, of course, requires an absence of actual bias in the trial of cases. But our system of laws has always endeavored to prevent even the probability of unfairness. To perform its high function in the best way, justice must satisfy the appearance of justice. Okay, it says the requirement of due process of law in judicial procedures is not satisfied by the argument that men of the highest honor and the greatest self sacrifice could carry it on without danger of injustice. Every procedure, every procedure which would offer a possible temptation to the average man to forget the burden of proof required to convict the defendant, or which might lead him not to hold the balance nice, clear, and true between the state and the accused, denies the latter due process of law. Indeed, the United States Supreme Court has struck down convictions irrespective of a showing of actual bias where prejudice is inherent in those convictions. This case, this is a case where prejudice is inherent in defendant's convictions because fully half of his jury was exposed to highly prejudicial and inadmissible evidence that invariably in, I'm sorry, it was supposed to be interfered, I guess. Interfered was spelled wrong. Interfered with defendants' cherished constitutional safeguards. In the old but highly instru- instructive case of Marshall versus United States, the United States Supreme Court reversed a defendant's drug conviction after concluding that exposure of some of the jurors to the newspaper articles was so prejudicial to justify a new trial. During the defendant's trial, two newspaper articles got before a substantial number of jurors. The news accounts contained information that the defendant had two previous felony convictions and detailed the circumstances of prior arrests and convictions. Upon learning that the news accounts had reached the jurors, the trial judge questioned the jurors about whether they had seen the articles. Seven of the jurors had some exposure to the articles, but all assured the judge that they would not be influenced by the news articles and could decide the case on the evidence in the record. The trial judge denied defendant's motion for a mistrial, finding that there was no prejudice to the defendant. United States Supreme Court reversed finding. We have here exposure of jurors to information of a character which the trial judge ruled was so prejudicial it could not be directly offered as evidence. The prejudice to the defendant is almost certain to be as great to be as great when the evidence reaches the jury through news accounts as when it is part of the prosecution's evidence. It may indeed be greater for its it may indeed be greater, for it is then not tempered by protective procedures. Consistent with the teachings of Marshall, defendant is entitled to a new trial. Four jurors was exposed to information of character that was so prejudicial that it could not be offered into evidence. Indeed, had trial counsel simply moved to disqualify these jurors, it seems likely that those motions for cause would have been allowed. Prejudice to the defendant must be presumed given the inflammatory nature of the information that no average human could put aside. Defendant's convictions must be vacated and a new trial ordered. For the remainder of defendant's arguments, he relies upon his opening brief. Boom. And there you have it. Mm, y'all. Whoa! Y'all, baby, baby, baby. So, I'm right here with y'all. Um, and you haven't said pencil whip. Based on your reaction, sound like she pencil whipped this. Um, no, when I say pencil whip, I mean that, you know, she stretching it a little bit. She reaching or whatever. I ain't say pencil whipped on this because I don't think she pencil whipped this. I think shit. She she came through like a big dog. Hey, I'm thinking about playing spades, and you know how you and your partner y'all ain't show shit, and you look around there and you done ran out of spades and shit, and you hoping your partner got the high spade, baby. Like, oh, come through like a big dog. She came through like a big dog on that. She came through.
Well, Miss Walker, in the game of spades, it's actually not about the spades. It's how you play your hand.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So you don't even have to have a spade in your hand to set a
Right. You
party,
right.
to set a group of
Yeah, I'm just
opponents.
using that analogy though. Yeah.
I know you are. I know you are. I'm just being facetious right now.
Mm-hmm.
It's you know what I found very interesting, and I'm have to go back to through it because of the wording, and the wording was skillfully crafted.
Mm-hmm.
It's a wording that was sculptured to the ones that understand what's being conveyed over. Us
Mm-hmm.
as listeners, not probably you, but just the average ear don't hear how this is sculpted. Because you know why? Because they don't have that trained ear to hear these kind of arguments on a daily basis. All they are driven on is emotions. And they are driven on what their belief system is, which is fine. I don't have no problem with that. But what is strange is how a collective group, when you hear something that is turned on to you, you like a cheering group, a cheering match. And yeah, 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 yeah. We can't even be objective here because they're gonna have an argument that's gonna go against what she's saying. But you know what's strange about this? I think this is so skillfully crafted that they anticipated what they were gonna come back and say afterwards. And it's not for our listening ear to deliberate on this. It's the ones that understand this language, the
Mm.
word. Contention and content is what stood out to me. Within the frame of the argument, not because the words was using, it's how it was used and how the words were used. We can sit here and read this to these and not and this is no indictment on anyone. You can sit here and read this, and what I've noticed collectively, they only get excited and Debbie Downers predicated on how you read it
Huh?
versus
What?
listening. Wait. See, hear me out here. Hear me out. Versus listening to the language, which I know they can't understand it. I get that. They're not going to understand it. It's for you to interpret how the language is being read and what's being conveyed over, for them to either get excited or have a Debbie Downer. I've noticed this. That's why I don't come in on these debates and these arguments, because see, I understand this is going to have to be litigated through what? Litigations that someone that I'm nowhere near capable of doing it and masterfully doing it in such a sense. That's why I understand why Levi be coming from. He argues different aspects of, if I can put it this way, and he can correct me if I'm speaking on it wrong. What if this? What if that? But in the same aspect, he's always talking about language, words, how it's used and when it's used. It's not so much of the word, it's when it's used and how it's used. I could call you a blankety blank blank one day, and within the same sentence, call you a blankety blank within that same reference, and you will take it and understand it from a different way without me saying the word. You see how it works? But no, I don't expect no one over here that don't have that legal mind to understand it. No, no, I don't expect that. Because we are emotional driven people. And this is not color based. It's how we was taught. Until you understand this from that different frame of reference, you're not gonna understand it. See, because I was ignorant to the point why she would get excited about certain aspects, how it was read. But she understands the language. So it gets her excited, meaning Miss Walker. So I took offense before behind that shit. So I see the comments and I see why y'all are taking offense. But it takes on a different origin when you playing chess with checker players. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
I don't know. I literally got a big old smile on my face because when I
No,
read,
you damn near got you an orgasm. Because see, here's why I say that. And I'm only doing that for as comparison to you understanding what thrills you in
ooh,
that particular modality. Look it
mm-hmm,
up, people. Modality.
I did something to me, honey. I was like, whoa. I wonder, ooh, I couldn't, but I was, y'all know when I get excited or whatever, I go to fucking up them words, baby. I can't even get it out. Oh, I mean, when I tell you now, I mean, I done seen some pieces of work, but that's some scholar shit right there. I'm trying to tell you how. What I'm saying is how it's crafted, right? How it's crafted, and the points she hit, and how she arranged it. It's kind of. I don't say she boxed them in or whatever. I damn sure want to know what the fuck they thinking. Like what the fuck? I know this. What the fuck? Fuck this bitch coming this shit from. I know that's what they thinking. That's what I be thinking. The fuck? Because see, then I tell you, well, see, I'm gonna have to upload because I talked about it. I think I read the the prosecution on the backup. Or maybe I didn't. But I'm gonna upload those videos.
Well, let me tell you something, Ms. Walker.
Mhm.
You don't have to marginalize why you got excited. because I just tried to give a diaphragm on
I'm
why.
marginalizing why I got excited, JoJo.
Just you like, oh, just because it is, just no,
No, I'm not
no.
marginalizing nothing. Y'all take offense to everything.
No,
Just
no,
calm
no. You
down.
know
Let
why?
me
No,
finish.
it's not so much of that. It's not so much of
Not
that.
marginalizing. I wasn't
What I'm
marginalizing
saying,
nothing.
it was skillfully planned and thought out by professionalism within
I could finish what I was getting ready to say. Remember when I was
exactly
saying, remember when I was saying about the prosecution? I say they hide behind where we just have to prove that. And I said it before they even did it. They'll hide behind. Well, we just had to prove this. We ain't got to prove your thing, what you saying. We just got to prove
absolutely,
bam, bam,
absolutely,
bam, bam. Or we
absolutely.
and I saying you take the lazy way out. Now this lady done came and hit him side the
She
motherfucking
hit
head.
him with the bam.
That's
She
what
hit him
your
with
ass
the bam.
did. That's
She
what
hit
your
him with
ass
the
did
bam.
for being lazy.
Well,
Don't be lazy.
well, let me ask you this. Let me ask you this. I don't think it's so much of one side being lazier than the other. I think it's both sides understanding each other. And we're going to work on what we have to present versus how you're going to defend what we present against you. Is that a
Ain't
fair
no
assessment?
way in hell I would have sat there with somebody who is a second quarter player, meaning an appellate, an appellate attorney as well,
Right?
sat up there and say, hey, we ain't got to prove what you talking about. All we had to prove is this, and this, these elements, these facts in the case, and we out of here. We ain't got to do
Right.
all that. Ain't no way in the world I would have sat back and just rested on that shit. I'd have
Well,
wore ass out more.
you see right there. You have to see what you did. You left people on an island, even myself. But I understand where you're coming from. But nevertheless, you left me on an island to explain that to other people. And here's why I say that. Because see, you are understanding this from a legal era. You understand what I'm saying? Am I
All
making
right.
sense?
Yeah.
And being unbiased, you can see it as it comes laying on your table as you're reading it, right?
Right.
So that shit, man, it's crazy
Yeah.
because
Yeah. You can't do that. You can't sit up there and fuck around. Then I'm not saying that the prosecutor didn't make no great points. I'm not saying that. But
right,
I
right,
told y'all,
absolutely,
and I think Queen Breast said I did say that. I told y'all, you're gonna sit up there and hide behind. Oh man, I ain't got to prove that. Oh, this is all we got to prove. And I told y'all before they even responded, I say sometimes they will hide behind that.
right. I remember
And
that. I
yeah, and then just get on up the road. And that's exactly what they did in some areas. Now this lady done came back and said, okay, I see you, and I'm gonna hit you with this, I'm gonna hit you with that and whatever.
right,
Because now it's more about interpretation of the law. It ain't just
absolutely. That's what I was
as it's
saying. That's
written. It's not
exactly
just
what I
as
was
it's
saying.
written right now. It's not just that. It's more about the
That's
interpretation.
exactly what I was saying.
And I
And
told you, sometimes they can even rule that the law itself is unconstitutional. And the shit can be reversed. So stop playing. You just don't play around. I'm not saying that's going to happen in this case, but I'm just
right,
saying
right,
how
right.
deep it can go. How deep it can go. What's up? What's up, Arkansas? What's good with it? Mm-hmm.
Well, and
Okay.
that's what I was
Equal.
basically trying to convey over. If you don't understand it from, and I've been saying this from day one, this is going to have to be litigated through the law, which I will give a percentage wise 90, particularly in this sector, maybe 95% don't really understand if that's being fair. give and take, the ones that go study it from their own fruition and look at it, and 90%. The other 90% are living on emotion, saying this ain't right, this is wrong, etc., etc. But that does not work in the court of law. If I'm making any sense here, you're not going to be able to go up there and say, well, she's a lie and she's a thought in XYZ, etc., etc. No, you're going to have to really get technical
Yeah.
in this system. That's what I mean by the system. And I once told you before, I said, you're going to have to get someone, meaning Rob, to understand the freaking system, how it's put together. Now, what you just heard is someone masterfully understanding the system and dealing with it from a technical aspect. This has nothing to do with being guilty or non-guilty.
Mm-mm.
Follow me here, people. It's where the prosecution made mistakes at getting the guilty plea. Okay?
Prosecution made mistakes. The judge misapplied the law wrong.
Absolutely.
The jury uh, could not make a decision based on the evidence that was presented. The law being unconstitutional. What else she hit? So she hit some.
And I want to ask you something after you finish that.
Mhm.
Go ahead. I
No,
want
go
to ask
ahead.
you something. Well, let me ask you this. For as how she attacked it, for as the constitutional right aspect of it, you didn't see that playing along a long time ago, because I did.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. I talked about that because, like, and just let me be, honest or whatever. Some, and I'm not gonna say most, but a good bit of attorneys, defense attorneys, they're not concerned about whether you guilty or innocent because they know
Exactly.
that that's neither here or there. They looking at what can be disproved. Can they, how they can raise reasonable doubt? What can be challenged? Do they have evidence? Just to counter whatever. You know what I'm saying? So when you get what I was trying to tell Levi, it ain't about the motherfucking text messages, the BOPs, and none of that.
I think you taking that. I think you taking that too far. And here's why. And I'm sorry to cut you out. I think he's arguing that from an aspect of look how unconstitutional this law can be.
Nah, he
Because
ain't saying that. He
wait,
talking
wait,
about
wait.
what you
This is
get
my
in,
thing. See, you're
what
gonna
he
tell me
get
I'm
out,
wrong.
what should have been on there, the
Wait,
road,
wait, wait.
all the
See, it's
people.
wrong.
And I get that. I understand his
You
position.
don't
What I'm trying
understand that. You don't understand that.
I
I
do
promise you
understand
don't
what he's
understand.
trying to say. What I was trying to tell him that, hey, I don't give a fuck about none of that because I'm not worried about his guilt or innocence.
But here's
I'm
another
talking
aspect of
about
that, Mr.
the
Walker.
mechanics. I'm just talking about the
Okay,
mechanics.
let's deal with mechanics because she brought that up too. Far as jurors, she brought that up. And see, like I said, I'm going to have to go back and review this video again. When she brought up jurors, now what in all due fairness to his argument, if one juror would have just had the liberty to hear the aspect of how this fucking case was put together, because she said that. And like I said before, going into tapping into this any further, I have to go back and hear what you read because she tapped on jurors. And I once said this in one of your practices, whatever you want to call it, your I don't know.
exercise.
Before the,
I
yeah.
know what you're saying, but she ain't talking about it in that way you talking about it.
But wait. See,
Go
and
ahead.
I knew you were gonna use
Go
that.
ahead.
But she brought up jurors.
She brought up
That's
jury here.
not what I'm talking about, how she used it. She brought up jurors. And I'm arguing Levi's case on this. A juror hearing this, how felonious this shit was, how it was put together, how it was comprised, and why it was comprised. Now, if you dealing with this in a human functionality, and you looking back at this, and you don't have any bias in this situation, i.e., surviving R. Kelly, you that shit is not even in your mind. The human aspect of you gonna kick in and say, wait a minute, you're gonna either be hung in your thoughts, i.e., hung, or conflicted, based upon if the information was available. That's all I'm saying. I'm not arguing that it wasn't in the legal aspect why it wasn't, because if you let me tell it, and I said this before, why are we arguing about Jane Doe number 5 testimony? My whole premise was, what if Jane Doe number 5 wasn't even there? Let's deal with that part of
But
it. Let's deal
y'all
with that
arguing
aspect of
other
it.
stuff. But she was already in
No,
there,
she
but
was
not
already
as
there.
a witness.
Wait,
Not as
wait.
a
I'm not
witness.
going to let you get away with that, Miss Walker, tonight. She was already there, but do you know for what reasons and how and why she was there? She
I'm
could
talking
have
about
been
that in
there.
the indictment. In the indictment.
Listen to what I'm saying, Miss Walker, and I want you to hear me carefully
Don't
here
call
because
me
I'm
Miss
not here.
Walker because that's not so formal. Stop calling me Miss Walker.
Okay, Angie, listen to me carefully because I'm not here to dispute what you're saying. She was there. But who's to say she was there for what reason? She could have very well been there for the defendant reason, unbeknownst to the prosecution, understanding. Because that could have went any way from her getting up there botching the shit, thinking she doing them a service. You see how it works?
Right, but what I'm saying is,
What are you saying? Let me
wait a
hear you.
minute. Wait, Angie, since you don't want that,
Let me hear you, man. I want to hear this
what's
shit.
up? 312. DBY. What the reason why I said that about the BOP? Well, I'll explain that later. But
I
what
don't
I'm
want to hear
saying,
nothing about no BOP right now. I
hold
want
on.
you to answer my question.
When I say that Jane Doe number 5 was there, I mean she was already in the indictment. Now,
Okay.
she wasn't at that point. She wasn't a prosecutor's witness, but she was there in the indictment. Okay.
Okay.
So meaning whatever they had him on, whatever, they must have already had some type of evidence outside of her, participating. But what I was trying to say is that when J-Bo brings up the juror, she is bringing
Wait.
up.
We can't skip trace that. We're not going to be able to skip trace that. When you
But
say
we're
she
gonna
was
do something
already
this
there,
at 2 o'clock,
well,
huh?
I want you to walk. I need to be educated here. And only you can do that based upon what you just stated. You said she was already there, right?
In indictment.
Yeah, I don't know. Okay, am I going in and out on y'all end?
Uh-uh.
Okay, you said
And
she
you,
was already there on the indictment. In what aspect? Because we're not gonna skip trace that. I want us to
what
walk
I
together.
mean is, if she's when I said that she's already there in the indictment, meaning they've
Mhm.
already got some charges with regarding her in the indictment. Okay, so she's
Okay.
already meaning, which also support says that they got some kind of evidence to support whatever they're charging him for with regards to her. Then remember she was already in an indictment, okay? And
Right, right.
then when the whole phone thing happened and the fight happened and stuff, that's
Right.
when she became one of their
I
witnesses.
okay. This is what I think you not understanding what I'm asking you. Based upon she's already in indictment. We already established that, right? But
Okay.
when you get up that stand, right? She's already there. So that means okay, she's liable to testify, right? Now, based
Mm,
upon what she get, look, I'm gonna ask you this. I mean, I could be at error here, but I'm asking you this from a standpoint of you hearing her testimony. She get up there and botch that shit up
mm,
and say something totally different from what she said initially. So when you say she was already in the indictment, being in the indictment does not allow the jurors to hear what she said. It's not like you indicted, the jurors already know you indicted. So okay, we just gonna go on you being indicted. And if you being indicted for or against, because again, that hasn't been established to what? We hear what she has to say, meaning her testimony, right? Am I wrong? Man, I mean, I could be at error here. I'm asking you this. So we just can't skip trace this. That's a question.
right. So what I'm saying is this: if she's in the paperwork, they've charged him for some kind of illegal conduct with regards to her.
Mhm.
They wasn't depending on her to testify, so they didn't count that.
So why was she there? Why was she on the stands?
Hold on. When I'm talking about when the indictment happened,
Right.
then hold on, when because the indictment was superseded 3 times.
Absolutely.
Then when she, did the fight thing or whatever, then
Mhm.
that's when she became a witness and added to it.
Okay.
So you know what I'm saying. So you could break either way with her.
Let me ask you this. Let me ask you this. I'm sorry for cutting you off because see, I get excited like you. If she was in an indictment, she was already in the indictment for what reason? And I get what you said versus whatever evidence they had. But by her getting on that stand and going against versus what the jurors are hearing, the indictment means just that you indicted.
Right,
But when you have to litigate this in court, meaning you're going to have to be judged by a jury of your peers, and you get this individual on the stand saying something totally different from what she was indicted for.
right, okay,
You feel? Are you following me now?
yeah, yeah,
Okay, okay, okay.
yeah.
That's all I'm at.
Yeah, I'm
That's
understanding.
all
Yeah,
I'm at.
that's a possible. I mean, that's a possibility. And I'm pretty sure if she was still in his corner, by the time the trial occurred, she probably would have gotten on there and said
Well,
something.
see, that's not what. That's not my question. My question was exactly as it stated. If she would have got up there and said something different, I don't give a damn about a coma. because it's already
Yeah,
obviously
well,
what.
I mean, the same. That's the same thing.
Yeah,
If she
I get
okay,
that,
well,
but
take
you
out the
you
corner and say she would have got on the stand and said something contrary to what he was charged with.
absolutely, absolutely. What she was, come on now. See, this is what I'm saying. We make these
I
things.
mean, then if you think of it that way, hold
If
on.
you're looking at it this way, it's nothing in between it. That's like saying there's something in between good and bad. If you get up there, contrary to what you indicted for, what have we, and you get up there and go totally against, because after all, the jurors have to hear this, right?
Right,
So this is pretty much new founded when the jurors heard it, right? If we're going to deal with it according to the law, right?
right,
See, correct me if I'm wrong. All the jurors know who was going to testify in XYZ. Am I right or wrong? I mean, I could be at error here.
right.
Now, based upon the information that was given to those jurors, she got up there and said something totally opposite. Humanality. Let's deal with humanality now. What do you think? What would you think based upon the information that you was given prior that this individual get up here and say something totally different? How would you think?
Well, based on just say the exposure to herpes. If
No,
she
no,
said,
no, 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 no. We're not
well,
talking
hold on,
about.
let me finish what I'm
We're not
saying.
talking about elements. We're not talking about
What
elements.
that's what I'm finna talk
We're
about.
talking
You
about
give me a minute.
testimonial. We're
That's what
talking
I'm
about.
finna talk about.
Okay, Ms.
Let
Watson,
me
go ahead.
finish.
Go ahead.
If she gets on there, because they're gonna ask her with regards to the elements. What you think they're gonna ask her about?
Okay, let's
They
go.
can't
Let's
just
go.
ask her about how her day
Okay.
was.
You
What
are
you think?
absolutely right. I stand firmly corrected. Let's go.
So he's charged with that conduct, right? That behavior. So if they ask her about that, did he tell her that he had herpes and whatever? She could say, yeah, that he told her. He could say, yeah, that they even used the condom. That would be a big major difference, you know. He probably would have been found innocent of that charge,
But
innocent of the
keep
charge
in
with
mind, she's
everything.
going totally against everything that she initially stated. But go ahead.
Right, that's what you said.
Go ahead.
You said she said something different. So he could be found, innocent of those particular uh charges. And that would be huge because I believe he's charged with that and the racketeering and as a few counts. So that would have been huge.
Okay.
That would have been huge, as
Okay.
far as that. But
And far as a lot of other things.
well,
Because see, you can't use the herpes in this area of activity and can't use it down the line. Because see, what happened was they was able to put that and connect it together because of what? The congruency, meaning matching. Do you follow me on that? Am I saying something over your head?
no, you said nothing over my head. I mean,
Well,
how they couldn't
far as
how would
matching,
that be
listen,
congruent?
listen. How could this individual, one of the main, I mean, pretty much the goddamn main focus of the trial, if y'all want to tell the truth here, debunk the herpes in such a part that we can't even believe this. And then you got someone that was already here, what, 20 years ago? Coming up here with the same bullshit. We're talking about humanality here in the mind. This is what we're dealing with. We're not dealing with per se what they're saying versus what this individual just got up here and said. See, they are congruent based upon what one individual say. Congruent mean they match. We can tie it together.
Right, but that just because it could be true in her case, it doesn't mean it has to be true in the other.
So we're dealing again here with humanality. The humanality is the jurors in the mind. Like, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Something is wrong here. Now, as a human, you don't think that falls to an individual's mind? And here, I didn't even add the point that she could have went up there and said, like, all of them lying. See, I didn't put that part in it.
Well, she can't say that. You can't.
Wait.
She won't be allowed to say
You
that.
know what? You know what she can say? Wait, listen to me. She can
Yeah.
say it, but it doesn't have to be documented. It doesn't have to go on court records. She can get up there and say whatever the hell she want to say. And all the judges gonna say, hey, scratch that. But it's already been heard. See, I know what you're saying. She can't say that it goes on docket and it's documented. But she can get up there and say, before the judge say order in the court, listen, everybody line up here, and here's why. And they order in the court. Bam, 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 order in the court. That, I'm still going back to what I said, the human mind.
Yeah, I understand. Y'all be relying on some.
No. I'm
extreme
relying
variables.
on.
I mean, some extreme variables. Those are extreme
I just
variables.
asked you, was that possible that could have happened?
Yeah, that's possible. Anything can happen, but I'm just saying those are
So
extreme
as a
variables.
human, if you would have heard that and that occurred, what would you have thought? This is all of this is hypothetical because the case has already been adjudicated. I'm asking you this.
I would look at that.
And listen, you want me to answer it for you?
Yeah.
You to say, take me off this goddamn jury. I know what you to say.
Take me off the jury for what?
Because I don't know what to think. If she would have came with an outburst as that such, come on, man.
No, I'd have been a little bit more rational than that. I
Okay,
would
so
follow
you're gonna judge it based on what?
I would follow instructions.
And see, this is exactly why Levi say y'all are indoctrinated based upon.
I ain't the only one that's gonna follow instructions. Other people up there will probably follow instructions. Everybody is not gonna be like,
Miss
process.
Walker, you know what? I get it, and I respect that because you're being honest right now.
Yeah.
You are being honest right now.
Yeah, I'm going to follow instructions. I mean, that's
What your
the whole part of the jury process.
And what about your logic in this world? So this is why I argue along with Levi. You hear this shit and you know it's fucked up. You know it's fucked up, but yet you go along with it because the instruction comes from whom? Where is your common sense?
It ain't got nothing to do with common sense. You can't jury nullify. That's against the law.
We through booking.
You can't jury nullify because somebody get up there and
you dispelled your key witness. Your key witness.
That ain't the key witness.
You gonna go on some mental school ass bullshit that debunks.
She is not. Listen, this is not a case where only her only she is up there and all the
Listen.
charges relating to her. It's
It's not.
other
It has
people.
nothing to do with that.
Yes,
Because
it
if
do.
my client is denying it from day one through her, and she comes up here and gives this kind of emotional outbreak based upon, and this is all hypothetical, that y'all lying
Okay.
and your humanality aspect don't kick in. Because after all, my client is saying this shit didn't happen with the other ones.
Okay, now I done said, hold on. Now I done got up. Hold on, I done got up and I got laser beam eyes on your motherfucking icon up there. So let me weigh your ass out. First of all, she cannot speak to with
I
regards
didn't say
to
she could.
no, she can't speak to with
Well,
regards
see,
to
let me stop
Jane
your
Doe
track.
number
I know where
one,
you're going.
Jane Doe
I
number
know
this,
where
that,
you're
and she
going,
can't
Miss
do that.
Martin.
So what are you
I didn't
doing?
say she could speak for
Okay, so
anyone.
how? So what you want me to
I'm
take
saying,
her?
far as
Take,
you thinking as a human,
I am
like
thinking as a
it's some
human.
bullshit going on in here. It's
Okay, it
some
could be some
bullshit.
bullshit, but
Okay.
are
Because
you serious?
I've already gave you what she would have went up there and said. She would have said all of these people lying, and here's why. They all got us together and told us to say X, Y, Z. You don't think that plays a part in a person hearing
Yes,
that?
that plays a part,
Oh,
but you got to also understand that they didn't only have just testimony.
listen, let me ask you this. Let me
If
tell
this
you
was
something.
a pure
Okay,
circumstantial
Miss Martin,
case, then yeah, that
I'm gonna
might
say
work.
this. I promise you, I'm gonna say this, and I'm gonna let you argue your shit.
No, you ain't,
Yes, I am. I promise you, I am.
because I got
Based
3 more minutes.
upon,
I'm going to bed.
based upon what you've been, the information that you gathered, and you hear sitting on this juror, as a juror, you've heard this man is a monster. X, Y. You heard it because it's been in the streets.
Mm-hmm.
But let me ask you something. All of these, what, 20 years? Is it 20 years? 30 years? How many years is it?
30.
How many?
30, I believe.
So
I
that
don't know.
means that means that I got you. You already said it. As a juror, I already got you. You knew it. 30 years. So I already got you. Too late now. Where are the new people that he victimized? Everybody came from this docu-series, and somebody that I just established went against y'all shit. Where are all of these individuals, these new people, these victims? Everybody came from what? A docu-series. Where are these new people? Because see, let these goddamn so-called anti-supporters say he's been doing this for, Kentwood, all that. Where are these people? Why you think if he has this predator behavior, that's no new ones? 30 years? And you get the same people that was in his 2002 trial? What the fuck? Use y'all common sense. Where are all of these new people if he's such a predator? Where are the new people? Have anyone consciously asked themselves that? If he's such a predator, you mean to tell me the United States government couldn't get no one new? Every last one of them you seen had already been seen in 2002. Besides the one that I said would have came up there and said something totally different. Who's new?
You just talking about the charged acts because you do know it was uncharged acts as well.
Oh man, these uncharged act. Let me tell you something about this United States government. If they could have had them uncharged acts available to be charged, they would have did it. All that is fluff to put on the cake. That's icing. Stop playing with me. Don't go there with me. Because if they could have had them come up there on that jury stand and testify, they would have. See, let me tell you the
They did
travesty is.
testify. They did
Let
testify.
me say this. The travesty is they allowed that shit in court. Go ahead.
No, they
Why are these
did.
new
They did.
people over 30 years? But you get uncharged acts allowed. That should tell you people something. You can't get one of these uncharged acts to become a charge. You know why? Because it's bullshit.
Yeah, they didn't have enough evidence. You're right.
You can call it whatever you want, but they allow it to be heard, which is bullshit. Can you admit that?
Yeah, it's a lot. To me, it's sort of prejudicial. I mean, that's a lot,
Where
that's
are these
not
new
allowed
30
under
years?
the
We're
law.
talking about 30 years though. Where are these new people at? Kentwood, 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 and he's such a predator. You should have fucking lines of people that can substantiate their shit. But what you got is a witch hunt of the same fucking people that they couldn't get him on, so they made it felony. Man, y'all better wake up because y'all in a world of hurt in your own lives. If you don't see this shit,
Well,
30 years, no new people. Everybody from surviving lies. Where are all these new people? He's a predator. Where's these new people at? If he's such a predator, you should have a line of people. The fuck out of here. But I know
I was
you
about
got
to say
more.
prejudicial. Yeah, right, Stephanie. Yeah, that was prejudicial.
Man.
But
Shit.
I mean, and I'm gonna say this, and I'm gonna get on about him. But
Man.
this, I mean, this is kind of evening, evening out the damn fight a little bit, right? With what she submitted. I mean, and when was she supposed to have this in? Was it
Oh,
in
you know
Thursday?
what? I really don't have a clue. You're talking about J-Bo's.
Yeah, her reply. When was
Well,
she? This is
I
what I just
don't
read.
know. But, the reading as you read it, it's just what it is. It's a reading, and as I stated earlier, people get excited because you get excited. I sat back
For
and watched
real?
that.
Cause
No,
you
no,
know
no,
what? I can't
no,
see
no, I'm
it. I
telling
can't
you.
see it.
I'm serious. I'm telling you. I've told you
Really?
that before. Stop. It's
How
just a
you
read.
tell me that?
I've told you that.
You ain't told me that people get excited when I get excited.
Okay,
You
maybe you
told me I
wouldn't
get
listen.
excited.
Well, I've stated it and you just didn't hear it, but it is the truth.
Oh,
They
okay.
get excited based upon how you read it. And see, I understand it from a legal minded person. They get excited anytime they see a briefing or whatever that excites them. If they are unbiased, they just reading it as such. But the way you read that, dealing with people that deal with emotion versus logic, because I said it earlier, I had to take that into contrast. Wait a minute, this is just a reading. Don't base my beliefs on someone's reading based upon how they interpreted it
You still
and it
here?
getting it, just read.
Y'all still here?
Can you hear me?
You still here?
I can hear you.
Y'all still here?
I'm here.
Can okay, okay. So, I mean, time it
No, I'm here.
timed
Can
out.
you hear? Can you hear me? I don't think you can hear me, but
I'm here. You here?
okay,
I hear
okay,
you. Yeah.
yeah. Well, that's what I was stating. It's just a reading because, like I said and stated when you was reading that, well, they're gonna have a rebuttal to it, and she might just get as excited as she was reading that. But the human psyche is what fascinates me. How one can take that and versus that as if, oh, that ain't right. But it's right when she's reading it when it's advantageous for you. This is some weird, strange shit. That's why I say I don't base my emotions on an individual. I base my emotions on what I believe in, how I can conceptualize that.
I
Because
was
see,
always
as you was reading, and I'm not saying you should pay attention to this, but you should. I mean, you had people like, God damn, just coming out ready to do their attack mode and go to this, the learned behavior. He's a pedophile without even being able to really give me the pure definition of a pedophile. Those are trigger words that don't trigger me, but I get it. I understand it. When you're not hearing something you like, you go back to what you've been taught. And what you was taught was very ignorant. And the ignorant, and I'm not cursing, I'm not being derogatory towards you in any way by calling you ignorant. Ignorance is a form of not
me.
understanding. Not you. I'm
Oh,
talking to some of these people that was typing in the chat. And I reach out to them and tell them I'm not trying to be derogatory towards none of them. Ignorance is a form of not understanding. But in your own core value, the word ignorant is denigrating to you because you didn't take the time to understand. Just like you didn't take the time to understand the definition of a pedophile. So when people call him a pedophile, that shit don't bother me because within the confines of the law, you heard the judge come out and say he's not as such. But see, you do that for your own self gratifications. And you think it's going to trigger what? Me or anyone else? No, but anyone else intelligent enough to understand that's a you issue. That shit don't work. So run along, blow spit bubbles, and do that. Because that shit don't work over here. So
so
just wait till the brief comes out from the defense, from the prosecution, and come back over here and get your joint in. Because she's going to get excited again.
yeah. Listen, if I think they well, most of the rational people understand that. But listen, y'all, even when, like, like you have your team, right? And I'm speak basketball. I can be going for my team. It can be I can be on my daughter's team. Of course, I'm rooting for her team. But if another team, if somebody cross somebody ass up with this, then the third, whatever, I'm ooh with the crowd too. Like, or maybe not as loud, but I'm like, shit, that's a nice move. I'm always, I mean, ain't shit you can say, but shit, that's a nice move right there. I'm just fair that way. I don't be about that bullshit. I'm never been a hater, never been jealous, and I've always tried to be fair.
And
Even
I had to
control
learn that.
the school
I
shit.
had to learn
Yes,
that.
because I had to cuss you out a couple times. But
Absolutely coming out more than a couple.
I know I've only cussed you out 2 times in it, since I know you.
Bullshit. Bullshit.
No,
But go
you
ahead.
cussed me out
I'm,
two
yeah,
hundred
I'm
times.
just having fun, man. I'm just
Right.
having fun.
So,
Go ahead.
so I mean, and y'all have done, it's just like whatever y'all interested in or whatever field you may in, and you read something that you like, oh, that's a good point, or oh, that's good, just whatever. I just get excited. You know how I get. Well, sometimes I get tight tongue, I'll get shocked. I can't say nothing. Y'all know, I mean, this is in real time. My reaction in real time. Okay? And that it's not, I'm not pre-reading or none of that type of shit. I ain't got to, promise you I'm gonna read it to you for 20 months and shit, never get to it. I'll be like, and when I see something, that's good, and especially when we hit the same point, and this person is miles away, and I'm here, and I ain't got the records or whatever, I'm like, oh, this is, this we thinking along the same lines or whatever, and I just get excited,
Right,
and I can't
right,
see y'all expressions. I can't see what y'all be typing because I be on looking on. I
right,
be
right.
on the other side.
That's why I stated what I said, excuse me. But that's why I was saying that. Go ahead.
But I be like, ooh, ooh. I be wrong, so ooh, like that, because it gets good to you, child. Like a
Right.
piece of
Well,
meat or something.
and that's why I'm saying it's more so when you're reading those particular proceedings and motion, you can relate to it because you can articulate it in such a such way you can see where they're coming from and why they're saying such a thing versus anything else that they would be saying, and you can see why it combats what has been said, if that makes any sense.
Hmm.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's like a tennis match.
Whatever,
But
LaBelle. Hmm.
you got constituents looking around looking at Serena Williams because she got a big ass versus Venus Williams that has a smaller ass. You know what I'm saying? That's how it works. It's all about who you cheer for. And I have no problem with that. But
Oh,
don't just try to make it one sided and make the ones that cheering for Serena that has the bigger ass, or they might be cheering for Venus. It's just whatever side you want. It doesn't matter to me. That shit don't move nobody, man. And I think people need to take their emotions out of this shit and just really start looking at it as such. It is what it is. You can't change them. It ain't about trying to change them. It's just about just being who you are. It's that simple.
well,
And I've learned
people gonna cheer for their side
right.
and
And
their
that's what I
beliefs.
said. I have no problem with that.
Yeah, they don't cheer for their side and their beliefs. But
I have no
y'all,
problem with
I be looking at just the skill in it. It's like grading a paper, and when you see where a student may start, and then at the end they like, if you just say one of those, you teach one of those classes where it requires like a student to build knowledge, so they start here and then they build knowledge. And when they build knowledge, you see they skill set in between, and you get like, oh, they getting it. You know, oh,
Right.
they getting it, honey.
Yeah, so I
And
don't have no
so,
problem with that. I don't want nobody over here to think, I'm over here to trying to shit on anyone. It is what it is because I've grown past that to the point to even be combated with anyone that has a different viewpoint and an objective opinion and a belief system. I don't do that shit no more, man. I've grown out of that.
mhm.
So, it's all good, man. But shit, you can't try to indoctrinate nobody else, though. You know what I'm saying?
Oh,
With fallacies. With fallacy, because see, if we are in a learning environment, being a pedophile should have been removed from this kind of conversation on this dialogue over here on this road, period.
oh
Because
Lord, Georgia,
no,
it's
no,
just
no,
so
no, no,
good.
no, 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 no. We're gonna call it right. We gotta call it fair.
Ain't nobody, no, no, no. I'm not here to do all of that. Now listen,
No, I'm not
I
talking about
remove.
you in general. I'm not talking about you in general. What
Well,
I'm
you talking
saying
about over
is,
here?
yes, over here, if you don't
Okay.
get the response that you were anticipating that you received in the past, don't let your past really predict your future until you understand the mistakes you made in the past. You did? So if we're looking at this
Oh,
objectively,
oh,
the pedophile shit should be thrown. That goes to somebody that's novice, uninformed, triple U, uninformed, unintelligent, and uninspired on how this shit really works. And that's it. I'm not moved by that. So don't think what moved people maybe a year and a half ago, maybe 2 years ago, is going to move them today. You should be looking at yourself in the mirror like, wow, I made a faux pas mistake. That's real shit. So, what part of the constructive activity as we growing as a group of people where somebody, no child should be left behind, steps in? Let's keep this shit real. Because those are trigger words. Ain't nobody moved by y'all calling Rob a pedophile. Are you stupid? Let's get this shit. You know what? I'm gonna be the ambassador to tell y'all. When y'all say ain't nobody on this side that I fuck with is moved by y'all calling them that. Because the people I fuck with are intelligent,
oh,
informed. The people I fuck with
uh,
are intelligent and informed. To not even be moved by that. And I'm not saying that is something predominantly that you need to spend a lot of time on. Look, if you want to be ignorant, go ahead, do that shit. That ain't moving nobody. So you could type it in the chat 1,000 times. You're just gonna be that fool typing it in the chat 1,000 times. So I would like to think Miss Walker channel don't have these kind of uninformed people, uninformed people, ill-advised people, unintelligent people. So shit, you want to be that goddamn cornball that stands out? Go right ahead. But that shit don't move people that's informed. That's it. That's all. That's all I gotta say on that note.
well, people, I am fixing to shut it down because you know if I ain't had nowhere to be, I would be with y'all all night. But unfortunately, I can't do that. And I wish I. Oh my gosh. Why did I? Oh. Lord. Well, listen, I'm not a quitter, and I see my goddamn stupid ass plans through. Cause baby, mm, mm, I got to go out there and let them check my scalp and shit today, this morning and shit for any openings. I have to go there and make sure these lumps ain't no openings and shit. So I will have to do that. Then I got to go to work. So with that being said, I'm gonna go and get off here. I'm gonna close it up. But and yeah, the pineapple smoothie. Girl, listen, I love pineapple and coconut pineapple. And listen, I be making like the little drink. I like the drink. What is that? Bacardi coconut is pineapple, no pina colada. And I don't know why you said that, but listen, this gonna sound real ghetto. Listen to this. I don't know if you can hear this. Wait a minute. In my mouth. But Jell, I just threw in, as I read your comment, I just threw in some of those pina colada icebreakers. I got that and the hot ass ice cubes right by my goddamn bed, and I'm tearing them up. So I can't believe you typed that.
Wait a
One,
minute. Can James Harris see me?
oh God. Oh God. Two of the
James, I'm
oldest.
finna put something in the chat. I'm finna put something in the chat. I want you to listen.
Put something in the
Just say
chat
yeah.
to keep speaking and see if we can see you. Or whatever
I
one.
ain't doing
Or
that.
the
I
rain.
don't know
Whichever
because
one.
I need to figure something out. I'm finna put something in the chat because they didn't. I don't know what the fuck is going on. Say
Oh
something
my
to speak
God.
on it. James, you see that?
Damien, can you see me? No, Joe, I don't think I can see
Suburb, can you see me?
you. Well, you
I
gonna
think
go
it's
ahead and listen? Can
I
you
think
see
it's a
me?
conspiracy. It's a conspiracy against your boy. You gonna let your little
Oh,
brother
this
go
from Miss
out like
Donna.
that,
You know I'm
Suburb?
gonna get it tomorrow. I'm gonna get it tomorrow.
Suburb, can you see me?
You gonna ask everybody? Can you see them? Can they see you?
I'm asking Suburb, can she see me? Because it's a conspiracy out here against me, man. They trying to,
Somebody doing something?
yes, it's something, man, going
Or it's
on, man.
not user error
It is
sometimes.
wrong, man. These motherfuckers, these
Oh,
motherfuckers guys, wait a minute. Yeah, you know what? I can see
everybody saying
you.
they can see you.
You know what's crazy, Suburban? I can see you, but when I be typing, it's some shit going on. I can't, you don't see me.
James Harrison, he can't see
Figure this
Joe
shit
the
out.
Ryan. I try to tell you, he
See,
can't
I'm
see
on a
Joe the
different thing.
Ryan.
This is weird, man. This shit is
Joe,
wrong.
stop logging into all them goddamn users. I keep trying to tell you, stop doing
I
that.
don't even know I'm doing that shit. You can't see JoJo the Rhyme. Okay.
Hmm.
Cause see, Suburban, I can see you, but when I type back and respond to you over there in my chat, I can't you can't see me. What is that shit about? I mean the shit is wrong. Wow. That's what I'm working on.
You got to
Shanika,
Joe. You have to
Shanika,
log
I can,
out.
you know what, Shanika, I can always, this is a conspiracy, but I figured out.
You don't have to log out of.
I logged out of everything. Do you know
No,
I
you
did so many
didn't.
test runs? I think people probably seen a test video for me last night about 6 times. If they caught it, I figured out I'd take that shit down.
You logged into Joe. You logged into Speak on it. You did.
Oh man, no.
I
Somebody.
told you that. log out of that. You hard headed, so whatever. I'm
And
not
I
gonna.
even you know what? I'm mad at my little sis.
Which was this?
Uh, shit, I got to call her by the name she on this motherfucker, 290 Suburban. Shit, I
Oh,
can't even
okay.
call her three on this. I don't even see no three in this motherfucker tonight.
Ugh, Lavelle said you are pissed off the internet.
Man, you know what it is, Lavelle. I don't be giving a damn, man. I just speak on it. They lucky I ain't go live tonight, but shit, I probably wouldn't even been on this note. That's all right. Y'all wait for Saturday if I can fix this kink.
Who,
Suburban. I don't want you to come
yeah,
back
hey,
in there
who blocked you?
talking about you was at work. Suburban, you at work?
Child, this is night shift people. This the third shift
Suburban, I
people.
don't even want to hear it. You at work? I'm blocked. Oh, why she said she blocked it? Ain't no way you blocked. Not on my channel. Ain't no
No,
way
she
you
ain't blocked
blocked.
on your channel. But 312, I want you to get off that night, that overnight shift or whatever shift you work. That's too late. Shit. Get off that shift. You and Shat, I want y'all to get off that shift. That's crazy.
Or it's Stephanie. Stephanie Holloway.
Well,
I'm
Stephanie
looking
said
for
she blocked.
no, Stephanie ain't blocked. I'm looking forward to see you in the ride with us because we're gonna drop some heavy shit. Wait a minute. See, I mean,
What is
this
you
is
looking at?
see this shit I got going on over here. This is probably the reason. I gotta look at this shit.
What?
I gotta look at this shit. This is weird. This is crazy. See, I'm not the chat as you see it is not the chat that I see.
My chat?
Yeah, your chat is bullshit. I got this
How's bullshit?
enhancement. I got this enhancement shit. I told y'all. Let me tell y'all something. I ain't gonna tell you. I ain't gonna tell. I'm gonna tell my real people behind the scenes how you could see. Nah, let me be quiet. Wait a minute. See, I'm looking at 312. Goddamn 290. These goddamn profiles. See, that shit gonna get you caught up because it got my shit fucked up. 290.
Child, that is 312. I'm not calling her
I know
all them
who it
fucking
is.
numbers. She got them fucking numbers
Yeah,
290,
that's how and she
all them.
be
I'm
getting
not
mad
doing
at me
all of
when
that.
I
Shit,
she
I'm
be
not
getting
doing
mad
all of
at
that.
me
That's
when I
too
don't say
much.
the numbers right and
Get
shit.
all them goddamn numbers. What the hell we? What I mean, this is old folks. Everybody over 50. 290 this, that, and the third. I'm not calling all them goddamn numbers. Shit.
She get mad at me when I don't say the goddamn numbers right.
All them goddamn numbers. Yes, it's
God
it's
damn.
290, but we know it's 312. And then sometimes she's 71.
You better not say 312 if it's 290 up there.
The fuck this shit is. I'm goddamn numbers. This ain't we ain't in no math class. Oh Lord. Shit, don't have another goddamn number up there. What the fuck?
God damn, man. And you know what? It's crazy. You know what's so fucked up about this? I can see James in every profile now. And I couldn't see him before, unless he came on the channel. Ain't that some shit? It's a conspiracy. I'm gonna figure it out. And when I find it out, I'm gonna put it out here. Y'all know I'm gonna put it out here. Like this person
Yeah,
did
it's
this,
just,
they
oh
did that.
my God. And she come up with 71. I'm so sick of these goddamn numbers.
What she did, she did.
Coming up in 71 suburban. I ain't got time for this shit. What is
You
the
know
Oh,
what?
number
You know
girl?
what? Maybe she can
girl,
help me. Maybe
look,
she can help
I
me.
couldn't even type. I had too much in my hand. I was laughing so hard. I was about to drop everything laughing. I said, I just got to go on.
Maybe she can help me because that's what I'm going through right now.
My
What?
name been 312. Y'all sound like a bunch of seniors up here cackling on the porch. That's what
Nah,
y'all sound like.
No, all them goddamn numbers. 290 312 71.
nah, wait
I
a
got
minute.
time to remember
I
all
think
that
I came
shit.
up with something.
But I want to know why you keep talking about you don't see 312 in my name. When Angie,
I'm
would you
trying
read
to tell
my
you.
name? Would you tell him 312 is in my name?
Oh my
Yeah, it's
God.
on there.
I
It's
told him. You
listen.
study talking about you don't see it. It is in there.
I put the bat signal in the air and you ain't you say fuck that nigga.
You ain't putting no bad signal. What bad signal? I've been on your channel. But if I
I
be at
can't
work
see you. Listen, when I'm typing in the chat, you couldn't see shit I was saying.
in your own chat,
Yes.
right, because I'm blocked. I'm blockety
Nah,
block block.
ain't no way you blind. How do you
Well,
blind and you
I
a
don't know.
Listen,
I
you
don't know. I'm not gonna be telling no
always
grown person what to
managing
do on no
my
channel.
you a
I
man.
don't know. No, I'm not on. I must not be no mod on your not on your new channel.
See, that's
No,
not
not on
it's,
that other channel. I can't be no mod
it's a
because
conspiracy.
when I come in there, nobody speaks. Just like the same thing on Denise's channel, I'm blocked. And I'm not going to keep singing the same song about I'm blocked. So
I can
that's
see
why I ain't been around and I only come on. I'll pop in when days like this when I get to come home.
three
'Cause
one
I
two.
don't mind coming home when it ain't
How
nothing to
you
do.
block the
What's
most
your
people
three
channel
one two? What's your
312?
sign?
How you the
On the
most
new
people?
channels, y'all got them other backup channels. That's why
312. What's your sign?
I'm a Taurus.
Okay,
Dang, why y'all get quiet?
that tells a lot.
What?
I'm sleep.
What?
No, that will explain a lot, but
What? What?
that would explain a lot, child.
Heck, y'all went in a moment of silence too long.
Yeah, because that tells a
Mm-hmm.
lot.
Is it a private jury over there or something I don't know about?
We got a
Just saying.
fucking silent jury that
You're
convicted.
Taurus.
Yeah, I'm a May Taurus at that.
Mm.
First
Mm-mm-mm.
week, turning the corner.
You know what? I'm scared to say my brother was a Taurus, and because he's doxing motherfuckers, man.
My brother that got killed, we got the same birthday too.
That's what I was just.
Oh,
I said
really?
my
Yeah,
Oh,
brother
my
Lord.
mom had two kids
was.
on the same day, and her baby sister, my mom's baby sister. We all three of us share the same birthday.
You motherfucker be like, oh, that's his brother.
But if you knew my auntie, Angie, if you seen my auntie, you
Mm.
wouldn't think she was a Taurus because she's totally different from me. And I tell her all the time, I'm gonna be just like you when I grow up. And now that I'm up in age, and I say that, she look at me like, "Girl, get away from me."
Uh-uh.
Yeah,
Uh-uh.
yeah. I still say that because it takes her to keep me in the, and when I'm around like agile people that like to gaslight you,
Mm-hmm.
and if she in the room, that's the only way they won't catch it. I mean, we'd have been in funerals, and she would have to come get me. Like I, I know. I say, y'all, I have to tell people, you better be glad I got Jesus next to me. This the best you're gonna get. Because if she's the closest to God I'm gonna have in my life, and we share the same birthday.
That's
Besides my mom, I mean, her siblings. That's what I mean. But yeah,
Nah, 312 is a conspiracy
I
going
don't
on.
know why people always look leery when I say my sign because um,
well, it fits you. It fits you.
Yeah, hell yeah, it fits her.
how?
What the fuck?
Not really. Y'all only know one part, like one side of me. Like no, it doesn't. I don't always see. I know what y'all thinking. Oh, shit, bullheaded. No,
Nah, that ain't what
no,
nobody.
I'm not.
Yeah.
I can be. I can be bullheaded. I must admit, I can be bullheaded. But
So you
but
admit,
not
admit
towards but not when it comes to me being a people person, I'm not that friendly. I'm really not. I know how to be a friend.
Hey, what bull you know that is friendly?
My auntie,
I said, what bull you
my
know that?
auntie,
Okay.
my auntie is a bull. She's so we share the same
She
birthday.
don't
I'm
have
telling
no
you.
horns, huh?
He
She don't
talking
have.
about the
Huh?
animal bull. He talking about the
Are you talking
animal
about
bull.
what animal you know? They are friendly. I mean, they not friendly, but they
Hell no.
man they stay in their own place until you start come poking
Girl,
on them.
you know what
Well,
I
I
like
mean,
to
that's with
see?
anybody. I
And
think.
you know I should be taking my ass to sleep. You know what I like to watch? We all watch them old crazy ass people. Well, some kind of way it's a sport where the bulls be chasing them down this 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 patch of goddamn sand, and they be running their ass off and them bulls be behind
Yeah,
them.
yeah.
I
Kicking them in
love
the
to see
ass
them
and all that
look.
shit.
I
Yeah.
love
What
to
is
see
that?
them. They be
Is that a
horny.
commercial? Is that a commercial?
No,
No,
it's a
they
sport. It's
got
a
commercials
sport.
like that, but it's some kind of sport where them bulls be chasing after their ass. Like a whole bunch of bulls on
And
broke loose.
they knocking them like 5, 6 feet in the air. I
Oh
mean,
no, I ain't
Yeah,
literally.
never seen that. I ain't.
man,
That's not new to me. I ain't never seen that.
that should
I
be
seen
so
that on
damn
a commercial.
funny.
I didn't know that was a
Oh
movie.
my
No, it's
god,
real
some
shit.
kind of sport.
So that commercial
I
is
mean, a sport. I
it's,
didn't know that was a sport. I seen that on the commercial though.
yeah.
Hmm.
Like after they played, when they had the sport when it's sports season. When a lot of sports is coming on. I think it's like
Yeah,
really football season when they play that commercial.
And let me
yeah.
tell you something. Let me tell you something. You know why the red strikes the bull the most?
What?
Mm-mm.
Because they colorblind.
I'm a earth sign. I'm a earth sign, and I'm a spiritual person.
Yeah, but
So.
when they wave that red in front of their face, they colorblind.
Mhm.
So
Oh, okay.
it could be any color. It could be actually any freaking color. That's what I'm basically saying.
Do you know that a Taurus can be a bull? I'm just use a bull metaphor. A bull sits off to their side. A bull mind their business. Bull don't bother nobody. When the bull feels smothered, it's like an attack.
Let me see what
And they go into a rage.
James say. What James say is.
Anybody think
Mm.
about no damn James?
Now,
I'm not.
when is the tires up in May? When the last day for tires in May?
20 um I want to say 20 I want to say the 20
25th.
no, the 25th that's a Gemini because that's my child's donor, a seed donor. His birthday the 25th of May.
And I
So
know
he's a
somebody
Gemini.
born. I know somebody born on the
I think
7th,
it's the
the 4th,
21st.
I thought it was
the
25th.
7th, the 14th, and the 21st. And I was
I think it's the
wondering,
21st. I think it's April 26th to the 21st. I think
and it
April
got to be like
21st, or maybe it's
26.
April 21st to the
You want to
26th.
you gonna be rude? I ain't speak. James say what's up.
Hey James, how you doing? Hello, people in the chat. DB Wild spoke to me. Hi, Stephanie. Stephanie, I think that's the Stephanie always follow me on my channel. I love the people that still be following me on my channel, even though I don't go live. Angie, did you see my niece? I showed you a little snippet. I tagged you in it, I thought.
When it was.
Why you ain't tag me in?
Cause you didn't ask about a trunk party. Angie said she had never seen one, so I put up a video and mentioned her in it to show her the snippet of one of my great nieces trunk party that we had a few
Oh, I
years
gotta
ago.
go watch it.
Yeah, it's just a little snippet because I didn't want to show too much of the other videos that I had. I was showing
New
too
Black
many people.
Panther say what's up.
Who?
New Black Panther.
Hey, Black Panther. Yeah, it was just a little snippet.
I got you, bro. I got your
Yeah.
back.
Oh, okay. I gotta watch it.
Yeah, the 290 is the expressway, New Black.
God damn numbers. The hell? I'm not gonna keep up with all that shit.
No,
And it's
I need
also
to, hey,
the
hey,
two
Three,
ninety. The 290 is an expressway, but it's also a slogan that a group of guys got. They make shirts. That's their slogan that they put on any and everything. I don't know if y'all seen it on my channel, but I done had on a couple of hoodies that have 290 on that. So
three,
and they put that on my hoodies and my shirts,
three. Can you
except
hear me?
except for one of
Okay.
them. One
Can,
of them they put on there.
can you hear me?
Downtown Finest.
Three, can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
I'm having some technical difficulties. I'm gonna get at you because I need some help. Can nobody help me? I've been
I can. I definitely can. You need to go sit on one of them couches.
a couch.
Yeah, I'm the only people can help.
No. It's on the channel.
Yeah, he
Not
don't
the
want
way
no
you just
damn
said that.
help.
Not the way you just said that. It's time you
He
need to go
don't
get a
want no
couch.
damn help. He don't want no damn help. He don't want to listen.
Right. That's why you need to go sit on the couch where they make you listen.
That's how you gonna do your little brother.
No, you know what? You don't want to listen because I know I didn't heard Angie over there hollering and trying to tell you how to run the channel. I be hearing it. I be in the background. I don't be just know I'm around. I'm around. Just know that. Just because I don't type in don't mean nothing. Sometimes I can't type in.
Oh, you better be.
Yeah, I be on locations. I just can't always type. One time I was about to pop up on the channel. I was gonna come up there with y'all, and my phone rang, and it was over with. All that got shut down. I'm like, oh
Yeah.
well.
Well, people, I got about 4 more minutes. Honey.
Three, you off this weekend?
No, because I'm off now, so I gotta work Sunday.
Gotcha. I got you.
But Saturday, I got a wedding to go to, so no, I'm not going to work. I got a wedding to go to, and it's late in the evening, and it's gonna be 90 degrees, and I'm not going to work. Yeah, I already know. I'm not coming. Yeah,
Man,
I got a wedding to go to, and guess what the colors is? All black.
that's my shit. That's my shit.
All black wedding I've never been to.
Oh no, I ain't talking about no all black wedding. What the fuck is that about?
Yeah. All black. That people be doing them. I looked it up and said a whole lot of them. White people doing, black people doing. Yeah. Hmm.
Man, let me tell you something. At these goddamn rates of this electric bill, I'm putting a cash app up, man.
Man, look here. Ain't they ridiculous?
I'm
Mm,
putting up. Y'all know I never asked for a cash app.
It ain't just the light bill. It's the gas bill too.
I'm putting up a cash app for
all
all
I
of
know is it's still on. All I know is it's still on.
them.
All I
Right.
know is the shit
Well,
is
we know
still
that.
on.
You on here. We know it's on because you on here.
Listen,
I'm
I'm
putting up a
scared to look
fucking
at it.
cash app.
I'm scared to look at it. Lord have mercy.
Putting up a cash app.
All
Shit,
them
man.
plugs. Let me tell
Put the
y'all something. The
plugs
best
up
way to
on
keep your
the
light bill down.
don't worry about it.
How you
God,
keep that down? I want to hear this shit. How you keep the light bill down?
Unplug the microwave and anything else that's not in use until you use it. And keep it like that. Every time you use the microwave, plug it up, unplug it.
They say that ain't nothing but 1 cents.
A whole lot. Well, here it make a difference. Here, I don't know nothing about where you at. I don't know what they telling you, but here, that's a lie. It work here.
I'm
Man,
trying
Cut
to
that
see.
microwave. Cut that microwave. Unplug.
goddamn cahoot.
If it's not, if you're not utilizing it on the regular, it shouldn't be in the wall because anything plugged in the wall, your money is running.
You think that's drawing from the wall? See, let me ask you this.
Anything plugged in the wall, whether it's lit up or not, your
Oh,
money rolling.
wow, I ain't know that. Now, see,
Anything plugged in the wall, whether it's utilized or not, your money is rolling.
So
that
let me
is
ask you this: in
true.
this heat, are
Wow.
you cutting off your air conditioner when you leave the house?
Yes.
Yeah, I do.
Y'all cut off your air conditioner?
When I
That's
leave, because I'm gone 12 hours out the day. You
Man, you
crazy?
got me fucked up.
absolutely.
Uh-uh.
You got me fucked up. It's
I
raining.
can put my air conditioning now.
That
I
same
can put my air conditioning on the timer. I can put it on the timer. to go on
Listen,
and off. But because
listen,
it's only me in here, my house be ice cold. I can I can cut my air on
Yeah,
and
James,
leave it on all day while I'm in here, and I come back, my house still be cool.
okay, let me
So I
let
don't
her
gotta leave it on like that because at this
because
point I'm
look,
just
listen,
really
look,
burning.
you
yeah,
See
cut
here,
off your
Angie.
air conditioner.
But see, but see here, Angie. We don't get a whole lot of hot weather all day and night. See, we cool off because it's the windy city. So I don't necessarily have to. We don't have to necessarily run my air all day, and not me. I don't have to run it all day and night when I leave home because it's by the time I come home, it's gonna be probably 60 degrees or 50 degrees.
No, ma'am,
I'm
this shit
gonna
is
buy me some
running
box fans.
24/7, and the TVs is running. I
Well,
don't give a
you know what
fuck.
she
The
just said
computer,
that was
it's all
interesting.
Oh well,
running.
then yeah. Mm-mm.
Said all of the extra shit you be having plugged up. Cause I
Yeah.
got a gang of shit
Mm-hmm.
just plugged up. I didn't
Oh
know that shit
no.
was drawing.
Yep. And it draws more in the wintertime because people you're at home more because it's winter.
I'm unplugging this shit right now. I might unplug all of that.
Georgia, I cannot believe you cut your air conditioner off.
You damn straight I do.
Are
Man, I
you
got a
crazy?
goddamn
Now,
bill.
now
My
when I come
goddamn
home,
light
now
bill was
Angie, now
$340.
when I
How
come
much?
home from work, when I come
340.
home from work, I cut my L and it be on all the way until it's time for me to go back to work again.
This shit is wrong, man.
Now that it do, cause I be asleep. So
Mm-mm.
340?
Right, James. You should never turn it off.
I said, this shit is wrong, man.
mm-mm.
340?
I took a
I be up
peek
in
at
the
it.
middle of the night cutting my L on and I cut it on and
Right, I'm
let it
putting
cool
cash
and
app.
cut it back off.
Y'all gonna donate? I got a cash app corner.
I took a peek at it and it was 11 something. I just said, woo. I'm glad I ain't got to fuck with that.
Hey, Flies went off. His light bill was 1,600. He went smooth the fuck off
This
on my.
light bill was 1,600 because he ain't paid that in a little while.
His Flies went off.
Don't nobody light bill get that high unless you own a facility. Not in
Shit.
no 30
You
days.
know, he probably got a big ass mansion.
No, that's right. That sounds like about 2 bills, 2 or 3 bills.
Shit, man. My shit was
that
340.
can be one bill in Florida if you got a
Shit is
big, real big
wrong.
old, situation going on.
Y'all,
Yeah.
y'all ignored me. I said I'm put my cash app up. Yeah, I'm gonna develop one.
Yeah, anybody ignoring you, put it up.
Honestly, you don't have a cash app. Like, are you
I
serious?
said I'm gonna develop one, create one. Shit,
Man, look,
I'm gonna go live every day for somebody hit my cash
I'm
app for
telling y'all,
light bill.
if you're not utilizing it,
I
take it
just,
off the wall. I'm telling you.
you know, I mean, shit I just unplugged around
If
me.
you look at the back of your bill and you look at your chart and see how your bill and see how much you're using, your usage throughout the months of the 12-month period.
Let me see
More of
what.
your usage is going.
How much
Your usage will. That depends on what you got in the sockets. Is what you're using. That's it.
man,
So if you unplug it,
I
guess
just
what? It'll stay
unplugged.
down. Now in the wintertime, you got to run your heat. You're gonna run your gas. So your usage is gonna be a little higher in the winter. But everybody's supposed to decrease in the summertime because people gone, they outside, they taking trips. You cooking less. It's supposed to
No,
stay down.
ma'am.
It's a conspiracy, man.
In
They
the
got.
wintertime, the air is on. It's still running.
Oh yeah, I run my shit in
Hell
the
no.
wintertime too. Yeah, I
Huh?
do. I
Yeah, I
run my
run
shit
my
in
shit
the
to
wintertime.
run.
This shit is wrong,
I
man.
have
Cause
ran
I
my
ain't
errand
gonna
in
do
the winter,
12
but not on a consistent
hours.
basis. But I'm just saying, logically speaking, your usage is higher in the winter because you're cooking more. It's more gas being
Right?
used.
That makes sense too.
Yeah, the usage is more higher in the winter than the summer because people are out more than they're in. So that's the only difference in that. But because of the air conditioning, that's where they get they kick back at because you're burning the watts and
Okay,
you're
Mark,
using
go
the
ahead.
air.
That's okay.
Y'all,
I
I'm
just
finna shut
unplugged
it
my
down. I got
five
to go
devices.
to bed. Y'all niggas can talk all night. I
So
have to go to sleep. I had to get up, 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 up.
I
I know
mean,
I
this
should.
shit is wrong, man.
Yeah, it's wrong. So y'all, but
So you
that
supposed to
being,
have your own keys to her to the chair. I mean to the mansion, Jojo.
You see what the film say?
Supposed to have your own keys to the mansion.
What'd you say, three?
You supposed to have your own keys to the mansion.
Man, you
The way
shit.
she can be able to go to sleep and you keep on going. You don't know how to act. You don't act
and
right.
check this out. You know what? I tried that, and some reason I don't know. They StreamYard start letting put people,
God damn.
add people that can control your channel and stuff. And I
They
don't
can,
know
he can
what
administer it.
right administrator, and I think it's on his, and
That's
he
why
don't know
I
what
say you
the fuck
can't
it is
be
he
blocked
doing.
because your ass is a minister. Stop playing with me,
You
three.
administer his channel. How he can't administer yours?
He don't know what
Don't know.
he's doing. When I
Exactly. I
added him
figured that.
on,
I figured that because there's too many times I done heard you over there. Like I be over here saying, "What the fuck is wrong with you, man? Put the bottle down and listen. What the fuck?"
he will not.
That's
He no
why
no.
I knew you can
He
help him.
don't know. I be like, JoJo, I was like, do this and do this and do this, whatever. And I'm like, you know what? Fuck it. He don't, because he is not clicking the buttons right. So I'm gonna have to get somebody else that is able to understand. Okay, look him, look him, look him, so they can control it, and I can go to fuck to sleep.
Yeah, but JoJo,
For real though.
you're gonna have to. What you're gonna have to do, JoJo, is play with the buttons to understand them yourself.
Right.
Play
You're
with the
gonna have to do
And
that. You're gonna
listen,
have to
he
do that
won't
on
listen. He
a
wanna
self own.
he
You
wanna
can't be
take
going
he
live
wanna take a
playing with
whole
buttons.
week to
Sound like a
figure it
crazy
out
person.
and not listen to somebody tell him something.
Y'all don't
Yeah,
have
no,
this shit together. Y'all don't even have it
I
together.
don't fool with it.
I
You're right. I
do.
ain't got it all. I ain't got it together at all. I'm not gonna lie to you. I don't fool with it. Period. I ain't got time. I've been in
I know this shit
tutored.
better than y'all do.
I don't. I ain't gonna
Yeah,
lie. I don't. I'm not gonna
crazy.
sit here and act like I do. I don't. And I don't have the
I ain't
patience.
never a nigga to
If I
tell.
had the patience to sit here and play with the computer like that, I would come on. But I really don't. I be wanting to come on my channel and go live, but um, that's how I be feeling. I be wanting to come on sometime, but I just rather come on and holler at y'all the way I do. But that's becoming a problem now, so I think I'm gonna have to use my keys so I can let folks know I got my own doors.
Yeah.
No, I'm trying to tell you when this is some crazy shit going on. That's all right. I tell you.
They trying to shut you down? Is that what
Man,
you're trying to
you
say?
motherfucker done tried.
They
Listen,
trying to shank you? They done shanked you out the system.
oh, he hit me with a bang.
What you do, Angie? Anybody got the keys but you?
They got both of us
What?
at the same time. Boom, boom, bam,
What
knock.
you must was took a nap or something. What happened?
They got us for
You was at.
what is
I think you was at work. Did I see you that night? Yeah, I see you that night.
But I probably was if you was anytime after 12 o'clock, I probably came in because you was
Yeah, yeah, because
on
it
my
was
little
after
break.
12.
I probably slid in on my little break.
I see you. I see you.
hmm
I see you. I see you. Them motherfuckers. You know what? It's all good.
I be hearing y'all up there. You and Mr. Miguel. Y'all competitions. Y'all conversations. But I can't type because I be at work, so I just be you listening.
Indeed, indeed.
Okay,
It's all good.
on my
It's all
little break. Now I
good.
want to get in and
I'm
can't
holler at
get down.
you. I'm holler at you. You did?
All right, Miss who you want to call? Miss
Uh, uh,
Angie.
shit, man.
Angie, our channel, Angie Walker. Which name you want?
uh,
I heard you
boy.
tell them don't be calling you Miss Walker.
Yeah, what the fuck is that
Oh,
about?
my name is
Because her name
Bianca.
ain't Miss Walker. Her name is Angie.
Okay, goddamn, three. That.
I caught on to it. I mean, I'm just saying. I just want to make sure it's accurate.
You folks told me that behind the scenes.
Well, what? Now, Jojo, no. You got to be corrected in the front, or you'll know which way to step. You did.
God damn, man.
Yeah, ain't no correcting you behind the scenes. You gonna keep walking backwards. Those are I'm a big stepper, not a little step. Oh boy. I ain't had shit else to say. I promise I did. I copped that from somebody else.
I
Listen to that.
you crazy, man. Your ass crazy.
Yeah. But Miss Angie, it was nice chit chatting with you. I get tired of typing, so that's why I came up. I,
Yeah,
I holler at
let's see.
y'all. Cause
I
I
do.
ain't blocked over on our channel by Angie.
You ain't blocked on goddamn my channel.
No, I
You know
ain't
that
blocked. I
person
don't
button.
keep
We
speaking.
ain't seen that. Somebody screenshots that. They got you already.
We got what? They got what?
she
What
be
I
saying,
said.
no, she put up a picture. They already got it, Angie.
Oh, they didn't see that picture before.
Oh Lord, I was trying to do. I never done an overlay before. I said, let me see if I can do an overlay and shit. The shit
Well,
work. I
no,
Yeah,
said,
that
you
ain't
better.
you shrink your
that ain't what
yeah
she.
you shrink your panel faces and onto the side and put your face. You can put yours up there at the top, or
That's what.
you make them disappear. I think you make the face these boxes disappear and then do the overlay.
Yeah, but I never because they were saying like when people be
Hey,
trying
she
to
done woke
porn.
up now.
They say when people porn bomb your ass, you need to have your overlay. I know Brooke was telling me that. I don't know damn
I
overlay.
don't
I
know
said,
shit
let me
about that.
hit these
Three,
little
three,
buttons.
and three gonna let me go out here with my goddamn pants down.
Mm-mm.
They said, oh, I ain't seen. Think y'all seen the picture. I said, oh, let me take it
Oh, they
down.
done screenshot that shit. They
See
got
that
that.
come from and see you playing with the buttons. See that's what you gotta learn how to do, Jojo. You gotta learn how to
Oh,
play with the buttons.
I
You
already
got to
know.
know your own keys. Can't nobody. It's hard for you. I see it's hard for you to listen and you can't follow. But um,
He won't listen. He won't.
so you gonna have to teach yourself by playing with your own keys to get to know them. But you
Man,
can't be live on there talking about no A, B,
C,
C,
D,
D. What I do next?
maybe
No,
E, maybe E.
no, you can't be on there like that.
No, they got. Listen, like I said, I talk to you later.
Don't y'all, Edge, can't you do that? Can't you do that private before you, like you doing like you could do a video? Can't you go live without going live?
Yeah,
Um,
but you can't. You ain't gonna go ahead. I'll let her tell what she
I
thinks. She
I
know.
think you. Oh, I don't know about that. I don't
You
know.
know, like,
Yeah, you could do it. You could
You
do
can
it.
go live without going live.
I'm talking
Yeah.
about, can you go live? Well, let's call it, and you putting up a premiere? You can put it on premiere or something like that? Is
You can
that the
put on.
only thing you can do?
You can put on premiere.
Yeah, you can do it. I
Where
just
you like
do
you
it.
could put your video or whatever on premiere, and then when it's premiere, you could be in the chat at the same time
Right,
and all
yeah,
that.
right. Yeah, you could watch, you could be in your chat typing while you got it on
You
premiere.
just said you know what's so crazy about that? Nah, I'm be quiet.
What?
Nothing.
No, that's the one I put the picture up. That's the one they think talking about look like Idris Elba. Oh, shit, I don't think it look that.
Who?
Not the picture I put up. I have a picture.
Oh, they already got it. You late.
They ain't got it.
Okay. You gonna
They
take
got
this
it.
time? They already got this shit screen recorded. Shit.
What y'all was talking about, but they gotta be screen recording.
I don't know what the
I
hell.
wasn't listening to everything now. You keep
Oh,
on
it
hyping
ain't,
up on
it
your.
Oh
ain't
no,
not even
they
looking. You should have been looking.
Oh, I see the picture she threw up there right quick.
Yeah, they got that
But
shit.
I don't think they could catch a screenshot that fast unless they
What?
screen.
What?
No, unless they're screen recording her, they couldn't have got that. Ain't nobody on here that fast. Can't make me believe it. Slow ass motherfucker, man. They ain't that damn fast.
Oh,
You gotta tell her where the goddamn buttons at.
Okay, shit. No, you gotta tell me where the button that these
Well,
motherfuckers.
I wasn't trying to include you in that bucket, but okay, if that's what you
No,
feel.
man, them motherfuckers got
Ain't
this shit.
nobody got they caught they buttons that fast to screenshot it unless they already recording it. I
Goddamn
mean,
well.
unless they already recording. My phones are sitting right here,
yeah,
and I seen
dismiss
them when she
record.
popped it up,
Look, this video
and
is
it disappeared.
they just rewinded that motherfucker.
Right. If they could rewind it, that's all. That's what they gonna have to do. If she leave it up, that's what they gonna have to do.
Man, it's gonna be
But you
some
ain't make me believe that while she live, somebody just said, "Oh, let me screenshot that." It wasn't up there that long for you to do that. You got to be sitting here studying the screen to see and got your fingers on the buttons to get it. No, they ain't that fast. Ain't nobody on here that fast. They wouldn't spend so much time on this motherfucker if they would.
I beg to differ.
Okay. Well, I'm glad you give them that much credit because I ain't got it for them.
I
Well,
beg
all
to
right, folks, honey, I'm finna get ready to go to bed, baby, because I got to get up.
indeed. Hey, I'm gonna holler at you tomorrow 3.
All right. Holla at
All
y'all.
right, y'all. All
All
right,
righty.
y'all.
See
I'll
ya,
y'all.
chat. Y'all have a good morning, afternoon, and evening.
I
Peace
appreciate
out.
it. Peace
All
out.
righty.
Y'all come on back another time. You hear me, folks? And I will be here for ya. All right, be good, y'all. Be safe. And guess what? Do something good for yourself and somebody else. I'm out. To the next time.